so close. Unbelievably close. All right, we're gonna go drive around a little bit and see what else there is to see right now.
Some might even say dangerous.
The eye wall is fluctuating, so it's like approaching us and going back, and it's these big gusts, and then that's it. Yeah, we're in the path of the eye wall. We're east of Inglewood, southeast of Inglewood.
Got everything in?
Yes.
Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la hermana Palma Reyes. Soy la hermana Ábalos Latín y somos los misioneros.
Venimos de todas las partes del mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la
Fashion
hermana
is getting
Palma
a
Reyes.
makeover on
Soy la
YouTube
hermana
Shorts.
Ábalos Latín y somos los
See your
misioneros.
favorite
Venimos
creators
de
from
todas las
old
partes del
clothes.
mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la
Fashion
hermana
is getting
Palma
a make
Reyes.
watch and
Soy
make
la
your
hermana
own
Ábalos
on
Latín
YouTube
y
Shorts.
somos los
See your
misioneros.
favorite
Venimos
creators
de
from
todas las
old
partes del
clothes.
mundo. Soy el de Ávila.
Soy la
Fashion
hermana
is getting
Palma
a make
Reyes.
watch and
Soy
make
la
your
hermana
own
Ábalos
on
Latín
YouTube
y
Shorts.
somos los
See your
misioneros.
favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your own on YouTube Shorts. See your favorite creators from old clothes. Fashion is getting a make watch and make your
Charlie,
own on
and that's what we're dealing with. I'm standing in an area that's in a neighborhood in South Charlie, and probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, Tamiami Trail neighborhood. We're really starting to get some southwind Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, Tamiami Trail neighborhood. We're really starting to get some southwind Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, Tamiami Trail neighborhood. We're really starting to get some southwind Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, Tamiami Trail neighborhood. Some southwind Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Standing in an area, state power. Charlie here. This is probably about 2 or 3 blocks. Safe power.
safe for them right now, so they can't come outside, not even to walk their dogs, take a smoke break, anything like that, until the conditions are safe. Now, as you heard earlier, also in Sarasota County, the wind speeds have reached 45 miles per hour. That means that if you call 911, you won't be able to get anyone to come help you out until it's safe for those emergency vehicles to get back onto the roads. So that just goes to show you out here now that they are taking it very seriously. The shelter that I'm at, this is Fruitville Elementary School. It's kind of in the heart of Sarasota Springs in Sarasota County. It's not extremely full, but since I've been here a couple of hours today, there have been plenty of people who are walking in. They said that they thought they could ride the storm out at home. They realized they can't do that. It's not safe. They wanted to get to a building that is stable and can support anything that will come from Hurricane Ian. So plenty of people have been coming in saying, guys, we decided that we wanted to find somewhere better to stay. But it is not full. Now, again, this is one of 12 shelters in Sarasota County, and we have been here for a couple of hours today. We will continue to stay inside. We'll talk to more people inside, but we'll also continue to monitor these conditions that are going on out here. This wind is very strong. This rain is coming down. You can probably hear behind me just how wild it is out here, but I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Jada, thank you. And our Adam Walzer is a little north there of Jada, north of Sarasota County, where the storm is moving ashore right now.
Yeah, so he's in Bradenton. And Adam, how is it looking near you?
Well, Lauren, we switched up the shot just a little bit so you can see the level of rain coming here. You can't really see it up against the gray sky quite as well, but up against these green bushes, you can see it's really coming down here, probably at the rate of, an inch or two an hour. It's just really kicked up in the last little while. So has the wind. If you look at these masts of these sailboats that are anchored here behind me, those are behind a seawall, and right now the bay is starting to come in. The whitecaps, it looks almost like the Gulf out here on the bay, and they're starting to rock quite a bit. We're in a very protected space. I'm here with photojournalist Randy Wright, and we're here at the Pier 22, and he's under a covered area, which helps protect our equipment and helps protect us. But we can see that things are really kicking up around us. You can see the palm fronds kicking back and forth. We've seen a couple of them fly off. We're really seeing the rain coming down a lot harder than it was in the last half hour, and that wind is really kicking up. I don't know if you can hear it, but it almost sounds like a train coming through here between the howling wind, and then we're hearing all these masts and all the lines clanking up against them. I think we're in for a really long day and night here in the Bradenton area. Luckily, the thing we haven't seen is a lot of the storm surge right now. Not much water here in the bay. It seems like that is not as big of a concern as it was 24 hours ago when we were talking to you from this spot. But obviously, we're in for a long ride here today. Back to you guys.
All right, Adam, thank you. And taking a live look now from Sanibel Island, where you can see the streets there are starting to flood. This is exactly what we expected, certainly down in that area. Sanibel Island, very famous vacation spot, especially for people who like to go looking for shells on the beach. Certainly not going to be doing that the next couple of days, but I know a lot of folks are probably going to head out there probably sometime on Friday, starting to look for some of those shells that may have washed up, because this is certainly going to provide perfect conditions for bringing a lot of stuff on shore that we normally would not see otherwise.
I mean, take a look at this live shot, though, because you see almost, it looks like a street sign or something in the upper corner there, and that's just how high the water is already, which is pretty incredible to see.
It is. Our Stassi Almos is live for us at Ben T. Davis Beach in Hillsborough County. Stassi, how are the conditions near you? Did we lose her?
And if you see those cranes, every time you're driving over the Howard Franklin, you see the construction of the expanding project. So they move those cranes off of the bridge, and they're just kind of stationed right now in the bay. But if we pan out and show you the bay right now, that the bay that everybody's talking about, the hurricane taking a lot of Tampa Bay's water out to the Gulf, kind of sucking it all up. That's exactly what you're looking at. Right now, this is the bay that's normally, filled with water. It is low tide, but this is extremely low. People are actually coming out, parking their cars on Ben T. Davis Beach and walking in Tampa Bay. Now, authorities have said that is not safe because at any point this water could rise again, and you don't want to be stuck out there. But it's just kind of an incredible view right now. Sometimes you can see the bridge off in the distance, and then it'll get a little bit hazy and you can't see. Same exact thing with Courtney Campbell. The good thing is that the water is low, so we're not seeing that storm surge that we were concerned about earlier. And if you pan back over here, you can see it's kind of not blowing me away, but it has picked up about 7 miles per hour since about an hour ago. It was at about 20 miles per hour. Now we're seeing closer to 27. So we are expecting some of those bands, it's picking up, coming in. You feel the rain, you feel the wind. But as of right now, it's pretty calm here in Tampa, and this is good. This is what we want to see. Of course, we're going to stay out here as long as it's safe, and if it does not, get bad, we'll keep these updates coming. For now, we'll send it back to you guys. Reporting live, Stassi Olmos, ABC Action News.
All right, Stassi, thank you. And as you're seeing there, the bay is starting to kind of get sucked out a little bit. It's going to be coming back at some point. This is what we saw during Irma. And then it's not just in the bay. A lot of the canals and the rivers that feed into the bay throughout the entire Bay Area, they're starting to see their water levels drop as well. So,
an important thing to note there, it's happening on Bayshore Boulevard. If you take a walk out that area, that part of the bay is also being pulled out, and authorities really reiterating, do not go out into that area. The water is eventually going to come back in, and you don't want to get stuck in that.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see. We continue our team coverage now of Hurricane Ian.
We want to check in with Anthony Hill. He's in Apollo Beach, where the winds seem to be picking up there.
Hey guys, I'm in Apollo Beach, where you can see obviously it is raining. It's quite windy, but what we have been noticing is that the intensity in which it rains and the wind blows changes. 1 minute, it's raining lightly and this light wind, and then the next minute, we have winds like this, how it's picking up, and then the rain will be coming in different directions. And that's essentially what we're seeing across the Bay Area. We have seen some people who are curious, who came here, who went out onto this beach right here. Actually, to be honest with you, it's not a beach. Normally, this is a dock. And so normally the water can be seen all the way up to the rocks right here. The water has receded quite a ways out, several yards. I want to show you a boat out there just for a little bit of context. To your right, Bernie, there's a boat right there. And so, normally that boat should be able to be lowered down into the water and be able to float. That owner of that boat wouldn't be able to lower that boat if they wanted to. And so that gives you a little bit of context as to how far the water has receded, and that's why we're telling people to stay indoors, especially, we understand that you may be curious. Listen, I'm a boy from the Bronx. We don't receive weather like this exactly, so it is very interesting. But Dennis has been doing this for 107 years. If he's saying to stay home, that is exactly what you want to do. Allow us to be your eyes and ears out here as we continue to report on this storm throughout the day. And we will stay here and continue to give you updates throughout the day right here in Apollo Beach, but we want you guys to stay safe. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Anthony, he actually agreed on that total.
108.
106?
106?
106. Okay, we just verified that. All right, we want to continue our team coverage right now in the Riverview area. Dennis is standing by here, but we're going to go to our Sarah Hollenbeck. She's live near the Alafaya River.
Yeah, she's been out there pretty much for the past several hours now. Sarah, what are you seeing?
The wind is getting super nasty out here. In fact, we've watched as it's picked up a couple trash cans and thrown them this way. But take a look, the visibility is a lot lower than the last time you guys saw us too. It's a little hard to even make out those boats in the distance, but in this area of the Alafaya River, we've really watched as the water has been sucked out of this area, which leads to the Hillsborough Bay. There have been quite a few folks out here, and even they get out of their car and they're like, let's get out of here. It's getting really, really windy. But those gusts have been picking up and really starting to blow things around this park, as we're seeing right now. And I don't know when that water is going to return back to this area in the Alafaya River, but it seems like more and more water is being pushed out of this area by the moment. We will, of course, continue to keep you posted as the winds pick up out here in Riverview. Sarah Hollenbeck, ABC Action News.
So, Sarah,
we're going to take a little bit of time now. We've been showing you a lot of what's going on condition-wise, but I think what we need to do is focus right now on what our local viewers can expect over the next 6 to 12 hours, because there's a lot of folks that have not really started seeing the bulk of this yet, and that is going to happen eventually. But I'll be very clear about this. Those northern counties are not going to see the kind of impact that they would have seen if this storm had been more to the north and to the west. And that includes Pinellas County as well, and it includes the western half of Hillsborough County. So I know the message, and we need to repeat this message. We are by no means out of the woods with a track like this, but it is also going to be far, far worse to our south and also to our southeast, including Polk County, than it will be across the metro area and back to the northwest. And I just don't think surge is going to be an issue for this next high tide. Tomorrow's high tide, there's a better chance as the winds then come onshore. So there is the eye. Remember, the landfalling hurricane is when the center of the eye passes over land, and that's still a couple of hours away. Still, though, this is worst case scenario that a storm is intensifying as it approaches land. I mean, it's just the last thing that we wanted. And Jason said it a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this may go back to be one of the record books. Greg and I were talking, we were trying to remember on the west coast of Florida. We're not talking the Panhandle because obviously Michael, and they've had plenty of Cat 5 hurricanes. But think of the ones on the west coast of Florida from Wilma. You know, was one of the strongest hurricanes ever to form, but it weakened a little bit before hitting Naples. So this is truly, unfortunately, the last record you want to hold down across southern sections of the state, one of the strongest hurricanes that has ever hit this area. Now, the purple color is an extreme wind warning, all right? That means winds are about 100 miles an hour in this spot. There's your eye. There's your eye wall. There's your west eye wall. The northeast part of a hurricane right there is where the surge is the highest, and it's also where the wind will be the highest. So you see right now, obviously, winds of 100 to 150 miles an hour. Now, when you see that number of 155, I'm telling you that is an extremely small part of the storm. Most of these winds, and Michael kind of referenced this a little while ago, are probably about 100 to 110 miles an hour sustained. There will be some gusts higher than that. But the small area right there is our biggest concern. All right. So let's go ahead and go over warnings, and then we're going to go county by county and talk about the latest wind projections for your areas. Because water, we know rain's on the way. It varies wildly between maybe 6 and 12 inches over a period of time. But the wind is what a lot of folks are most concerned about. I mean, we've talked a lot about surge, but surge only impacts people who live on the water. If you don't live on the water, and most of us don't, you are going to be seeing the impacts by far more from wind than anything else. So as this moves onshore, the winds are still offshore north of it. So in other words, the winds are blowing out into the Gulf. So you're not going to have as large of a surge at all. As a matter of fact, Tampa Bay itself has been draining all day up to low tide, close to the levels that it had with Irma. So as long as the winds are blowing offshore, the bay will drain. We will not see surge. The winds do not change onshore until the storm reaches your east-west line wherever you live, okay? So the latitude, east to west line, once this storm passes you, then the winds will start to veer out of a more north, eventually northwest, and then westerly direction. Here's the good news. By the time that happens for the Bay Area, this thing's going to be on the East Coast and a lot weaker. So, yes, there will be a rise in water to the north, but I just don't think that is the major issue, especially with an offshore flow. Now, on the downside, high tide tomorrow, I think there's more of an opportunity for a water rise than today at high tide, which give or take is between about 4 and 6 o'clock, depending on the location. All right, so winds. Last hour, Venice gusting to 71. Sarasota 67, Mayaca City 65, and Bradenton 72. All right, we are going to go to Governor DeSantis right now for the latest information, and then we'll come back with our local.
Feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in Southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in Southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of Southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is past and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all downed power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and we'll request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding. We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go, and additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall.
Do you feel puzzled why trades often turn against you as soon as you buy a stock? It is not.
Now to Kerry Sanders. He's south of me in Punta Gorda, Florida. Kerry?
Well, Lester, the winds are really picking up now. I'm standing at where the Peace River and Charlotte Harbor connect, and you can see it's heading south right now. The water is being pulled out by the hurricane before the storm surge will return, depending on the movement of the eye into this area. Just to give you an idea of the power of the wind, you can see some of the boats there, one back there already on its keel over. It may even be on the bottom. There are downed tree limbs throughout Punta Gorda. The wind is, as I said, picking up. I'm just going to give you a moment to listen to hear what the power sounds like right now. Here we go. So, Lester, for every person who is hunkered down in their home right now, as this hurricane is arriving in this location, that's what they're seeing, or that's what they're hearing. They may not be seeing this because they may have shutters down, and that sound can be so eerie. This wind will pick up even more shortly, at which point I will have to retreat to a safer place, because with debris flying around, I mean, a coconut could hit me in the head, and that would be the end of it. So we're very cautious about being in winds where the wind is strong but not too strong. But I think the visual here with the Peace River and the water rushing out gives you an idea of what is on the way here as that storm surge, if it does come here, even if it's, well, let's see. If it's that 12, 14 foot, maybe 17 foot storm surge, it'll certainly be well over where I am. I'm just trying to calculate the 5 feet or so where it's already dropped down, but that's going to come right back on in. Lester, the emergency management officials here in Charlotte County say that there were people who decided to stay behind. They should have evacuated. Of course, it's now too late for them to evacuate. And so at this point, they're just hoping that they're using the best precautions inside their homes that they can think about. Because with the winds that are coming, there will be houses that get literally crushed by the winds. And the best place, if somebody is wondering right now where to be, is generally in the bathroom where there are no windows, a center room. And it's not uncommon for people to take a mattress, get into the bathtub, put the mattress over their head. Lester, I'm going to probably move out of this area in a couple minutes here because the wind is indeed picking up. You can see it pushing me around a little bit.
Yeah, I understand, Kerry, and folks should know that we do our best here to find semi-sheltered areas. I'm standing in one of them, 6 feet the other way, not so sheltered, but we're all doing the best we can to tell you this story in as safe a manner as we can. I want to go to Morgan Chesky right now. He's been following all this near Tampa. What are you seeing, Morgan, as these bands begin to hit us a little harder?
Yeah, Lester, this situation just continues to deteriorate here with the wind picking up, the rain picking up, and there is a message from the mayor of Tampa. We are not out of the woods, and if you have left, do not try and come back. It is too late at this point in time as the storm bears down on that coast where you are before turning and making its way to where we are in Tampa, just about 2 miles off of Tampa Bay right now, Lester. But we're going to be seeing an incredible amount of rain here by nightfall. That is when we're expecting to feel those conditions get tropical storm force winds, 70, 80 miles an hour, more than enough to potentially knock down power lines. The mayor of Tampa earlier today saying expect power outages, expect flooding, and expect damage in the days ahead. This flooding event, called a high-risk flooding situation over the next 48 hours, because it's supposed to drop 12 to 24 inches of rain. 2 feet of rain in that small a time frame could prove disastrous for these low-lying areas. The officials here in Tampa reminding everyone that it only takes 6 inches of water in some cases to lift a car off the road. That's why they're urging everyone to shelter in place. Do not try to drive through this storm at this point in time. They say that once the winds pick up, of course, emergency officials will not be able to rescue. They're going to be sheltering as well. And they did let everyone know that there is still room available at shelters here in the Tampa metropolitan area right now. But I do have to tell you, the window of time to get there without traveling in treacherous conditions is closing as the wind picks up, and we're already seeing rain start to fall heavier in the Tampa area. Lester?
Morgan Chesky, all right, thank you. We're here in Bradenton, Florida. We have power right where we are right now, but parts of the city are without, many places running on generators. The mayor of Bradenton joins me now. How is the city doing right now as these winds begin to pick up?
Well, obviously, everyone's hunkered down in the shelters that we've got. We're at our EOC here on 59th Street, and one of the things that we're doing basically is just waiting until the storm's over now, so our first in teams can get out and assess the damage. But again, if anybody's out there listening, please stay where you're at and hunker down and get in the middle of your house and be safe, because we are going to have some high winds, and obviously flooding is going to come as this continues on.
Mayor, your city, many others, of course, have been preparing for this, arguably for years, but certainly over the last several days. Still, have you been stunned by the intensity of the storm as it approaches near Category 5 strength? Were you expecting that?
I don't think anybody expected that at this point. And obviously, the way the shift has gone over the last few days, it's hitting our friends from the south. But when you looked at it, I think our citizens took it a little more seriously after thinking about Charlie. And as we know, Charlie, the whole size of that storm would fit in the eye of Ian. So we're seeing so much more widespread damage, and that's what we got to be worried about. And again, property we can fix, lives we can't. So please, everyone out there, take precaution and be safe.
All right, Mayor Brown, thank you for talking to us. Ali Velshi is in Naples, where streets are already filling up with water. We've seen some of that video. There it is on the right side of your screen. Ali, describe the scene for us.
Yeah, we're in Naples, so we're far south of where the worst of the storm is going to come in, and we're not hitting high tide until 3 o'clock. So Randy's going to just show you what the Gulf of Mexico looks like. We're still a couple hours away from high tide and more of the input from this storm. So it's going to get worse than this. Randy's going to tilt down now and show you the river that is in front of us. This river is the parking lot of the hotel that we're staying at, and you can see, you saw these images a little bit earlier, and you heard Bill Cairns talking about 6 inches can float a car. We're at 3 feet, probably 3 or 4 feet, and we're getting to 6 feet here. Take a look at all these cars that have now moved around. By the way, our cars are mixed into this as well. So there is no ability to get out right now. If you are on the road, you have to not be out. You've got to be inside your house. As the mayor just said, as you were just talking to him, stay in the center of your house. There's not only higher winds coming, we're nowhere close to where the winds are going to be. We're nowhere close to where the water level is going to be in this storm. And there are tornado warnings, and there have been 9 tornadoes reported so far. So there's a lot of risk out here, Lester. Right now, there's debris. We see it in the water below us. Lots of debris floating in and out. I've already lost one microphone transmitter to the Gulf of Mexico earlier this day. So this is what we're looking at. And I guess I'm trying to emphasize the fact that this is not even a quarter of the storm surge that we're going to see in places like Sanibel Island and places north of where I am. This is not even a fraction of the wind that we're going to see. We're going to see 155 miles an hour, not here in Naples, but north of us. And we are hearing reports that there may be gusts up to 200 miles an hour. You've seen a lot of this, Lester, in your time in reporting hurricanes, but that is a lot of wind. That is the kind of stuff that causes catastrophic damage, in addition to all this water that we're seeing right now.
Allie, as we watch your video here, I mean, this is such a great illustration of what storm surge is, because some of those angles, we're literally seeing the surge. It pushes, it backs off a little bit, it pushes again, and it happens so rapidly. And I'm looking at this thinking, I hope no one is trying to ride this out in a basement right now.
Oh, no. Or a first floor. I mean, we're on a second floor here, Lester, and I'll just give you we'll look over there, Randy, to those places across the on the other side. Those are carports, right? So the carports are now almost entirely filled up. So you're looking at 8 to 10 feet. So there may be a storm surge of 4 feet or 6 feet here in Naples, but depending on how low lying your particular property is, you're well you're well below that. If you look over there to the end of the driveway, that's the street in front of us. There's sort of a yellow building there. That's opposite. That's the other side of the street. Look at the cars that are in the middle of the road. There's nowhere to go. Randy, look right down here. There's debris that's floating around. That stuff ends up hitting vehicles or hitting you. So if you're on the first floor, you got to be really careful about this. We've got a second floor. We've actually got the ability to go to the fourth floor in this property that we're in. But it's the debris. It's the stuff that's flying around. And again, something you know that people don't think about when you're not in one of these things, the concept of a tornado within a hurricane where you do not have great visibility and you cannot see things flying toward you like trees or planks. This is really, really dangerous and serious. We've come to think that these things are not that serious. They really are. And this surge, again, this is not the worst of it. We're going to be looking at this for hours to come, and it's going to get more serious and more forceful. Lester?
Allie, thank you for that reporting. We'll get you guys out of there at some point, but it looks like you're safe right now. But certainly what we see below you is what a lot of communities are fearing right now as the storm makes its way onshore. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just briefed on the increasingly dangerous situation. Here's a bit of what he had to say just a short time ago.
Hurricane Ian is now making landfall in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in Southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis giving an update on the state's response as this storm makes its way to shore. I want to bring in Cape Coral Mayor John Gunter, where the eye wall is about to hit. Can you tell us what you're seeing and feeling there, Mayor?
Yes, I was outside about an hour and a half ago. We had severe winds in, and it's only increasing, by the minute. Like you had mentioned, the eye wall is getting ready to hit landfall, and we'll be experiencing those severe winds. So we're monitoring this catastrophic storm very closely.
I don't know if you were able to see the pictures we shared a while ago here of Naples and the flooding right now. They're getting a significant storm surge up the streets there. Are you experiencing a flooding problem where you are?
Yes, we've seen over the last couple hours that increasing. We know that, we're in an area that we're expecting anywhere from 10 to 18 feet of storm surge. So that's very concerning, not only for the wind, but that is a very a concern that we have, because of life safety. And that's one thing that we are monitoring very closely.
The speed of this a little quicker than we may have anticipated, which is obviously some good news. Do you think you'll be able to start effecting rescues, perhaps even before the evening is out?
Well, what we're doing now is keeping an eye on the storm. Once these sustained winds get below 45 mile an hour, we will activate our public safety, our police and fire, who are basically stationed in place right now. And we're just weathering the storm like many other cities. We asked our residents to do the same thing, shelter in place, go to the interior of the home, stay away from windows. One of the concerns that we have is our evacuation shelters. We're only at about 10% capacity, so that's very concerning for us. So with the storm surge that we expect in later this evening, we are, monitoring very closely because that is a big concern for us.
Do you have an idea where people who didn't evacuate are? Is there a registry, or is there a way you can reach out to them as soon as it's safe?
No, we do not have any type of registry. I do know that some of residents that I've talked to went over to the East Coast of Florida. So we're hoping that a majority of our residents, heeded our warnings to evacuate. We've been telling them that since yesterday and advising them to get out of the city because, we knew this was a catastrophic storm and they needed to take it very seriously.
Do you have what you need, Mayor, for a recovery?
Well, as soon as the storm subsides, we will get our action teams out there to do an assessment to see exactly the magnitude of the damage. We prepare and train for this event each and every year, but a Category 4 or 5 hurricane is something that's unprecedented. So we've reached out to some state and federal authorities already. So we're prepared and ready to go out and assess the situation, make sure we get our police and fire back out into the community to answer any priority calls that we may have or that are on hold as of right now.
All right, Mayor Gunter, thank you much. We're going to end our special report for now. We'll come back as news warrants for many stations in the East and Central time zones.
News is happening, now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back from here in Southwest Florida watching Category 4 Hurricane Ian rapidly approach landfall that could come within 2 hours. But right now, it's not just the wind, but the water that is simply shocking. In just the last couple of hours, that storm surge filling up cities, the potentially deadly, record-shattering rainfall stalling across the southwest coast. The water is getting so high that first responders will not be able to help anyone who stayed behind. And just moments ago, Florida's governor warned it is only getting worse. Let's go to Steve Patterson right now. He's in St. Petersburg, Florida, to update the situation there. Steve?
Lester, it is only getting worse, and it's not anywhere close to the worst part of this storm, especially in this area. Over the next few hours, the rain will increase, the wind will increase, but it's already slamming into us right now. Wind gusts that we felt, tropical force at least, possibly hurricane force, so bad that I'm having to brace my knees. This is St. Pete's Pier, so the bay is behind me. You can see it, low tide right now. Won't be high tide for another few hours. When that happens is when things get truly dangerous. When this storm moves in, makes landfall, settles over this area, and then moves at a crawl, spreading rain across the entire bay and possibly flooding. Catastrophic flooding in this area with the amount of rainfall that is expected, not only today, but possibly over the next few days. That's the truly dangerous part. That's the part that we're worried about with utilities. That's the part that they're worried about with the sewage. That's the part that they're worried about with low-lying areas and all the real estate that has been built up along Tampa Bay. That is what is so dangerous. In the meantime, the wind and the rain is still picking up. Since I last spoke to you, I think it's picked up a few more miles per hour. This is something that has now been consistent. It first came in at bands, and now it is sustained winds, sustained rain, and we can expect a whole lot more of this as the night moves on. Remember, this is nowhere near the brunt of the storm, nowhere near the eye of the storm, nowhere near where landfall is going to be made. We are a few miles north of that, but just in those outer bands, and what we're seeing already now, this is expected to be devastating even in this area. Lester.
All right, Steve Patterson, thank you. Let me go right to Kerry Sanders. He's south of me in Punta Gorda, Florida. I know things were getting worse last time we checked in with you, Kerry. What are they looking like right now?
Lester, the rain is pelting, the wind is blowing, and I think the remarkable example of Mother Nature's power here is that I'm right now at Charlotte Harbor Marina, and almost all of the water here has been sucked out of the marina. And as we sort of turn the camera over this direction here, you can see the wind that is blowing. That's blowing south. Remember, this is the counterclockwise nature of the hurricane. We're not going to go too far out here because clearly we don't want to get ourselves into a situation where it could be dangerous. But this is sort of the opposite of the storm surge, where the water is all being pulled out. In fact, you can see right down here, all the water from the Peace River here in Charlotte Harbor gone. Look up there at the boats. Some of the boats there are leaning on their keels because they're already...
Watch this. I can show you how to get the biggest discounts online when you shop at major retailers.
You know, the trees continue to pile up here where Brett Adair is near Port Charlotte, and the winds are obviously getting a whole lot more intense there. So we're going to look at all these guys, and I'm going to reach out to Chris Hall. It's been a while since we've heard from him, but he's near Brandon, so we know he's safe. Hey, Chris, just wanted to get an update from you. I know you're all right. You're near Brandon, but we haven't seen a live feed from you in a second. Is everything all right with your equipment and everything? So that's Chris Hall. We're going to keep him updated on everything, just in case. One of the things that I like to do with our storm chasers is not only have them help us by relaying information to us, but help them in situations where maybe they lose cell phone data and they can't look at radar or something like that. So anytime they need that, I encourage them to reach out to me, and we will help them out with that. But I haven't seen a feed from him in a second. Michael Robinson just sent this in. He says, we've even got you up on the big screen in the Best Buy in Indiana. Well, that's one way of making sure that we get the message out there far and wide. Indiana is not going to see the impacts from Hurricane Ian like we're seeing over here near Fort Myers, but Indiana will probably see some impacts from Hurricane Ian in the form of cloud cover, temperature changes, and rain. In fact, a lot of people all up and down the East Coast are going to feel Ian as it moves up the coast, and some worse than others. There's actually hurricane warnings on the eastern side of Florida, and there is a hurricane watch that goes all the way up the southeastern coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So it's important that we talk about that more as we go later into the day as well. Here's an update from one of the hurricane hunters, directly from one of the hurricane hunters, Nick Underwood. And this is from an earlier mission. This is a picture out of the cockpit, I'm assuming. But he says, I have flown storms for the last 6 years. This flight into Hurricane Ian on Kermit was the worst I've ever been on. I've never seen so much lightning in an eye. This was the eye. You can see the curvature. Understand this is at night. This is the light from at night. Wow, that's crazy. So that's directly from Tropical Nick Underwood, which is one of the Hurricane Hunter pilots. Been doing that for 6 years. Is the worst one he's been in. Wow. Well, whoever is doing this, Chelsea, thank you so much for doing this and keeping up with this. Obviously, I'm not having time to shout everybody out, but she's taking screenshots of everybody's generosity here. And I promise at some point I'll go back and read these off and make sure everybody gets a shout out for the helping out with the channel and allowing us to continue to provide free weather coverage here on YouTube. I appreciate y'all. Captiva Island. My bad. I know I'm butchering some of the names, y'all. See here. It's been a while since we've heard from Brad Arnold's. Hey, Brad. Just once again making the rounds, looking for an update. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you thinking? Oh, here's some more storm surge from Bonita Springs.
Hey Ryan, we are still in Punta Gorda on the Charlotte Harbor. We're waiting on the storm surge to come in, man, and it for whatever reason the wind direction is still coming more. I mean, it's almost neutral. It's not offshore or onshore. I guess we're in the process of the wind direction switching, but big time jump in wind velocity. We're probably seeing Category 1, maybe Category 2 winds right now. We're in the we're in the outer eye wall, and it's only going to go downhill from here. I don't know if you guys can tell. I can zoom out on my live stream just a little bit. You can tell the difference in the cloud colors. You see the bright right there, and then you see the really dark. The dark is the actual eye wall that's going to have the 130 to 150 mile per hour winds. We're going to play around in it until we feel like it's not safe, and then we're going to get the heck out of here and go to the parking deck. Right now, we're okay.
All right, so that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. And man, did you guys hear that eerie roar in the background during that update from him? Did you guys hear that, or is that just me? You could literally hear the kind of distant roar of the winds there through the microphone as Storm Chaser Brad Arnold gives us a final update, I believe, before they really get into the thick of things. And I'm telling you, this has been the slowest moving hurricane I've ever seen, which is not good. It's the longer this thing stays over water and the longer the eye wall stays over these communities, the worse off it's going to be. But here is the deal. Brandon Kopic, Brad Arnold, all of our storm chasers pretty much are right here. This is the eye wall that he was talking about. Okay. When they get under that, things are going to go south very fast. And that's what we're starting to see here through some of our storm chaser feeds right now. We're going to keep them up for you. And we're going to try our best to maintain connection with them. Brandon, just to confirm, Chris Hall's still with you, right? He's still behind you. I haven't got a feed from him, and I haven't heard from him in a little bit. Monster.
Yeah, Chris Hall is right next to me. He's with me. He is I think we got different service providers, but he's with me. He's safe.
Okay. All right. So Chris Hall's good, y'all. Chris Hall's good. And we'll get him back shortly, I'm sure. Let's see here. We got an update from Chris, by the way, that says that the bank that they're near, parts of the roof are coming off there in Port Charlotte. Winds are really starting to ramp up, and the storm surge is also starting to get a lot more intense, especially in places in and around Bonita. Let's see here. Yeah, Bonita Beach, Florida. Look at this. This guy's going out here and he's saving a cat. Obviously, that's important. We are glad this guy's a hero for doing that. But just look at how fast the water is coming in. There's a chance that if somebody attempts something like this, that's going to raise enough by the time it's time to come out to not be able to walk in. But anyways, this is a view from Bonita Beach, Florida, of a guy rescuing a cat as the storm surge comes in slowly but surely. We're going to see a similar view here in some of the harbor locations. Depending on the exact trajectory of the storm, obviously the wind direction change hasn't taken place yet, so we're not seeing that much storm surge in a lot of the areas near Port Charlotte. But I believe that that's going to change unless the storm just keeps barreling east. But I believe we're starting to see a little bit more of that northerly turn now as we watch that the radar imagery move forward. Lots of video and information coming in on Twitter, so I'm trying to filter through that. Figure out what I should, what we need to relay and what we don't. At this point, I think there's so many people watching. There's so much stuff coming in. It's hard to filter through myself. But I do appreciate you guys. For all the help. We're doing this together. I should have, when I first made the channel, I called it Ryan Hall Y'all. Should just called it Y'all, because this is seriously the biggest coordination effort between a massive group of people as I've ever seen. I'm just at the head of it, compiling the information and then hopefully relaying it in a way that's easily understood. You guys are helping me out a lot here. Here is an update from Chris FL Tornado, who is with Reed Timmer, and this is the sunken Dominator 4, who's unfortunately halfway underwater, definitely unsalvageable at this point. And this is I think their only other vehicle that they have. Hopefully that one doesn't go as well, as they definitely going to be stranded if that continues to rise. Switch to the Tampa radar. Finally got it to load. Looks a little bit better here, and you can see much more clearly where the most intense parts of the storm are. And one of those really intense parts of the storm is getting ready to hit places near where our storm chasers are. Just had a crazy glitch on Vince Welty's stream. Not sure what's happening there, but let me see if I can get somebody on that. Frank, if you could pull up the regular Vince browser source and instead of the one that we're using, and see if it's any better. Winds are also picking up pretty good where Bryce Shelton is. It looks like he's in front of a mall or something. Oops. Looks like he was in front of a mall or something. Looks like we're refreshing those feeds now. So we'll come back to those right here in a second. And we'll take a look at all of the different cameras that we're getting in from our storm chasers. And then, of course, I do want to kind of go over some of this imagery that we're getting in through Twitter as well. Here's another update from Nick Underwood, who's currently on another mission. This is the Hurricane Hunters. When I say this was the roughest flight of my career so far, I mean it. I have never seen the bunks come out like that. There was coffee everywhere. So there you go. That's from inside of the plane that goes into the hurricanes there. It's pretty nuts.
Oh, there goes the signs. There goes the beds. Holy cow.
Andy, you got any short updates for us about what's going on out there?
About what's going on out there? Nope, Ryan, your best eyes are the storm chasers. I don't have any better updates than they do.
All right. Thank you. So I'm just guys, give me just a second here. I'm updating something on the back end, and it's requiring a little bit more of my mind than I can do. I can't do that and talk at the same time, pretty much.
I'm happy to fill in though.
Yeah, go ahead if you don't care.
Yeah, so people are asking if Chris Hall is your brother, and no, there is no relation between Ryan Hall and Chris Hall, but good observation. I'm Andy Hill, so I'm very close as well, but again, no relation. We need some lightheartedness, in the midst of this, just so we can stay on top of this and not be too grim here while doing our best possible coverage for y'all. There have been a lot of great questions on Twitter, by the way. Thank you for all of those. I'm doing my best to respond to every single one of them that I possibly can. I appreciate you all. Some good questions are actually where the most intense winds are in the hurricane, like along in the eye wall. Where can you expect the most intense winds? And actually in this case, in Hurricane Ian, the most intense winds will be on the eastern side and the northeastern side predominantly, as you can expect winds at the surface to be a combination of the storm moving, so that's translational wind, and also rotating around the eye wall. So translational wind and rotational wind together mean that the winds actually travel faster on the east side as it moves north, and a little bit slower on the west side. So that's a great question I received on Twitter. Hopefully that helps visualize it a little bit better for those of you who can. Visualizing these things is actually pretty difficult. It's one of the hardest things to do when you're studying meteorology and you're in the midst of an event like this.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Just got a whole lot of information coming in here, and it's hard to compile it all and relay it, but we're doing it. We're getting through it here. And here's some more updates coming out of Naples. It seems to be like from Fort Myers Point south to Naples. That seems to be the area that's getting the most, severe impacts from the storm surge right now. I mean, this is significant flooding going on here in Naples. We've got an update here from the Naples Police Department that says the city of Naples has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of the city of Naples. So that's going to go into effect immediately. The curfew is going to also be in effect until further notice. So I'm going to retweet that just in case anybody's in that area that wants to see that information a little bit more in detail. I got other updates for you too. I really want to kind of remind you, I want to throw this reminder out here periodically that we're not only watching the hurricane make landfall, okay? We are also looking at a tornado situation up there in Central Florida. And last night we were live while several tornadoes touched down in and around the Delray Beach area. And this is some of the damage from that. So a lot of times, in a tropical system, we see tornadoes, but sometimes they're not very strong. Sometimes they're weak and brief. This was a strong tornado last night, and more images like this will be possible all the way up the peninsula of Florida as we go into the evening tonight. So I just want to make sure that is known as we go forward. Let's see, what else do we have? Another just really dramatic time lapse of the storm surge as it rose near Sanibel Island. I don't know. This was obviously up until just a few moments ago. I don't know if it started to recede. I don't know if it's still going up, but obviously we have lost a lot of the internet communications abilities that we usually use to get access to these things. So it looks like it's rising there. And then whenever this ends, it's who knows, look at this. So the farther in we go, obviously the winds are taking down the camera. And then the last couple of frames, we're actually pointing down towards the water, and it looks like it's still rising. So that once again, a look from Sanibel Island, which is an area that's currently receiving some of the worst impacts as far as storm surge goes. So unfortunately, that's happening there. We're going to see similar scenes in Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, and then possibly even up there towards Punta Gorda and the South Punta Gorda Heights. So we're going to watch that closely, but still this thing's moving incredibly slow, and that's going to continue to be the case down there for a while. Here is a composite radar imagery of the entire U.S. right now. And as Jared says here, it's very eerie. There's literally nothing going on across the states except for this massive hurricane down there in Florida, which you can see very clearly in our composite radar imagery. So that is one of the more interesting things that we've seen here from this hurricane. And of course, another view of Hurricane Ian's surge in Naples, which we've seen a lot of videos like this, but I think it's important to show it because this is going farther inland than I think what a lot of people thought it would. We've got people's vehicles out there that are submerged in water. That tells me more than likely that they thought, oh, well, the water will probably stop over there where it normally does, and we're all right. But that's just not the case in a situation like this, y'all. Going back to look at some of our Storm Chaser feeds. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's riding the edge of that eye wall. It's getting ready to overtake his location. But he's still in, for the most part, an all right spot for not seeing too much in the way of damage, thankfully. Lots of trees down, though. A whole lot of trees down. Obviously, there have been gusts well in excess of 70, 80 miles an hour. But right now, it looks like the sustained winds, for the most part, are not incredibly high. Okay, let's see here. Frank, if you could switch it back, I'm sorry. I don't know what's up with the crop on that, but unless you think you can fix it, we can just switch it back to the other one for Vince. All right, anyways, What we are looking at right now is a live view from Brad Arnold, who's in Punta Gorda. Literally just a couple miles to the south, we've got Vince Welty, who has a very different view of the situation because he's getting closer to that inner eye wall. And as soon as we get the cameras back up, I'll pull that up and show you. But just really crazy how much just a couple miles of differences making here with these guys as far as the impacts that they're receiving. Here's a new QPF outlook for the next 7 days. You can see that the impact that Hurricane Ian is going to have on the entire East Coast is mostly going to impact these places in forms of rain. So everywhere in the red and orange could see more than 2 or 3 inches of rain over the next seven days. Obviously, there's some areas that are going to see much more than that, potentially more than 10 inches of rain in a very short period of time. It's not even going to take 7 days. And that's going to happen across a lot of the East Coast. And that's going to be the main impact that most people feel from this storm. It's going to be the rainfall. The winds aren't going to be as big of a deal once it gets up in there to North Carolina, Virginia, and eventually up into the northeast coast. Looks like Bryce Shelton once again is right in the thick of this. I'm going to take a quick second and play around with something. Andy, if you could take it for just 1 second. I've got to fix one of these cameras, because Vince is getting ready to take a direct hit from the eye wall here, and I want to make sure we can pull to that.
Yeah, I got you, Ryan. I have a good pertinent information. A lot of people have seen the satellite and seeing this big storm off the east coast of Florida. So a lot of people are asking me about that. That is a separate storm. That is just your regular garden variety thunderstorm that's associated with the outer bands of Ian that are curving around the hurricane. That is not a tropical storm. Its primary risk that it holds is just a lot of rainfall. So anyone who's concerned about that, it's not a separate hurricane or tropical storm. It is just a storm associated with all the rainfall that is circling around Ian. Okay. So I've been getting a lot of questions about that. Hopefully that helps out. In addition to that, we've got a few questions that are actually a lot of questions that can be answered if you visit the National Hurricane Center's website and see the track for Ian, the times expected, the intensity expected along each time step. And possibly if you're looking for storm surge forecasts, you're able to click on Ian and then view the storm surge forecast on the National Hurricane Center's website. So a lot of questions like that can be answered just by opening up a new tab with that and keeping us on in the background while you're looking at it. So hopefully that helps. Make sure you guys we wouldn't be able to do a lot of this without the assistance of the National Weather Service offices and the National Hurricane Center providing amazing forecasts with all of the resources available to them. So shout outs to them. Thank them for helping keep us safe and giving us the life-saving information we need so that we can relay it to you and hopefully relay it to many hundreds of thousands beyond you if you guys are doing good stuff and telling more people about the stream and all of the information that's coming out so that we can save lives.
Awesome, Andy. Thank you. I think we got everything worked out. Once again, Vince Welty in the path of getting a direct hit from this eye wall, and things are going to get really nasty here where he is. Once again, a little bit farther south than the other guys who are also getting ready to be inside of the eye wall, but just Vince is going to get it first here. So we'll see some of the deteriorating conditions through his camera before we see it through theirs. So let's get an update from him if we can. Obviously, it's probably getting loud in his vehicle, so we might not hear anything back, but let's send something. Hey, Vince, we're live. We're seeing conditions are rapidly deteriorating there. We're just looking for an update from you. What's going on? What's your plan? And then we'll wait for that to come back from him. And it looks like we got Chris Hall's feedback as well. So we can see that he's following behind there.
Actually, the opposite. They're getting better now.
With Brad.
I'm sitting here at this fire department. It's sheltering me from the wind a little bit. And once it's passed, I don't really have a whole lot of a storm surge concern here. This is it's either county road or state road 765. a little bit higher in elevation. It's even been excluded from the storm surge maps, so I'm not worried about that. But I'm just going to wait here, and once that eye goes by, see if we can get into it or not. But I actually had to come south. I was farther south. I was probably about 7 or 8 miles south of Burnt Shore Marina, which is south of Punta Gorda on this road quite a ways. I was almost due east of Pine Island Center, and we had to abandon ship. It was pretty bad. So just going to wait here and see how things go, and try to keep stuff from coming inside of the car that shouldn't be inside the car.
All right. Sounds good. So that was an update from professional storm chaser Vince Welty. Another storm chaser that's out there that's really starting to get into the thick of things is Brett Adair, who's near Port Charlotte. Obviously, seeing a lot of debris on the road and stuff, but I can't. I feel like the people who have been watching for a while probably don't believe me at this point that the eye wall is approaching these guys, because I've been saying that it's almost to them for hours now. I guess I've been underestimating how slow this storm is going. It's creeping right up on them. The eye wall is almost there. I don't know how much longer it's going to take for it to get to them. But we unfortunately are going to see that the damage and some of the conditions here go even farther downhill than what we're seeing right now. And my goodness, look at that box truck. What in the world are they doing driving around? That is almost certainly going to get flipped over. I can bet money on that. So whoever's in there, my goodness, you need to park that thing soon, because an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust is all it's going to take, especially when you're bobbing and weaving around the daggone tree limbs like that. I don't know. That's definitely not a storm chaser. I don't know what in the world's going on there. But hopefully those whoever's operating that vehicle understands the very dangerous situation that's getting ready to unfold as things get worse and worse here. We're looking at major flooding at Diamond Head Beach Resort. Somebody said same day shipping. I don't think that's what it is. I don't think it's a delivery truck for mail or packages or something. But anyways,
a new tornado warning.
Ashley Graham, we'll go over that tornado warning right here in a second. But Ashley Graham has pictures here of major flooding at Diamond Head Beach Resort at Fort Myers. And it's absolutely devastating, as you see. My God. Oh, no, that's not good. That is definitely the most impactful and devastating picture I've seen so far. This is just, it looks like Fort Myers, at least so far, has seen the worst of this storm, as we now have multiple cars just floating through the city here. And this is at the Diamond Head Beach Resort, which is not necessarily in a place that would normally, obviously nobody normally sees this kind of storm surge, but it's a little bit farther back than what you would maybe think. So there's a look at the radar. There's a look at the eye as it's coming onto shore. We've got the latest information coming in from that mission number 29 into Ian. And I don't have anything definitive to say about that yet, but the hurricane hunters are flying around in there, and we're getting ready to get that final update before official landfall. It's coming in soon. Yeah, Fort Myers is experiencing a literal emergency right now, as I mean, just so many cars are underwater. I mean, look at this. This is somebody's taking a picture of a different outlet. I mean, all the streets are just filled with cars as the ocean is pouring into the streets in and around Fort Myers Beach. It still is it's still a possibility that we are going to see similar conditions to that up here near Port Charlotte, but it just depends on where the eye of the storm goes. If it continues going in the direction that it's going right now, yes, I think that we'll see similar storm surge situations as far north as that. But if it cuts east, I don't think that we will have to deal with that in those areas. But that's why we're here. We're going to keep you updated as time goes on. Things are definitely getting worse. The conditions are obviously getting worse up there. And we're going to continue to see that happen as we go forward. Here's another just incredible time lapse of the storm surge from Sanibel Island. From the moment there was no water over the road until I'm pretty sure the camera went out. So this is just incredible stuff here. My goodness. You know, even though this is sped up, you know that's still incredibly fast how quick that water came up there. And it's still coming up at this moment. As always, it seems like the letter I is pretty much always the most impactful kind of storms whenever it comes to these storms that make landfall in the U.S. Ian, Ivan, Ida, there's so many I-named storms. In fact, I think 11 out of all 60 of them that we've retired. Obviously, this one will be retired. Or they start with I. So anytime we get an I-named storm, there's something about them that just ends up being historic sometimes. Let's see here. Still looking through. I mean, there's so much, really bad, imagery coming in from Fort Myers. I'm trying to relay a lot of that information without showing too much.
Brian, you might want to keep an eye on mine and Chris's stream if this is back up. We're pointing at cranes and these things are wobbling like crazy. Hoping they don't go down, but these winds are getting intense over here. We're just near the water north of Punta Gorda on the Port Charlotte side.
All right. Thank you, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. Looks like those cranes are moving and wobbling there as some of the stronger wind gusts are starting to approach where Chris and Brandon are. Look at how fast those clouds are moving behind those cranes, guys. They're still not inside of the actual eye. They're not in the eye wall. They're not in the most intense part of the storm yet. What you're seeing, that rapid motion with the clouds behind the cranes, is actually the outer side of the eye wall.
Hey Ryan, this is Chris. Finally got the stream back up. Watch the stream. You can see the top of this construction site get shredded into.
So we're going to keep an eye on that as I continue to try to look for more updates on the Fort Myers and Naples situation. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable what's unfolding here. Looks like we got the latest 2 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and there have been no changes for the most part. Winds remain at 155 miles an hour with a pressure of 937 millibar. The hurricane warning and the storm surge warning for the entire area continue all the way through the central portion of Florida, but they've actually started discontinuing some of those for areas at the extreme southern extent back there towards Key West. So we are going to continue to watch this. Look at this. We've got debris flying off the top of this building near Port Charlotte as some of those more intense winds come through. This is a live look at Storm Chaser Chris Hall's vantage point there. And right next to the eye wall, I want to kind of show you guys a visual representation of where we are once again, so you understand how close these guys are to getting the brunt of the storm. Let's go back to radar. Everything inside of this red circle is where the most intense winds are, 130, 140, 155 miles an hour. And then right on the outside of that is Chris Hall and Brandon Kopic. They are literally right on the edge of it. So things should start deteriorating there pretty soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, lots of people ask about our current tornado warning, as that does include Indian River and Brevard County in Florida, Brevard, whichever pronunciation. That includes the county of Melbourne is in, but the tornado is in the far southwestern corner of that, to the northeast of Yeehaw Junction. And I believe, I can't really tell if it is on the ground or not. It's probable susceptible. or not susceptible, but it's probable that that tornado may be on the ground, hopefully not impacting anyone though in a rural area in the inland Indian River and Brevard County area.
Okay. Thank you so much, Andy. Tornado warning for Brevard and Indian River counties up there in Florida. Lots of rotation, but once again, not enough for us to be able to confirm that there's a tornado down. Storm does look pretty suspicious. You can see the hook there, and this is going to continue to go up towards Locacy and Kenansville. But the warning right now is just for Brevard and Indian River County. So if you're in that polygon or if you're in those counties, consider taking shelter right now as we come back to Chris Hall's just really captivating footage of a lot of debris just flying off of this building here near Port Charlotte as things are really starting to go downhill fast as the eye wall approaches them. And I've got, oh my God, there's an incredible video, a rare first person view of storm surge. Mike Bettis from the Weather Channel posted this on his Twitter. So I think this is like Weather Channel stuff. So I'm not going to show it just in case they try to copyright us. Or I don't know. I don't know who took this video. Hopefully it was a Weather Channel storm chaser because we don't want normal everyday people in situations like this. But if you guys want to see something absolutely horrendous that's associated with this storm, that is definitely it. That is one of the most intense videos from a hurricane I think I've ever seen. Once again, there's a camera 6 feet off the ground on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach, which is once again taking the worst of this storm, which is just a terrible situation. That's one of the more populated areas of the entire southwestern Florida zone, and it's taking the full force of Ian right now. And once again, I've got that on Twitter, and so does obviously Mike Bettis. We've got several storm chasers out there. We've got our Radar Omega, a Cyclone Port network that we're intermittently getting a connection to. One of those cameras at the El Jabin Bridge, I believe is how you say it, is really taking a beating right now. And I'll show you a time lapse from that right here in a second. But I went ahead and retweeted that if you guys want to look at it there. Here's a video from Brandon of that crane. Look at how much it's moving. You can see it a lot better here with the higher resolution. But the whole thing is moving back and forth. Thank goodness there's no crane operator inside of there right now. And it looks like officially the eye wall has overtaken Chris and Brandon's location. As you can see, the rain bands are starting to pick up. The wind is starting to pick up, and things are starting to look pretty bad here in the Punta Gorda area in Florida. So yeah, officially we have contact with the eye wall through a lot of our storm chasers, including Brett Adair, who is obviously seeing some really strong winds come through right now. All of these guys are somewhere between Northport and Punta Gorda, okay? So when we don't have their exact location, and obviously Port Charlotte, when we don't have their exact location pulled up due to connectivity issues, just know that that's around where they are. So winds are really picking up there. We can see that through Brett Adair's camera. We can see that through Storm Chaser Chris Hall's view of this building. And we obviously can see that through everybody else's as well. We've got another shot from Brad Arnold here of some really significant winds starting to pick up. So let's see if we can get an update from Chris, and we'll see. We'll go from there. Chris, it looks like things are getting a lot worse. Looks like things are going downhill fast there. Can you tell me what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're experiencing?
Definitely going downhill quick. You just hear the roars of the wind, Ryan. Probably maxing 50, 60, maybe even 70 plus. We're just sitting here watching these cranes and this construction site get absolutely shredded. You know, it's really weird to see the cranes moving as much as they are with no crane operator, but and you know, we're not even in the brunt of the storm, so we're going to sit here and see how this acts right here.
All right, thank you, Storm Chaser Chris Hall. Also, things going downhill near Brad Arnold. So let's get an update from him. Hey, Brad, we're watching, we're following along. Looks like things are starting to ramp up. If you got time, why don't you tell us the sights and sounds and tell us your experience, what's going on right now there where you are.
Hey, Ryan. Still no onshore flow, but so there's no surge yet, so we're going to stay out as long as possible. Getting winds probably close to 100 miles an hour right now. I would guess they're getting close to Category 2, pushing the car quite a bit. Had a little bit of debris hit the side of the car, but we're okay. We've seen a couple of people out here actually walking around like it's just a normal day out here with their cell phone filming things. Just regular civilians walking around. I'm just surprised with everything that's going on, with how much warning they've had that we're still having people that are walking around.
So that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Once again, apparently some people are outside, not 100% aware of what's getting ready to happen. I think that, the storm is coming, but it needs to hurry up, because if it doesn't, I think people are going to get too comfortable out here trying to walk around. It's inevitable at this point. It's going to hit. So we're just waiting to see what exactly happens here. We got an update from Radar Omega. This is a video, which is not loading for me. I'm still not getting, I'm having a lot of problems with that right now, but we'll pull to that here in a second. But we're going to leave up Brad Arnold's view of Punta Gorda, Florida, near Port Charlotte, as things are getting a lot worse. Once again, we're probably seeing 70, 80 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts over 100. Every once in a while, you'll see a 110, a 120 as we get closer to the center of this eye. And beyond that, we're even probably going to start seeing the storm surge move into this area at some point as well. It looks like a lot of the really intense storm surge, at least for the most part, is staying right now in the Fort Myers area. That's where that really incredibly strong southwest flow is moving the water onto land, and a lot of that directional water movement isn't kind of lining up correctly with the Port Charlotte area here, which is good news. It's good news. How long is that going to last? I don't know. But if the storm doesn't start moving in any direction anytime soon, Fort Myers is just in a really bad situation, as that storm surge water is just going to continue to inundate the area as time goes on. Currently 2:15 p.m. Eastern, and we are still awaiting for an official landfall announcement. But basically, the worst of Hurricane Ian is being felt right now in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and Fort Myers Beach. It's starting to be felt near the Burnt Store Marina and South Punta Gorda Heights. And within the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to start to see some of the really negative impacts being felt as far north as Punta Gorda, which is where a lot of our storm chasers are. And then, of course, Northport and Venice. And beyond that, it could be several hours from now, but even Arcadia, Florida, is going to be getting in on some of this really strong hurricane impacts as we go forward. Thank you once again, everybody, for sending me all of these updates on Twitter. I'm going to try to relay as much of this as possible. And the videos and pictures that I'm seeing right now coming out of Fort Myers it's a literal catastrophe. It really is. Lots of flooding is starting in Port St. Lucie and around Stewart. This is just from rain, but the conditions are continuing to deteriorate in Tampa as well, where we're starting to see those winds ramp up and the really heavy rain start to break into some of the some of the areas near Tampa, especially on the southern side, near the bay and of Sarasota. Sarasota County is shut down. They've actually completely shut down Sarasota. Even the emergency management officials are out of there. The police, ambulance, none of that is going to be working for the rest of the evening, at least until a further notice. Power outages are climbing as expected. We got 450,000 people without power now in Florida. That'll quickly surge over 500,000 here within the next little bit, and I do expect that a million, if not millions, of people will be without power by the time this is all said and done. A lot of people are asking for an update on Naples, and unfortunately, this is the first thing I've seen from Naples in a while. This is a look at a parking garage just a couple moments ago in Naples, Florida. Obviously, the surge is still rising, the flooding is still occurring, and this is all happening now in the Naples area. So the water is still rising down there, and I want to take a brief moment and kind of explain once again, just in case anybody doesn't understand what's going on. Why are some areas flooding? Why are some not yet? What's going on? Or what's happening? It's important to know that this is the center of Hurricane Ian. This is the eye, right? We've got counterclockwise flow around it. Everybody pretty much north of this axis is seeing an overall average airflow that points this way. It's going from the land out to sea, right? Everybody south of that, however, is seeing the opposite. We're going from sea to land. And a hurricane as big as Ian, it's carrying a lot of the sea onto the land, but only south of that line. When the directional winds are coming from the ocean onto land, that's where we are going to see the most significant surge. Right now, this hurricane is just dancing around, pretty much staying stationary, and that's why we're seeing the constant inundation of water in Fort Myers. Fort Myers is, by the way, right here. Fort Myers Beach, right here. It's not moving. So the longer this stays here, the more water that's going to be pushed into this area. But if it starts to go north, once again, remember this axis. If the overall storm moves north, that axis will move north, and everybody south of it will have to deal with some of the same situations that we're seeing in Fort Myers. If it doesn't, the situation's just going to compound and get a lot worse down here from Bonita Springs, Naples, Fort Myers, all the way up there to Cape Coral and in the Pineland area. So that is what we're looking at right now. Everybody north of here is experiencing some of the heavier rain, and we're getting ready to experience some of the stronger wind gusts associated with the hurricane. But the real damaging storm surge is all kind of being held back into this zone right now. I can't tell you what's going to happen next, man. This hurricane is sitting still. It's literally not moving at all. So we're just going to have to watch every update as it comes in, as to try to determine, who's coming, what's going to happen next. So that's what we're dealing with there. I got a video from Radar Omega that I can show with you guys of that bridge. The video of the bridge. So here's that. So this is one of our sensors with a camera built into it that we've installed onto the side of a bridge, and it's shaken, and it's probably not going to last much longer. Once again, this is a part of the Project Mesovort thing, and obviously there's a lot of these cameras and sensors out there sending us data. This is some of the video that we're just now getting from around that bridge. Storm chasers are starting to see the impacts of this storm really start to unfold as well. You can see it's looking pretty intense in just about every one of the angles, but the center of the storm is still a couple miles away, and I don't know if the storm never moves. I don't know if they'll end up being underneath the most intense portion or not. Hopefully not. We want our storm chasers to stay safe. That's the most important thing. We want them to be there for us for the next one. My goodness, what is this? A boat? Oh my God, look at this. This is some chilling imagery. Somebody that's sitting on the second floor of a building, and they're recording a boat floating by. This is in Fort Myers. The person recording this is on the second floor of this building, and a boat is floating by. Almost looks like to me like it's probably halfway over the first floor. That's got to be unnerving to see in person. Certainly would not want to be in that situation myself. But yeah, as you can tell, things are going downhill fast down here in southwestern Florida. It's 2:22 p.m. I missed my top of the hour recap. I'm going to try to do that right now. Looks like we just got a confirmed report of a 126 mile an hour wind gust as well, a little bit to the south of Cape Coral. So things are really starting to get intense out there. Let me come back to the multi-view for our storm chasers and remind everybody that's just now tuning in. We are covering the dangerous, the large, and the potentially catastrophic Category 4, almost Category 5 Hurricane Ian. There's a tornado watch out for a lot of southern Florida, and we've seen a couple of tornado warnings today. In fact, we have a tornado warning right now for Brevard and Indian River counties in Florida. If you're there, please take shelter. But the reason I bring that up is because even outside of the eye, even outside of the centralized, eye wall where the most intense impacts are being felt, this is going to impact a lot of people in Florida. 12 million people, in fact, are under that tornado watch. North of the circulation, places like Tampa, places like Orlando, Palm Bay, Deltona, all the way up to Palm Coast. You guys are not going to have to deal with the storm surge and the catastrophic wind damage as much as your neighbors to the south. However, the really prolific rain is going to be the big problem there. Maybe over 15 inches of rain is going to be possible as we go forward. That'll lead to catastrophic freshwater flooding, even without the help of the ocean. So that's one of the things that we're looking at there. Obviously, there are multiple states of emergencies issued. There are mandatory evacuation orders in place. At this point, it's kind of pointless to talk about them because we've already, relayed that information a lot. And we're right now to the point to where it's almost at the point of no return, to where if you haven't left yet and you've decided that you wanted to, it's probably better to just shelter in place. This is a look at what a Hurricane Ian looks like on radar as it approaches land. And as you can see, a lot of the eye is trying to move right up into Port Charlotte. But the actual center of low pressure is still offshore. So I don't think we have an official landfall yet, but that might happen here within the next little bit. Storm chaser Vince Welty has sent a video of some damage to power lines where he is, and we'll watch that unfold right here. You can see I think he came over the radio and told us about this when this happened, but this is another reason why we want people to be inside and shelter in place. This is going to happen a lot. This is probably happening right now in a lot of places across Florida. You don't want to be outside, like apparently Brad says. People are just walking around like it's a normal day, and this right here fall down on you, and that's the end. And on those winds that we just saw in that video weren't even that intense. Don't get me wrong, there's 70, 80 miles an hour, but the winds that we are going to experience across the hurricane warning and the extreme warning area are going to be much more intense than that. So please stay indoors and do not be outside in a situation like this. This is a live look at Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed, where we are in Punta Gorda, Florida, looking at conditions slowly but surely getting worse and worse. It looks like Fort Myers and Naples are getting the worst of this, though, by far. We've got a ton of cars that are underwater in this area. The streets are just completely flooded, and this is just going to continue to be the case as we go forward, because the storm is once again not moving. The axis of storm surge
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target.
Looks like we are going to be getting a direct impact to the eye and eye wall here in Punta Gorda, Florida. And I forgot what I was doing. Oh, some debris, light debris. That intersection there is starting to fill up with water, mainly fresh water.
Think it's fresh water?
Yeah. You got another tree branch coming up from behind us. It's a small tree branch, but I'm gonna have to watch and see what it does. .137 knot surface offshore quad, so close to the 138 for Cat 5.
There's no way.
We're gonna probably go through a little break. I wouldn't call it a break, but our rain intensities are to come down a little bit. We're going through these little itty bitty minute motes, we call them. Internet's slowly getting slower. At least on the AT&T side of things. Yeah. Hurricane Ivan, still Category 4, 155 mile an hour surface winds. And the quad that is just offshore. Starting to get some pieces of small debris flying up on through this bridge.
What would you estimate the winds at?
We're estimating winds right now probably sustained around 90, 95, gusting to about 110. Heart rate a little elevated. Brett Wright is watching my heart rate right now. Is sitting just below 100 beats per minute. Large eye now moving ashore. We're in a great spot.
We really have no choice, but
Let's see if I can get the loop up for you. We're at 971. Soon we're going to be in the 960s. We're at 970. Even though I can't. Should be good.
You're never gonna stop me. I'm the nightmare you've been dreaming of. Now the day is approaching. Gonna show you what I'm made of. This is just the beginning. Your anxiety is justified. Let me tell you something. There's nowhere left for you to hide.
More lightning.
they want to
If we, that's a big if at this rate. Could I be in?
outages that we've been telling you about in Naples. Just some incredible video right now. This is the power outages that we've been telling you about in Naples. Just some incredible video right now. Power outages that we've been telling you about in Naples. Just some incredible video right now. This happened as Ian was slamming Naples. You can see the power line sparking. It looks like an explosion as it comes in contact with the Why first responders tell you stay off the roads because you never know what's going to happen. Incredible video, and this right here, this is proof of why first responders tell you stay off the roads because you never know what's going to happen. This right here is some of the dangers, some of the challenges that you could run into.
topple. Crane's it's spinning bad now. It looks like it's about to topple. The middle crane's about to break. It's gonna break over. The wind's coming out of the northwest. It's gonna break. It's right here.
I met Governor DeSantis in 2009 when he was on active duty. He was a Navy commissioned officer and served in Iraq. When you're advising SEAL Team 1, you're making life and death decisions every day. He is selfless, and he will do what is in your best interest, not his best interest.
Prime is more expensive than ever, but I just discovered a money-saving alternative. Are you still using Prime?
Those big feelings just start flying the other direction toward the bridge. Back going flood. Back going flood.
Welcome to Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, it's like a whole clamshell case. You have to bear with us, guys. I don't think I can. It's really tight. That's the problem. Yeah, I gotta come to the other side.
Sprouts Farmers Market. Great prices on the freshest produce and so
I don't want to break it. No,
It's time to stand
really.
up and be counted. It's time to speak up and be heard. It's time to build more bridges and make stronger connections. It's time to do it for them.
See if I can get
for
some,
him,
some
for her,
towels.
for you. Valencia College. It's time.
Fall over in that area in southwest Florida.
So less than half an hour. All right, we want to get over to Brooks and Ian, who of course are monitoring this whole situation. What can you guys tell us right now?
Well, this is made landfall, as you mentioned. Ian, we were watching this. Cayo Costa. It's a barrier island off of Port Charlotte, 305 at 940 millibars.
Doesn't want to keep going though.
150 mile-per-hour winds, which places it outside of what we thought it might join the club of landfalling hurricanes, right? Because it had winds of 155.
Of course, just for record keeping, you know, when you compare it to other storms,
close to Manatee County, but this reminds us a lot of what we experienced with Irma. There will be power outages, there will be trees down, there already are, but this is not the kind of wind that causes structure.
I want to go live right now to the fire.
Oh, wait, I need to get the camera too. There's water inside.
Storm surge that's south of Fort Myers. So joining us now is Frank Lonnie. He is the architect
of the wet season, and then we have a tropical system that might drop 10, 20, maybe 20 plus inches of rain. Not good. So let's look at where we've been at the rainfall so far. In the past 12 hours, the most rainfall has been along our Space Coast, running because of that onshore flow. So looking at some of those totals that we have, here is where we have a flood advisory currently, that covering areas.
Avoiding a tree, so don't freak out.
Getting around a tree, nobody coming.
That will change, and in fact, we may see after everything's said and done, the highest range parts of Central Florida stretching out.
That building fell apart. Looks like it was in a construction zone.
It'll be a calm eye or a rowdy one.
I'm not sure it's going to be too. I'd love to be wrong.
Winds of 150 miles an hour. We'll be heading northeast overnight tonight, making a slow trek toward Orlando. Those are live pictures, by the way, of the Skyway Bridge between Manatee County and Pinellas County. That's between the St. Petersburg area and the Bradenton area, and it is blowing. They shut down the bridge when it gets like this, but those waves are really rolling. This isn't on the span of the bridge. This is just on the flat approach of it, but goodness, when you see white caps like that.
Hello, I'm Lauren St. Germain, and we are following Hollywood. Officials say tornado damaged several single-engine planes. The Broward County Aviation Department says out of precaution, North Perry Airport will be temporarily closed until further notice. Officials in Cuba could start trying to restore power today after the island was hit by Hurricane Ian. The storm knocked out power to the entire island.
In areas just east of Bradenton, if you know that area, like Lakewood Ranch, that's where it could be sitting about 8 o'clock, the eye of this hurricane.
All right, thank you so much again, Fox 35, giving us some more coverage. Do you want to just show some of those?
We can. Don't worry about that. All right. trying to get onto the other side of the parking lot for you.
Discover the finest flavors and rich aromas, locked in each L'Or aluminium espresso capsule. L'Or, a masterpiece in taste.
Because things got pretty bad. How is it now?
Allie, we keep saying this time after time when I come to you, but again, the wind gusts continue to pick up. Just a short time ago, we got an emergency alert telling us to go indoors to find a safe place. And I'm going to show you why. This again is just right across the way from Gulf Gate. That sign over there for Sarasota Pavilion has been destroyed. That debris is in the roadway. We've seen other things flying off, becoming almost, I don't want to call it missiles, but becoming debris that could really hurt you if you were standing out here. We've also seen there's a tree. We spoke with Dennis earlier, just about an hour ago. He planted this tree, he told us 7 years ago, and you can see the limbs are already snapped off. At times, it is bending in half. Dennis is hopeful it will still be standing after we are all finished with Ian. And if you just look out, I mean, the gusts, I think you can see it on TV, but they are just absolutely incredible gusts that show just how powerful Mother Nature is. We're seeing it right now with some of the rain bands coming through. There is other debris out here. Some of the light poles, we've seen some of the lights topple off and kind of go through the empty parking lots here. But Travis and I are going to pick up our audio cable here, and we're going to walk up the stairs. I want to introduce you to a couple of people who we've been talking to throughout the day. There you go. We have Jody, Valerie, and Betty. I believe you all are from Sarasota County, right? Yes. Okay, so Jody, I know you and your mom live right across the way there at Gulf Gate Mobile Estates. Your home is over there. You're over here watching it. Is this hard right now?
Of course. I mean, this is our home. This is our only home. So we certainly want to be able to go back home once this storm blows through. But we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
Now, Valerie, I met you just a short time ago. I'm not sure if you live over there. Can you talk about why you're here right now?
I live in Nokomis, and it's a mobile home. So I'm actually on the other side where it's really, really windy, and you can't really stand outside. So, yeah, I'm here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back. I swear to God.
I really hope so, too, for everyone right now. Betty, we lost power here at the hotel where we are all staying at. How hard is it not being able, of course, I know there's radios and our cell phones until those batteries give out, but how hard is it kind of just seeing all of this blow through right now?
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here. But it's in a way, it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We are safe. We are safe. And Jody, I wanted to ask you too, I mean, does it make you feel better? You know, we're all kind of here together, but knowing that we are in a safe spot.
Of course, yeah. We have a great community over at Mobile State, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you, all three of you, for joining us. I know we're going to stay in touch and find out how everybody fares the storm afterwards. And I want to point out, too, some women have on jackets here, and that's part of the thing. As the storm has gone through, we have really felt that temperature shift, that temperature change, but really just a time to stay safe right now as this wind gusts continue to grow stronger here in Sarasota County. Back to you.
Yeah, I know Paul was saying that this weekend we're going to have beautiful weather, but this is certainly a tough price to pay for that nicer weather. Kim, stay safe out there. I know this thing is slow moving, so we've got a long way to go. Hopefully you guys can get inside for a little while.
All right, Fox 13, thank you so much for continuing to give us coverage as we see all of these live pictures right now. This one coming to us from Tampa. Just want to give you a little bit of a roundabout look at just some of these different shots. So this one coming to us from Tampa. We have this one coming to us from St. Petersburg. And we also have our quadruple camera giving us some different live looks. There are some cameras that are starting to go down. So you see some of those boxes turn black. That's because some of those cameras also not only losing power, but they also have lost their connection. So we will continue to keep an eye on all these different live looks. There's one of those black cameras right now out of Tampa. They're seeing some of these winds. We have Austin Westfall in Tampa with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead, listen into his coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you full Hurricane Ian coverage here on Live Now.
Clouds just spinning around the sky. They're spinning very, very quickly. The wind is just whipping through this parking structure that we're parked in. For the most part, we are seeing the occasional car still drive through. As you might see over my shoulder, people are still out on the road here in downtown Tampa. Can only imagine that as things get even worse, as Ian gets closer to downtown Tampa, that we're going to see a little bit less activity here in this metro area. Again, we did hear from the mayor of Tampa earlier this morning. She said that they expect 18 to 20 inches of rain and water coming through later this evening. Huge deal. What you're looking at right now are some pictures provided by the Tampa Police Department. What you're seeing are strong winds from the storm. They're bringing the water from the Tampa Bay area out. Basically, what's happening is the water is receding. That happens when the eye was about 200 miles away from Tampa Bay, and then it basically was pushing the water out to the bays. That's a sign indicating that a storm is coming. Now, if you'll come back out to me live, you can see these trees. I mean, we've seen random pieces of debris fluttering about. Much of it is unidentifiable. A lot of what we've seen have just been seemingly trash, things of that nature, just being scattered about the streets of downtown Tampa. For the most part, though, we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're expecting to see the worst of it here in the Tampa metro area sometime later today. Things are getting a little dicey right now, though. For now, we'll throw it back to you guys.
Hey, Austin, I was going to ask you, I can see that traffic pole moving in your background. Have you seen any emergency vehicles?
There's been a lot of emergency vehicles. We happen to be parked near a fire station. So I'd say maybe once an hour we've been hearing the fire trucks come out, sirens blaring. We're not exactly sure what they're being called to, but we are aware of the hundreds of thousands of power outages that are impacting what appears to be largely southwest Florida at this point. From what we can tell, the lights still appear to be on in this parking structure. The street lights themselves are still green, so it appears we still have power in the downtown Tampa area, but you're right. Everything is shifting around. The wind's only getting more intense by the minute.
All right, and thank you again to everyone who's been giving us full coverage. Austin Westfall, they are reporting for our Fox 35 Orlando teams live now from Fox, continuing to keep you up to date on the very latest when it comes to the path of this hurricane, as well as its intensity. We know it's now hit landfall at a Category 4. It's going to remain a Category 4 slightly inland before downgrading to a Category 3. So let's go ahead, continue our coverage. We're going to jump over to our Fox 13 team as they're talking with just some of their reporters who are also out there on the streets trying to stay as safe as possible, but also reporting on what they're seeing. Let's go ahead, jump into it here for you on Live Now from Fox.
There's also about 12,000 people who are without power in Pinellas County as well, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, once the storm passes, they'll be working to get the power back on, but right now about 12,000 people are without power. And again, the message from folks out here, stay hunkered down, continue to ride out the storm, continue to stay informed, and most importantly, continue to stay safe. And thankfully, that is largely what we're seeing. I can't tell you, quite honestly, we did talk to a few people who decided to ride out the storm for one reason or another. That was their choice. Again, officials recommend against that, but there are a few. But largely, folks do seem to be heeding the warnings and staying away and trying to stay safe. Again, a lot of wind, a lot of rain out here, and it doesn't show any signs of letting up anytime soon. Linda, Allie, back to you.
All right, Josh. Thank you. Josh is in Treasure Island for us. Stay safe out there. And maybe a good time to plug in all of your electronics and get them charged now before you lose power.
And the extra chargers.
Get them all juiced up. Well, right now,
15 guys, I do want to just jump away from their coverage here for a moment because I have a shot coming to us from Tampa. We saw it just a few moments ago. You can see just how dramatic it can change within a matter of seconds and minutes. So when you just took a look at this live picture out of Tampa about 2 minutes ago, and now you can barely even see because of all the rain that's being coming into this area. The wind definitely making a huge impact here. As you can see that sign wiggling around, that was a parking sign, but those tree branches also moving in the background. I know it's fuzzy, but this shows you the visibility very low here during this time as the hurricane is moving inland now. Let's go ahead and take a live look at our radar where you're seeing just south of Sarasota, south of Tampa. That's where they're getting the most rainfall. That's where they're going to be having the strongest parts of the hurricane as the eye is making its way inland here. And our tracker continuing to update our radar, always giving us the latest information. And it's not just the eye that we're keeping a close eye on, but all of those outer bands, what they're producing as well, because we know that there's been some production of, unfortunately, things like tornadoes that are popping up across central Florida as well. You can see Orlando, they're getting some rain. They're about to get some heavier bands of rain here in these next few hours. Live now from Fox, going to continue giving you more full coverage. Some of you going to head out to a 2-minute break as we go back to our Fox 35 team as they are giving us some different looks out on the roads at conditions that they are seeing.
Back to you. I was going to ask you, it looks like there aren't that many cars out on the road. Have you noticed that for the most part people are heeding the warnings and staying off the roads?
It definitely seems that way. We're seeing cars from time to time. Again, you could take a look. A few cars out here, but not many. It looks like most people are where they're planning to be throughout the storm, or at least we hope so. Again, FHP saying, unless there are rare circumstances where you're being told by your local officials to evacuate, just stay off the road and stay where you are for now.
Connor, how are the winds and the rain you're seeing in the area? Is it pretty severe, or is it still kind of, I know a few hours ago it wasn't too bad out there. What are you seeing?
Well, it's really been on and off as we kind of pass through these more isolated storms or bands. So right now, it's not looking as bad as it did even a few minutes ago, but just in a matter of a couple minutes, it can get so much worse. The visibility can get so much worse. The wind can pick up, and we've all felt that when we've been out driving, right? That wind kind of tugs you from side to side. Starting to feel that as well. So definitely want people to stay off the roads, and if you have to be out here, be safe.
Yeah, Orange County, Connor, as you know, is under a hurricane warning right now, which means we could see gusts up to 100 miles per hour. So we'll check back with you in a little bit, Connor, to see how things are on the roads in Orange County. Thank you much. We appreciate it.
And you can see just how dark the clouds are over Orlando right now.
Yeah, and it's pretty normal to see the squalls, and then, you know, you get the downpour, you get the winds, and then you get a little reprieve. Things ease up, and then another squall comes through. You can see how squally it is here. So, and this is going to pick up throughout the evening. So it may not be too bad now, but it's going to get worse hour by hour
and
here.
We can hear the rain falling here in Seminole County, so that making its way closer to us.
Yep. All right. Well,
thanks
further
again
south
to our teams in Florida. Do want to let everyone know, here's a live look at our other YouTube stream. We have multiple ones going on. If you want to just keep an eye here on the latest radar and some of those live pictures, encourage you to hop on over to YouTube as we continue to keep track of it. So multiple streams going on. If you're with us on any of our other platforms that we're streaming, do want to say thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Some of our viewers just rejoining us from a break. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we have been in full mode on keeping everyone prepared and covered ever since this hurricane was on the radar in the Gulf, before it had even made landfall in Cuba. Now it's made landfall in Florida. There's been so many people who have been preparing ahead of time, evacuating from some of the areas that are getting hit the hardest right now. We know Naples has already had a lot of flooding, cars underwater, police department putting curfews in place, and of course officials all across the state of Florida reminding viewers and all those residents and even visitors. You think about that, some people out visiting in Florida during this time. Well, this is hurricane season, and here you go. This is what you're getting. You're getting to experience what it is like to have a hurricane event in the state. Right now you can see those bands of rain wrapping around as it's starting, the hurricane is starting to cover the entire state of Florida, that eye creeping onto that west coast, moving inland, and this definitely has been an event that we've not seen in 100 years as it is hitting the west coast. We had mentioned earlier that there has been, of course, quite a few storms that Florida has had to deal with, especially when it comes to hurricanes. The last Category 4 hurricane made landfall in Florida was a Hurricane Irma in 2017 in the Florida Keys, according to our National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, Irma had downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing on to the Florida Peninsula, just south of Naples. We had back in 2018 Hurricane Michael. That was a Category 5. It had made landfall in Florida. Michael left widespread devastation in the Florida Panhandle. Category 5 landfalls, those are rare. Before Michael, we had Hurricane Andrew in 1992. It also had struck in Florida. Then we had another known Category 5 landfall, which was U.S. Hurricane Camille in 1969 and the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So again, this one, a huge event, especially for that Gulf Coast side. They're not used to getting the first brunt force of these hurricanes. It is going to continue to be a Category 4 as it moves into central part of Florida before downgrading. Let's go ahead, go back to our coverage with our Fox teams. Going to take you out to Fox 35 as they're taking a look in on our Fox weather teams.
The kind of substantial shelter that we're having to hide under. The Fox Weather Beast, Chris, I'm going to spring you for a surprise and just show you. This vehicle is a massive vehicle, but it just continues to really rock back and forth under the weight of all of this wind, these wind gusts that come through here. And as we look out into the street, I've been watching, and this was something we were pointing out from the beginning of our coverage of how well these traffic lights are even going to be able to hold up. You can tell all this is well constructed, meant to be able to withstand a storm, but necessarily not a storm like this. Not necessarily, I should say, a storm like this. And you're seeing these traffic lights, just the ones that are still there, trying to hold on, dangling on, but we have at least 3 of them that have crashed in the roadway. And I don't know if you've ever been up close with a traffic signal, but they are very heavy. And so not only have they crashed down, but the weight, the force of the wind has pushed them out of the way of the road. And so even though they were in the middle of the road a moment ago, the wind is so powerful, it has just forced these big, heavy metal traffic signals off the roadway. Those are the types of gusts that we're dealing with here. All of these banners, of course, being ripped around. As you look there in the distance, oh man, I really hate to see people out driving in this. You can see some of these signs here for the gas stations that have just been splintered apart. Power, of course, out as far as we can see. We can hear that hum sound. It's like a loud hum and then a burst sound in the distance still as transformers give way and those electricity pops on and off. So this just continues relentlessly. I talked about getting in this cycle when we are in, these extreme conditions with hurricanes, that it just continues to cycle through. And you feel like you're going to be in it for such a long time. And how are these buildings going to look? How are the utilities going to manage to be able to survive after all of this with so much damage? And that's the reality of what we're looking at here after hours and hours and hours of this powerful wind and this rain just pounding this area. This is what's happening. Things are just coming apart. You have utility lines coming down very easily. You have utility poles that are, again, built very well to withstand these types of storms, still coming down under the force of this storm. So lots happening around us. We continue to shelter in place. I tell you, it may be even more difficult here for us to begin to report to you. Our cell service is out. We are having to use some special bonded technology that we have through our Fox Weather Beast to even broadcast with you right now. And there's a good chance that these cell towers are going to continue to go down in the area. Keep in mind, they're all those big, tall, exposed cells. So not only are they subject to getting hit by debris, but they are just also coming apart under the wind like this, and power outages and everything else. So this is part of the infrastructure that really starts to take a hit under the force of a storm like this. Back to you.
And we mentioned how tides recede ahead of the brunt of Ian. Take a look at this. Just look at how much the ocean has receded in Tampa Bay. You're seeing a time lapse of the tides peeling back, revealing a huge amount of sand that's normally covered. Lou, this is a bad omen of what's to come.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 35 team. Will Nunley reporting for Fox Weather. He was just doing a live report, and he had just tweeted out moments ago, cell phone service now starting to take a serious hit. We know that this was something that people were going to be concerned about, especially as power starts to get knocked down across the areas, as well as you start to get more rain and more people probably on their cell phones trying to keep up to date. So do want to remind everyone, if your power goes out, that you can continue to watch us on multiple other platforms here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take just a couple of those different live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. A lot of people continuing to give us these visuals of exactly what they're seeing in real time here. So we have multiple cameras, this one in St. Petersburg Beach. And then if we go back out to the coastline, this one is showing us just what they're seeing on the coastline here in St. Petersburg. So a lot of people here just continuing to give you the very latest updates as Hurricane Ian has now made landfall in southwest Florida at a Category 4. It is bringing strong winds, power outages, and it is definitely making people already feel the intensity, even though it has just begun. So more intensity to come as this hurricane makes its way inland. Let's go ahead and take you back out to some of our coverage as our meteorologists with our Fox 35 team are giving us another look at just some of those areas we've been seeing here today.
The impacts, but right now we're tracking the rain, we're tracking the wind, we're tracking what's coming our way. Check it out. This is behind me. This is Lakewood Ranch in the Bradenton area, and it's a live camera. Do you see the winds whipping over these date palms and the cypress trees and the rain falling? They're experiencing hurricane conditions in that location. The camera on the right looks to be, that's the Tampa Bay cam live. That is just amazing. The winds blowing out of the bay. Earlier there was thought if it went north, winds would be blowing up the bay, producing those big storm surges, but it's kind of like an anti-storm surge. They are catching storm surges up to 18 feet, though, down toward Port Charlotte, Gasparilla Bay, that port area. That is just extreme stuff. But yeah, when you see this is coming our way later tonight. It is going to be really blowing. Here's a live view from St. Cloud. Things relatively calm there at the Hollow Paw Community Center. However, it is going to change there. We've got all our cameras. Just to show you our network of cameras on the job, tracking everything, and we'll show you the latest as it comes down the line. But we've got a lot of weather ahead of us. Our live camera from the radar dome over in Bithlo, signals being interrupted. The weather's deteriorating rapidly as the landfall continues. The landfall happening near Cayo Costa, a barrier island right off of the Port Charlotte area. It's now moving inland. You can see these sustained winds with gusts over 100 miles an hour happening. Forecast to be a Cat 3 tonight. Inland, locally, probably close to the Bradenton area, maybe inland from that, maybe east of Sarasota, and then working up through Polk County through 2 a.m. and eventually into the Orlando area as a tropical storm, a rapidly weakening hurricane, but one that still has punch as far as the rainfall potential. I mean, we're talking serious rain, and we will get wind. We're getting reports of power outages all over the region. Brittany's going to take a look at that. But real quick, let's talk about our future radar, because this is the key. A lot of people have been saying, you know, I know it's blowing out there, it's raining, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. And you're right, for the most part, but we are starting to get power outage reports. It's blowing a little bit more, but more so the rain is going to start becoming very intense after 8 p.m. Once the core of Ian, which is right here, starts working northward, it'll be over Lakeland, producing sustained winds, even into southeastern Polk County toward Fort Meade. It gets worse. And Kissimmee.
In fact, here at the station, do we need to go to a break? Polk County EOC? I'm sorry, I just heard
exceed 6 inches per hour. This is very serious as far as flooding goes. That'll then work through Orlando through 4 a.m. and then finally things will calm down a little bit as far as the rain goes tomorrow morning, but the wind will kick up and solidify power being knocked out for a lot of us. Don't forget, when you lose power, if you have the Fox 35 Storm Team app, you can watch us live on your phone. It's a very good tool to have because, especially if there's a tornado warning and you have to get to your safe spot, you can see what's going on live right there. You're good to go as long as you have a cell phone signal. Just keep that thing charged up. Look at these rainfall totals. This is not an outside possibility. This looks to be a likelihood at this point. Orlando could see 20 inches of rain. We could see 20 to 30 inches of rain in a stripe from DeLand through the Claremont area. The exact track of Ian determining the exact amounts, but anything over 12 inches is going to be a pretty serious flood. But if we start seeing this amount of rain, which again happens overnight, tomorrow morning we're going to wake up to a changed landscape in many locations. Brittany, what is the latest on the power outages? I've been hearing reports around this area from where we broadcast around Seminole County, some outages happening.
That's right, Brooks. We even had a reporter down in Winter Springs that saw some power outages over there. But let's talk about the power outages around Florida, because over 810,000 people are now without power. Now, most of this is coming on the southwestern side of Florida, but when you have a storm the magnitude of that size, a Category 4 storm with max sustained winds at 150 miles per hour, this is to be expected. We're even seeing power outages across central Florida already, and we'll see more to come. Let's take a look at the wind gusts, because this is going to knock some of that power out. So already across central Florida, this is what we're seeing. Wind gusts of 36 miles per hour in Orlando alone. Clearmont, 34 miles per hour. Along the beaches, Daytona Beach, 36. And we're not even talking about southwestern portions of Orlando.
With the big one, the Peace River Basin, which runs from Bartow to Fort Meade. What is the circumstance now, and what do you anticipate as the night progresses?
So the rain, the rainfall, we're just looking at rain gauges. Some of our rain gauges around the county, we've already had 2.5 inches of rain, depending on where that is. All the heavy rain, the flash flood potential comes along with the center of the storm. So we're very concerned about that Peace River Basin because it's been so wet already in the last few weeks. So that as that rain continues to build, that flood threat will increase, and we'll just have to monitor. We've got our first responders, fire and law enforcement out, and they'll respond as long as they can until it's, conditions just totally make it unsafe for them to come off the road.
Historically, another problem spot has been northwest Lakeland in the vicinity of Walker Road.
Correct.
What are you seeing there, and what do you anticipate, and what do you advise for folks who live in that part of the county?
Well, again, that's another area that has historically flooded. We actually checked with a couple of people that we know in that area this morning. They have not had as much rain as the Bartow and Winter Haven area have had in the last few weeks, so that's a good thing. But again, if we get 10, 12, 18 inches of rain, some forecasts are calling for 2 feet, any of those areas in Polk County could flood. So they just need to, take action. It's really with the wind coming now, it's not safe to be out, and those conditions are going to deteriorate very rapidly.
How does that compare to the flood-prone parts of East Polk County? I'm thinking east of Haines City, in particular, around Lake Lowry.
Lake Lowry's got a history of flooding. The north side of that lake, we've had historic flooding in our past. East of Lake Wales, there's really no part of Polk County that doesn't have some flood risk. And, you know, we messaged earlier, the National Weather Service has been messaging the flood threat. And, you know, folks in that area by now, you know, should have taken action, you know, for their safety of themselves and their families.
For those just now making the decision to leave, and you might have wished they made that decision earlier, but at what point is the point of no return in terms of the roads being traversable at this point, from what you're seeing?
Well, it's really about, you know, we've already had reports of trees and power lines down. You know, we anticipate that will continue. You know, roads could be blocked. It's going to be, you know, it'll be dark soon. So if you can't see the road and it's either blocked or there's a live power line down or a road is washed out, that's happened. That's very likely to happen. It's just not safe. So, you know, if anybody's planning to move and try to go to a shelter, now is the absolute last time, because the hurricane force winds are just to the south. It looks like that the eye wall was in DeSoto County coming in from Charlotte County. So, you know, within the next hour or two, those hurricane force winds will be in our county. And at that point, it is not safe to be outside.
Are there any road blockages at this point that you know of?
I'm not aware of any. I know we've got push crews out with the Sheriff's Office, Polk County Fire Rescue, and our Roads and Drainage Division with heavy equipment, and they've responded to multiple calls already today. You know, they pushed some trees, they're able to cut those trees and get the roads back open.
Based on the track of the storm, its location now, and history, what is your expectation in terms of the scale of power outages through Polk County?
You know, every storm is different. After Hurricane Irma in 2017, about 90% of Polk County the next day was without power. So part of our planning has been, because of, you know, the wind and the flood, and as wet as our ground is, we anticipate power outages, and they could be longer than normal because of the saturation of the ground. You know, if a tree blows over, it's easier if the ground is wet, and that means the power lines come down with it.
A key point is every storm is different, but the frame of reference, as you know, many will have, we were here in 2004, will be Charlie, and to a certain extent, Irma as well 5 years ago. Press to the folks of Polk County the distinctions between those storms and this one, the track of them aside.
The track aside, this storm is very large in diameter. You know, the winds are starting now, the outer bands are here. Actually, it started last night, really, the first rain from this hurricane. It's moving much slower than some of those other storms. You know, Irma in 2017, within just a few hours, it was here and it was gone. And that is not going to be the case here. We're going to have 8, 10, 12 hours of very strong wind, very severe weather. So it's going to take longer before conditions clear. That may not happen completely and be totally safe, you know, to be able to move around outside until Friday.
There are a lot of people who have moved here after 2017, after Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico, who have relocated to Osceola and to Polk counties as well.
Right.
That's their frame of reference. They're seeing what's happening to Captiva right now and thinking back to what happened to the island. How does that compare to what we can expect in Polk County later tonight?
Well, again, you know, strong winds, power outages, the flash flood risk is one of the most likely hazards. You know, a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and then always tornadoes. We've seen tornado warnings to our south today. So as that weather moves through, all those factors, you know, could impact our people here in Polk County.
There's a particular concern with flooding of the Peace River. Sometimes rivers flood long after a weather event passes through. Will this time be different? Will that flooding coincide with the passage of the storm?
Yeah, it may take a day or two for all the rain, you know, to get into the water system, get in the creeks that feed into the Peace River. But it will come up. The forecast right now is about this time tomorrow afternoon, about 24 hours for that water to crest. The crest is forecast to be higher than it was. Our record flood was after Hurricane Francis in our 2004 hurricane season. And a lot of folks who are here, they weren't even here. They weren't even in Florida in 2004. So that water is going to come up in the river. It's going to come up in the creeks that are already high.
You saw us took a little power hit there. We don't know if that's storm related or not, but you heard a lot of information coming from Polk County's Emergency Operations Center there. That was our Craig Patrick, by the way, throwing all those questions at him. The big concern they have there are a couple of them, but it's the freshwater flooding from all the rain they are expecting to get over the next 24 hours. We saw Ken Suarez at the Peace River yesterday, which is already at flood stage. So there are several towns along the Peace River. Bartow, Fort Meade had a lot of flooding after Hurricane Irma, which also cut up a similar path that Ian's expected to take. So that's what they're watching, and you heard him saying that really now is your last chance in Polk County to get out and get to a shelter.
Exactly. I mean, maybe minutes, really, because it sounds like wind is on the way. So let's get right to Paul to talk about that. What can they expect as this evening wears on?
Yeah, well, the situation is going to be pretty simple. We're going to have a hurricane that's going to be slow moving, that's going to traverse the state from southwest to northeast. As it does that the trip all the way from the southwest coast all the way to east of Orlando and eventually off the east coast, it's not going to be a quick trip. The only positive is that as it continues to move inland, the weakening process will begin to accelerate. So obviously, the storm by Orlando or in eastern Polk County is not going to be as strong as the storm is right now. The energy source for hurricanes is warm water. Once it moves away from the water, the energy source is cut off. That and the friction from the land causes tropical systems to kind of spin down. But that process is not, you don't just go like that and you're done. It takes a while to kind of spin things down. Winds have been gusty. We got a gust at 70 in St. Pete. Now, in this type of situation, the winds in St. Pete are always higher because the wind blows from northeast to southwest across the open bay. So it gives you a really good idea. 70 gusts, sustained 51. We had that gust in Punta Gorda of 124. Let me kind of move off this screen. I want to take a better look at the winds. Sarasota, gust 71. Venice had a gust of 79, sustained 42. We lost some of our observation stations, some data problems from Fort Myers. Probably the wind knocked it out. Tampa had a gust of 62. These little squalls that are going by now, when you lose your power, it's typically, you get like in these hurricane situations, you'll get a time to just rain. All of a sudden, a big squall goes by. The wind really goes crazy. The rain comes down. All of a sudden, the lights flash, and you're done with power. It's typically those squalls that will end up making you lose power. Just think about it. It affects a tree, branch. Basically, a tree falls, branch falls, wire, power's out. I mean, that's really the extent of it. It's those squalls that do that. Clearwater, all the winds around Tampa Bay continue to blow from northeast to southwest and continue to drain the bay. Now, over time, when the hurricane is well east of us, the winds will start going the other way. The water is going to come back, but we just know when hurricanes are moving away from us, the storm surge threat is greatly diminished. So could there be some high water later tonight or tomorrow? It could be some, but don't forget, the bay's going to fill up again, and then it has to get higher than that. That's not going to happen quickly. There could be some high water, but if we escape Tampa Bay north with a storm surge 1, 2, maybe 3 feet, I think that I'd consider that a big win, especially when a couple of days ago we had a hurricane forecast to be here and a 10-foot storm surge coming up the bay. That's not going to happen. And in fact, 5 feet's not going to happen. Maybe some higher water on the backside. Let's show you live radar and see what's going on. This is the problem here. These are the bands going by. So we've had these multiple squalls kind of pivot, even Citrus, even Hernando, even Pasco. It rains lightly, and all of a sudden you're sitting in your house, you hear everything kind of rumble a little bit outside. And then maybe the shutters hitting the house a little bit, and then that goes by, there's a lull, and then another squall goes by. You can see them kind of all rotating. Here comes one, and they move fast. I mean, they go with the wind flow. So they're moving to the west about 70 miles an hour, so they don't last long. Once in a while, kind of the eye wall kind of spins rain to the northwest. This is really heavy. This is northern Hardee County through all of Manatee County. This is Lakewood Ranch right now is getting hit hard, and we'll zoom in. So what we'll do tonight, when you're with us is we're just going to watch the progression of the eye wall, and we're going to watch the eye wall eventually weaken, and that's going to be good. We did the same thing with Irma, and we kind of watched that eye wall go from south to north, almost up the spine of the state. This eye wall will gradually weaken, but again, this is not an immediate process. It's going to take time. By this time tomorrow, we're going to have probably a tropical storm on the map, and then if it goes away, and then finally we can talk about better weather later Thursday right into the weekend. But for now, it is Venice, it is Port Charlotte, and I tell you, for anyone that's watching us right now in Venice, Northport, Englewood, really anywhere in Sarasota County, it's really how long it's been lasting. I mean, this has been going on now for 5-6 hours. So when you talk about a hurricane event, in most cases, it's a couple of hours, the weather's really bad, and then the weather starts improving. This is the type of situation where you're sitting at home going, when is it going to stop? It's still got a ways to go, because you look out over the Gulf and there's still bad weather out here, and anywhere inside this eye wall, you've got winds sustained at least 90 to 100. Got a sustained gust in Punta Gorda 124. So if you're living here at your home, you probably have witnessed winds at some point over 100 miles an hour. That's a big deal. The storm is on shore. It made landfall on the north side of Captiva, kind of in the same spot, you think, it's kind of the same spot Charlie did. Very close to the same spot Charlie made landfall, and the trip across the peninsula is going to be fairly close. Now, when you compare the two, obviously, the wind field from Ian is much larger than Charlie, and that's really an important point going forward. We'll talk more about this and a lot more tonight. Now back to the news desk.
All right, thank you, Paul. Yeah, I remember Charlie. Charlie was so compact and it was so fast that it was like it was over like that. And then, of course, we could see all the catastrophic damage. This thing is like a behemoth that is just inching like a turtle across Florida.
It's crazy.
Exactly. So we have crews across Tampa Bay. They especially now have moved on to our southern counties, because that is going to be where the crux of the damage is, as we can see now as the storm moves south. We're talking Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and then now moving more inland.
Yeah, and you mentioned that those areas there. I was just looking, the power outages in that area continue to pile up. I was just looking, Sarasota County, this is just Florida Power and Light customers too, which doesn't cover everyone. Sarasota County now over 180,000 people without power. That's over 60% of the FPL customers. And we've had Kim Cuizon doing a tremendous job in Sarasota County all afternoon and morning there. And Kim, what are you guys seeing there? Do you have power where you are in your condo there? You've been sheltering on someone's balcony there. How are things looking?
Yeah, Chris, we're actually at the Best Western off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate. We did lose power just a short time ago, so we've been trying to save some battery energy out here. But one thing that I will show you is people have been out here all morning long, and now what do you see? You don't really see anybody out here. Keep in mind the power is out, but that is also because the wind gusts have been picking up. I kind of feel like it's cliche at this point. We keep saying they keep getting stronger and stronger, but those gusts continue to remain very strong here in Sarasota County. And that is part of the reason why law enforcement, first responders have stayed off of the roads. Now, we did talk to Sarasota County, and we did hear that there are emergency calls coming in. We heard some very traumatic calls even that are going through the county first responders. But since first responders cannot make their way out on the roadway, we're told that there is a medical director through the EOC that is helping people that are stuck at home with medical emergencies perform potentially life-saving, not operations, but procedures until people can safely get out of their homes and get to a hospital or wherever they can go. But as you can see out here, winds are still gusting. It kind of has remained the same over the last few hours. We've seen some signs blow by. Those are signs that haven't really been secured down. Some lights come off of the top of the poles. But we continue just to watch these trees really do what palm trees do during storms, bend and kind of move with the wind. This is kind of the thing that you expect to see in a hurricane, and this is what we are seeing right here, right now. And I can tell you that speaking with police, speaking with law enforcement. They say that they are actively coming up with a plan. Here in Sarasota County, we still have at least a few more hours of this really bad weather, if not several more, if you listen to Paul. But they say that they are working on a plan to really get out and see where areas are that need attention. Since they had to pull off of the roadways, the calls that they have heard, damage that they have heard, are mainly down trees. But of course, that will all change once they are able to get out here. Of course, nightfall is going to be coming up soon, so it's going to be a little different, especially with power out for so many people. I know a lot of people have been through this with Hurricane Irma. Of course, we have our new residents to Florida who haven't been through this. But right now, everybody is just kind of sitting tight, watching the storm pass by and really hoping for the best. Chris, back to you.
All right, Kimberly Cuisin live for us again there in Sarasota. Yeah, the power outages, again, if you look at Lee County, Sarasota, Collier, you've got over 500,000 people now without power.
And I just heard from somebody who lives in southwestern, near Mayaca City, and her power's out. And they've got a generator up. So, yeah, I think it's probably going to start happening more as those winds keep increasing. And also, despite the police saying don't do this, some people just can't resist looking and walking out onto the bay. That's where the water got sucked out of the bay as this storm approached. And we're talking about various places around here. I've already had that. Boats sitting on the muddy bottom. Yeah. And of course, where we saw it the most was right there off
Bayshore Boulevard, right there in the Hillsborough Bay. But also you can see in Old Tampa Bay, Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is live out at Ben T. Davis Beach, right along the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Same effect there, Aaron. And are you seeing a lot of people who just have to come by and witness this for themselves?
We are. And fortunately, this is the first time, I think, since we've been here in the last hour or so, that no one is out here. But when we got here about an hour or so ago, I mean, there were several people out here on what is usually the bay. This is usually completely covered in water, all the way up actually to the beach. If you turn to the right there, you can see how far away we are from Ben T. Davis Beach. That's where there's usually people on a normal day, you know, sitting in the sand, enjoying the sun. Not today, thankfully. And that's, you can see how far out the water has receded and been sucked out by Hurricane Ian. Just within the last half an hour or so, we've really begun to feel the rain pick up and the wind start to pick up. Nothing, of course, close to what they're seeing down in Sarasota and Manatee County, but we're starting to get some stronger bands. You could see the wind over there. Just those trees are starting to really blow in the wind. So we're getting the effects more and more here in Hillsborough County and Tampa. But I think people are starting to really heed the advice of police. Stay home. Don't come out here. You know, it's okay to come and look, but don't come stand where the water is eventually going to come back. So this is what we've been seeing out here. We're going to be out here the rest of throughout the day into the evening. I mentioned the wind. I'm blocked over here by Whiskey Joe's, so you can't really tell looking at me, Chris and Cynthia, how windy it is, but it is getting bad out here, and, you know, it's just only going to get worse as the afternoon and evening progresses.
All right, Aaron Mesmer live for us there along the Courtney Campbell Causeway at Ben T. Davis Beach, which there's a little more waterfront property right
there. Exactly. But don't get stuck in that. If you go walk on that, you might get stuck there, and then the water starts coming back in.
You don't want that.
Not a good thing. All right, let's check in right now with Fox 13's Josh Cassio. He's in Treasure Island. I know the wind was whipping up pretty good when last we checked in with you, Josh.
Yeah, you're right. And the story out here on Treasure Island is that the conditions have progressively gotten worse hour by hour. And just the last few minutes, we've experienced some of the biggest gusts of wind that we have seen all day. If you look here behind me, that tree, boy, it's been blowing in the wind and bending pretty much all day long. If you look across the water there, you can see all those trees blowing in the wind, the water just continuing to move incredibly fast. And what's been pretty interesting here, we've been watching the water continue to get sucked away. That sailboat there, we're seeing more and more of the bottom of it. There's a boat next to it as well. Same thing. They are, we're continuing to see that water just pulled back from the seawall here. You know, officials here in Pinellas County, they are continuing to tell people, please hunker down, please stay where you are. Don't go out in the storm until it has fully passed. And even when it's gone, wait until the all clear comes through, because they don't want people, you know, running into down power lines or trying to drive through flooded streets. We know there are 25 shelters open in Pinellas County, about 4,500 people taking advantage of those shelters. Also, about 12,000 people, at least, here in Pinellas County are without power. That according to Duke Energy. And again, the message is stay inside. Wait till this is all gone, because as we've been seeing and experiencing out here, it just gets worse and worse by the hour. You can really feel the wind at my back right now, and those white caps are getting even stronger. I will say there are times where it sort of lulls out a little bit. It's not too bad, and then we get moments like this where you really got to stand firmly to not get blown away by this storm. Fortunately, my photographer Mike here is standing in under a parking garage, so he is good. We are protected, but boy, you can really feel the wind and rain out here. And like I said, it progressively gets worse. Hour by hour. Most people, the good news is, most people here on Treasure Island have left. It really is a ghost town out here. The only folks we tend to see are the emergency crews who are going up and down, making sure everything is okay. But again, a lot of wind out here, a lot of rain, and it is showing no signs of slowing down. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, good to know that you're not endangering yourself or the photographer, that you have shelter right there. Want all our viewers to know that you guys are safer than maybe it sometimes looks on TV. Thank you, Josh. Governor DeSantis has a message for Florida. This is going to be a nasty couple of days. Same thing Paul's been saying, our whole weather team's been saying. And he's stressing that if you're in Ian's path and you still have time, because Polk County, you have now pretty much run out of time, to go to the safest possible shelter and just stay there. His last hurricane briefing was around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Listen.
Well, this afternoon, Hurricane Ian is now making landfall in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid downed power lines lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all down power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift hoists and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties. We will request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian.
Things to tell our viewers. So you're right. It has in the last few minutes started to recede, partially because 3:20 p.m. Eastern was high tide here. So at least we're now the actual tide is coming out where the surge is still going in. So you can see a line of water that's pushing in, but you can see after a few minutes it sort of eddies and starts to come back out again. Now we see another push of water in. So there's a surge versus the reversing tide. But there was a lineup of cars on the right and on the left. This is the parking lot of the hotel we're staying at, and those cars were all lined up like parked cars, and look at them all. The water just pushed them. They just floated away. Bill Cairns always tells us, 6 inches of water can float your car. We had 5 feet of water here, and this is not even close to the water that we're seeing north of me, where we're still seeing 145 mile per hour winds and 12 to 18 feet of storm surge. This was 5-6 feet, something of that nature. Anyway, the point is it's not over. There's still a lot more. We actually just got the updated power outage numbers. Well over 1 million people in the state of Florida. there are 40,000 line workers, the electrical line workers, go up with those trucks to fix the line. They're standing by. They positioned. Every time there's a hurricane, everywhere you go, every time I travel to a hurricane, I see convoys of these trucks. They're ready to go. They're staying at motels and hotels around Florida. They're ready to go, but they can't until the wind drops down below 50 miles an hour and this water recedes, because there's debris and damage and stuff underneath this water that they can't do. And that's not going to be till probably tomorrow sometime. I'm going to ask Randy just to show you, now that the water has pulled back a lot, it's still a pretty rough Gulf of Mexico right now, and there's still virtually no beach to see. There's no sand, but you're starting to see the water level has come down. Again, there's still places in Florida, Chuck, that have it far worse than we do at this point, but we are starting to feel like we're on the other side of this thing, or at least getting
I was
to
just
it.
going to
Still
say,
gonna be a rough
though,
night for a lot of people, Chuck.
I was just going to say, you're on the dirty side of this storm, though, aren't you? So this is not going to be an easy night, I don't think. I mean, I hope it is for your sake, Allie, but
it's not. And look,
the dirty side, yeah.
You just saw it pick up again, right? This is right. So this happens, right? You get gusts, you get bands, and I'm leaning over here, and you could just hear the wind in my mic, right? It's an entirely different experience because I'm sitting in a relatively sheltered area. But as you know, Chuck, the water's always more dangerous than the wind in most typical American hurricanes. And what I'm seeing now, when I look at those carports underneath those places across, they were up to the top in the last hour.
Yeah.
Now you've got 3.5 feet below it. So that part of the risk is starting to diminish. But you're absolutely right. It is not over. There's many hours of this hurricane left, and it's still dangerous. And it's just, we can maybe start to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We just don't want people to get out. I mean, that's the thing. Don't think this event is over down there anyway. And now you know why so many Florida houses put the first floor of their house above the garage. This is the reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
All right, Allie Belshi.
And by the way, there are mandatory evacuations like where we are now. There are curfews. The authorities are very clear. On your phone, you get these alerts that say shelter in place. Nobody's supposed to be going anywhere right now. Wait this thing out wherever you are. Stay safe. Exactly.
You don't have a Randy with you or an Allie Belshi. If I had Randy and Allie, I know I'd be safe. I know how Randy is. That's the guy I want on my crew any day of the week. Anyway, tell him hello from me.
That's right.
All right, let me move up the coast from Naples to Steve Patterson, who's in St. Petersburg, Florida. And perhaps St. Pete has dodged a bullet. Steve, what do you see there? Look, they're not getting a direct hit, but you're getting, obviously, some tough weather. What are you seeing?
Unequivocally, we've dodged a bullet here. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we were expecting a direct landfall. We were expecting the eye of the storm to be here by now. Now you can see people walking behind me. Not to say that the wind event hasn't been incredible already. And already we're hearing reports of trees down, of power lines down, about 100,000 customers without power as we speak. In not only this county, but about 3 counties that make up Tampa Bay. As you see people curious here along the shoreline. Mandatory evacuation orders, I should say, underway here as well. People should not be out here. And if they are, they cannot leave this area because now the wind event, the rain event is moving in. And this is not the worst of it, Chuck. We expect about 7, 8, 9 o'clock or so to when we get that real surge, not only off the coast, but the storm surge as well. As the tide has been receding, it will come back in. We expect about 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. It's not as much as we're getting in the eye of the storm, but 4 to 6 can be quite a bit when you're talking about an area like Tampa Bay, where there are low-lying properties. So the potential for obviously flooding, flash flooding, very high, and the potential damage that can be done even in this initial wind event, high as well. Especially with the damage that can be done, with trees and power lines down, and police not able to get to those areas until this is over. Potentially very dangerous and extremely windy as we speak, Chuck.
I can tell, and I was just going to say, I'm going to let you go and get out of that wind right now. Steve Patterson in St. Petersburg, Florida. Steve, thank you. Let me bring in NBC News meteorologist Samara Theodore to get the latest on this path of the hurricane. And Samara, actually, my biggest question is, how long is this thing going to sit on the peninsula? I say that because I got a mom in Seminole County, just northeast of Orlando, and that's what they're bracing for.
Exactly. So it's getting ready to move in their direction, and it should be arriving as we head into throughout Thursday. So Orlando's going to start to see their symptoms from this storm really revving up as we head through the next couple of hours, and we anticipate it really taking its time, meandering to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. But we're going to start seeing this slowing down even further. So it's going to be at least 24 to 48 hours before it's really clear of Central Florida, and you'll see on the map coming up here that we could see this linger into parts of Savannah through the end of the week. So here's a look right now at Ian. Just look at the gravity of this storm, how big it is. It's really encompassing all of southern Florida right now. And as we go through time, you can see all the lightning around the eye, and that's just a signifier of how strong the storm is. You don't see that with a lot of hurricanes unless they're major hurricanes. So the latest coming in, it's still carrying that Cat 4 status until we get that next update. Like I said, moving to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. Currently, right now, you're starting to see that eye really concave, get smaller and shrink. But do not be deceived. We are still seeing this pack a punch with the Cat 4 winds closest to the eye. So here's the latest on Doppler radar right now. So we have it spinning, and it's Port Charlotte that's seeing the strongest winds getting ready to move into the eye. We still have that surge coming into areas like Sanibel down here with the southern portion of the storm pushing that water inland. And then we are getting visuals of very bad flooding occurring in areas like Fort Myers. Along I-75, things are quiet between Fort Myers and Punta Gorda, but that won't be for much longer. And here, where we see this level of reflectivity, deep reds and pinks, that is extremely heavy rain. We're talking copious amounts of rain being dropped right now in areas like Venice and Sarasota. It does lighten up the farther north you head into Tampa.
Right.
But because it is going to be sticking around for some time, we are anticipating that flooding to start to pick up, Chuck. And so that's going to be the next thing we're looking at.
All right, Samara, I got a bunch of questions. Let me start with the storm surge risk down there below where the eye came in. We know there's going to be a delayed storm surge. When do we know the worst of that surge? When do they know they'll be out of the woods of the worst of the surge? Is it another 3 hours, another 6 hours? What's your estimate?
Well, we still have high tide that's going to be occurring in some of those areas farther south near Fort Myers. Another high tide around 6:45 p.m. Okay. So in all honesty, I would really not even clear us until tomorrow morning. We're going to wait till we see those final totals coming in. So with the storm starting to kind of quiet down, you don't want to go outside still, Chuck.
All right, so there's that. Is this going to be a hurricane the entire time it's in the state of Florida? Like it's going to, we think it won't get weaker than 76 miles an hour.
Well, I think we are going to see that weakening take place, but to your point, it is going to keep and sustain that strength well inland. So we're looking at Cat 3 in Sarasota Wednesday night, tonight at 8 p.m. And then look at this, Orlando could still, or just shy of south of Orlando, we could still be seeing at least Cat 1 hurricane force winds. It's not until it gets to the eastern side where we actually see that turn into a tropical storm force wind scenario. So yes, this is a very strong storm. Even historically speaking, Chuck, we're looking at a very strong storm.
And the chances this thing can sort of get its eye back together when it hits the Atlantic. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to sit there long, but how concerned should folks on the southeast coast be?
Well, we aren't expecting this to re-strengthen into a hurricane again. However, it's still going to maintain some level of structure. And because of that, it'll still be a tropical storm. And we're anticipating those in Savannah and Charleston to still get a pretty heavy hit by Friday night into the weekend. We're not really going to see this diminish into remnants until we head into Saturday. And that's well into the Carolinas.
And how wet? Do we expect this storm to be super wet after it does that second? I mean, are we looking at flooding issues in North Carolina? I mean, that's a state that deals with flooding a lot, even with some minor tropical storms.
Absolutely. With this type of system, especially along the coastline in South Carolina, we could be looking at some flash flooding occurring with this system, especially because it's moving so slow. That's really where the issue is coming in.
Just an astonishing storm and an astonishing amount of destruction that it's about to take shape. Anyway, Samara, thank you so much for all of that and for humoring me and all of my questions. I'm going to move down to Sarasota, where earlier this afternoon the city's mayor said he expects his city will get a direct hit in the coming hours. So I'm joined now by the Sarasota County Emergency Management Director, Ed McCrane. And Ed, I know you're in the middle of this, so let's not pretend you have, I'm not going to pretend you have many of these answers, but what kind of shape is the county in right now? What kind of what's the best estimate you have on power, water, things like that?
Well, thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just now starting to see this in the South County because it made landfall, Cayo Costa, and went into Fort Myers and Charlotte Harbor. And we have the town of Inglewood, which is in part in Charlotte County, and the north part of it is in Sarasota. So I know right now it's affecting Port Charlotte. I have a sister in Northport. It's affecting her. They're out of power. So I think everything south of Northport to the water is going to be out of power. And as the storm trajects itself, continues to move north, that power outages are going to, be increasing. We have Florida Power and Light representatives in the EOC. We can actually ask them regularly what the status is. But
are you running on? Are you running on emergency power, or are you running on regular power right now?
Well, we went to generator power when we locked down, and
Gotcha.
the reason we did that was because we can run 100 hours on generator, and that way we don't have that fluctuation and disruptions if we do have power outages, because we have an automatic transfer switch, so power comes off, they go on, and vice versa. So our technicians, we have an electrician, the generator repair guys are here in the EOC with us, and they can go deploy if something happens. We have 2 generators that run simultaneously. If we lose one, we can still operate.
What about your water situation? I know I have a staffer who's got a relative in Sarasota, and I guess water shut down yesterday at some point.
Only on the areas being evacuated. So
Gotcha.
Because they're barrier islands and they move, our utility folks with the storm surge threat had to shut down the water, and the cities do the same thing. So the water out to Siesta and Casey Key and then Lido and say Longboat, the utility guys shut those off. They also shut down the wastewater system. And then it takes 12 hours to re-energize that. You got to do some boil water testing. So that's the reason for that. But those people that don't have water, the homes that don't have water are homes that should not have anybody in them right now.
And that's
in the evacuation area.
And that's my final question for you. Florida's gotten Florida every year gets a lot of new residents. I've always will consider myself a Floridian, even when I don't live there. But there's a lot of people that have never experienced something like this. Have you noticed, are residents heeding your warnings, or are you having a hard time convincing people to take this seriously?
Well, we had Hurricane Irma in 2017, and we learned a lot of lessons. We had 20,000 people. We only had 4 pet-friendly shelters, so now we opened them 4 at a time. We ended up opening 13. So now we open 12 simultaneously, and I expected there to be 15, 20,000 people because the A and the B and the mobile homes is about 160,000 people.
Yeah.
And last night I had a gaggle of reporters that are sleeping here overnight. They wanted a little press conference. I asked my staff, can you get me the numbers that are in the shelter? Because they're going to ask me that. At 8 o'clock last night, I had 1,750.
Okay.
We had 12 shelters, capacity of over 30,000. I was like, well, that can't be right. So all night and all day, we've been trying to figure out a way to get more people. So where did they go? Did they leave the area? Did they heed our warnings and go to friends or family? Or did they just stay home and not go to the shelter because they were looking at the timing and thought they had extra time?
Right.
So today we're up to 4,400 because overnight we did one of those like Amber Alert, wireless emergency alert for to the citizens. We have 500 pets. We've got people starting to still show up as long as they can, but we've warned them at some point they won't be able to travel and they need a shelter in place.
Well, especially since this storm surge we haven't gotten through the risk of that. Ed McCrane, emergency management team for Sarasota County. Ed, appreciate the time and information you gave us, and we'll be checking back in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Our live breaking news coverage of this monstrous storm that is hitting the state of Florida will continue in a moment as we follow these conditions, the catastrophic damage, and this overwhelming storm surge from Hurricane Ian. And as we go to break, take a look at what it was like. This is aboard the NOAA plane. This is a research plane that goes through eye walls of hurricanes to get more information. Well, check this one out when it went through Ian's eye wall.
Oh, there goes the signs. There goes the beds. Holy cow.
tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back with more of our continuing news coverage here at NBC News of Hurricane Ian. The areas around Tampa, Florida, including St. Petersburg, aren't expected to see the worst of the storm, but they're still currently experiencing strong winds at 60 miles an hour, the potential for wind speeds and gusts of over 110 miles an hour. And that's where we find Morgan Chesky. He is in Tampa, Florida. And Morgan, boy, the Tampa authorities really got out ahead of this in a way that I think is the right, you're never going to me, get penalized for trying to give out early warnings. But there were all sorts of talk of shutting power down, shutting water down. Where do things stand now?
Yeah, Chuck, well, conditions are deteriorating, I can tell you that much. As it stands right now, the decision to shut down power kind of as a protective measure ahead of the arrival of Hurricane Ian. Really, the enormity of the storm not expected to hit until somewhere between 9 and midnight tonight here for the Tampa metro area. The city's holding off on that right now. That said, we already know about 1 million Floridians are already without power. The mayor earlier today said expect power outages to happen because even though they're not getting the brunt of Ian here, we're still going to get tropical storm force winds, potentially Category 1 hurricane winds, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, more than enough to knock down power lines and potentially cause significant outages here. Unfortunately, we're really not going to know the true toll that Ian's going to take on the Tampa area until nightfall. And that's why there is a lot of concern right now. The mayor is saying earlier today, if you left because you thought it was going to be a direct hit and you're thinking of coming back home, stay put. Stay where you are. Do not come back into the city right now because the worst is yet to come with anywhere from 12 to 24 inches of rain being forecast over the next 48 hours throughout this general area. Chuck?
Yeah, and if you have power where you are, why go back to an area that might not have it? Why don't you wait? It doesn't make any sense to put yourself in a situation where you could be causing more issues. Anyway, as always, thank you. And before hitting Florida's west coast, Hurricane Ian first made landfall in Cuba, thrashing the island as a Category 3 storm. It knocked out all the power for the entire nation. Our own Guad Venegas was able to file this report and document the devastation in Pinar del Rio, Cuba.
This is the devastation in Pinar del Rio. This is the most affected province in Cuba. We had heard the reports that this is where the Category 3 hit with 129 mile per hour winds. And you can see what it left. Complete devastation. These were tobacco houses. You can also see some of the tobacco that they weren't able to take out. And a lot of these places they prepared and they moved some of the tobacco, but here you can see it, and everything was just destroyed. And in between you have power lines. Now this pole is still standing, these two are standing, but the other ones have been knocked down. This whole row of poles going down to the road, you can't see any poles here because they're on the ground. The entire infrastructure of the power grid in this part of the island has been destroyed pretty much. As we were driving here from the capital of the province, the capital is Pinar del Rio, is the city. The province is also named Pinar del Rio. We were making our way to the rural areas where we were told we would find this type of destruction where people were the most affected. And we only drove maybe 20 miles and arrived here. We spoke to some of the families. Back here, you have houses. A woman lives in that house with her 2 kids. And of course, she no longer lives there. She's staying with a neighbor. All of her stuff is in there. She was able to evacuate and move over to the house that her neighbor owns that's made out of bricks. And you have neighbors down there trying to rescue what they can from the wreckage. That is going to be used to repair some of the houses that are still standing because most of the houses lost their roof. You can see this big structure over here, one of the tobacco houses, no roof. And this devastation continues as you look further and further down. This is Pinar del Rio, the most affected area. The people here with very little water, very little food, and no power. And with all of this damage, there's no idea when the power could be restored here as they do whatever it is that they can to get a little bit of rice, a little bit of beans, and some drinking water. Ian has left Cuba, but the destruction remains.
Guad Venegas, able to get down to Cuba and give us that report. Guad, thank you for your work there. And as we've said, cities are bracing for a devastating storm surge, particularly in the southwest part of the state there. It's expected to be as high as 12 to 18 feet in some areas, which, by the way, is twice as high as they've ever recorded in this part of Florida. So joining me now is Mark Luther. He's the director of the Ocean Monitoring and Prediction Lab at the University of South Florida College of Marine Science. All right, Mark, we've seen this, and we saw this spooky picture earlier where you could see the water being sucked out, and we know it's going to come back. So this surge, is it basically the next 10 hours that anywhere south of where this storm hit, made landfall, has to be prepared for the worst?
Yes, that's true. We're already seeing some significant storm surges in the Fort Myers Beach area. I've seen some photos sent from there of houses completely inundated. And then you put waves on top of that storm surge. You get a 12 to 16 foot surge, then you put 10 to 12 foot waves on top of that. That's going to flatten anything that it encounters. So, and as was stated earlier, the worst for the Tampa Bay region is yet to come. But again, since we're on the north side or the left side of the eye wall of the storm coming in, we're seeing a negative surge, all the water being knocked out of Tampa Bay right now. So it'll be some time before we can get the port facilities around Tampa Bay back open again, which is the major gateway for petroleum product for the state of Florida. Over half of all the gasoline, diesel fuel, et cetera, even jet fuel for Orlando International Airport all comes through Tampa Bay. So that's our biggest priority now is post-storm recovery for those maritime facilities.
Do you expect the worst of this to be Naples, Fort Myers, and Marco Island, and that this should be a relatively manageable event for Tampa Bay, or is Tampa Bay not out of the woods?
I think Tampa Bay is not seeing the worst of it, but it's mostly going to be a high wind and rain event for Tampa Bay. Not a storm surge event. The major storm surge is going to be primarily from the Sanibel Captiva, Fort Myers Beach area towards Naples, Marco Island area, as you just stated. We've seen, as I said, a negative storm surge here. And we're not likely to see a big surge, a positive surge coming back in afterwards.
Once again, Tampa Bay, whether it's, I'm convinced researchers are going to find out there's something about the Gulf that somehow protects Tampa Bay from these direct hits. We'll maybe figure out if it's replicatable or that's just Mother Nature. Mark Luther at USF, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. Our breaking Hurricane Ian coverage will continue with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and with Hurricane Ian making history as it's making landfall, we are seeing the biggest concern as we come on the air, the back of this eye wall hitting Florida as we speak. A super destructive, very dangerous phase in this Category 4 storm. You see the track, it's just shy of a Cat 5. The fifth most powerful storm measured by wind speed to ever hit the U.S., 155 miles an hour. And look at what's happening live right now. You are looking at a split screen here of Punta Gorda, Florida, and the south end of the Skyway Bridge in Tampa Bay. The rain is intense. It is coming down in sheets. Look at that one camera. It is barely hanging on. Here in Naples, check this out. Cars basically underwater, right up to the windshield, drifting down the block because it's so flooded. The National Hurricane Center says those storm surges could be historic in this area, maybe up to 18 feet. And everybody in the state, look at that, can expect flooding. You know, emergency crews, they're trying to do the best they can, but look at these firefighters unloading what looks to be a flooded out fire truck, trying to save at least some of the equipment inside. If you did not evacuate, it is too late. Nobody's coming to get you, at least not right now. At people's homes, look at this, Cape Coral, it is ripping them apart. We've got our team of reporters posted up all across Florida. We're going to get you the forecast in just a second, but I want to start tonight with Carrie Sanders, who is in Punta Gorda, Florida, now under a curfew. And Carrie, I know you've covered a lot of hurricanes here. I've seen you get blown around. The rain, the wind, it is all incredibly intense. Tell me what you're seeing.
Well, we're on the dirty side of the eye wall. We didn't have that perfect clean eye with the blue skies, but now the backside's beginning to come through. So the wind's just beginning to pick back up. We've had a period of time here that have been really quite calm, even though we couldn't see the skies or the birds flying around. It brought a lot of the residents out to start walking around, taking a look, taking pictures. They're now heading back inside because the wind is picking back up. And we're likely to see stronger winds on the backside than we did on the front side. I was standing out sort of in this area. You can see a car driving around. I think I see him actually holding a cell phone as he's driving, taking some videos. We had winds here that were at about clocked at 110 miles an hour. I think we're going to see the stronger winds on the backside, but we already know that power has been knocked out to a good portion of Charlotte County. We know that there have been some roofs that have had some serious damage. Of course, buildings are leaking, and so there's a lot of water that's coming in. And what we haven't seen here is that storm surge yet. In fact, we saw the opposite. The counterclockwise rotation of the hurricane sucked the water out of Charlotte Harbor, sucked it out of the Peace River. It was actually kind of interesting to see that. But on the back end, we may actually see that storm surge come in. What we saw to the south of us down in Naples, that storm surge could actually hit here. The only other thing I might mention is there were a lot of people who decided during this hurricane, you know what, I should have evacuated and I didn't. And just before we really got the intense winds, people started coming in their cars and going to a parking garage and driving up to the second, third floor. Folks who had dogs and cats with them, just getting in there saying, you know what, we're not going to ride it out in our house. We're going to ride it out in our car inside a well-constructed very heavy concrete parking garage. And so they're there right now waiting for this to all end. The heaviest winds, the strongest winds, if we continue to watch the movement here, might be at around 7:30, 8 o'clock. But the hurricane, the rain, all of everything going on, it's going to take till at least midnight before we get to that point of, okay, we're past the really heavy aspects of this. But then begins we got to wait for the daylight to really do the assessment of the damage.
And I want to just be clear to people, because right now, Carrie, it doesn't look like you're standing in much, right? I mean, it looks like you're standing on a rainy day in Florida. That's because, that's what I'm saying. You're going to get hammered here in a second. Yeah. And what's so interesting about this particular storm is sometimes it's not the backside that can be more intense. In this instance, it may very well be where you are.
Exactly. I mean, usually have this really well-defined eye, and you look up and you say to yourself, I can't believe it's such a blue sky. We don't have that here. It's dirty. But nonetheless, we're in that lull in the middle of the rotation of the hurricane. And when that backside comes, the strongest winds are right in the eye wall. And so when that backside hits here, that's when we're going to see it ramp up tremendously. Wind speeds, everybody wants to know Category 4, Category 5. I just say from my experience, once you're at a major hurricane, a 4 or 5, I don't think there's really that dramatically of a difference. I mean, we have tornadoes that get spun out of here. There will be some calculations of what the speeds were of the wind. At the end of the day, it's the destruction, and hopefully, we don't have reports of anybody being seriously injured, but it takes a while to get that kind of information. Hopefully, everybody is safe.
At this point, in some ways, the fact that it is a Cat 4, just shy of a Cat 5, is an interesting data point, but functionally on the ground, the difference between 155 miles an hour and 160 miles an hour, you're getting crushed. You know what I mean? And I'm hearing something in the back of your live shot, Carrie. Is that an alarm going off? I assume that's happening all over town.
Yeah, it is. It actually has been driving us crazy. It is an alarm going off. So when the power went out, the alarms started firing, and that's inside one of the garage buildings down here. And it's been going like that, and I assume until the battery dies, and who knows whether the battery will die. So, the city made it very clear that their fire officials, their city employees, nobody's going to go out until the storm is completely gone. So, yeah, that adds actually a little bit to the anxiety when you keep hearing this sound, because it is an alarm, and we're in the middle of a hurricane and everything else. But it's kind of what you expect. It's like a car alarm. When somebody knocks a car, nobody seems to pay attention to it anymore, but it just keeps irritating you.
Carrie Sanders, stand by. I know we're coming back to you later on in the show. Thank you. Let me get to Bill Cairns now with the track here. And Bill, let me just make clear that while people are looking at Carrie's shot, the level of urgency here is incredibly real, right? It is incredibly intense. Can we pull up, I don't know if we can, some more of those live pictures that we have of, I know, the Tampa Bay Bridge, for example, the Sky Bridge. You've got a couple of others. This is it. I mean, it is pounding the southwest coast. It made landfall officially maybe 90 minutes ago, roughly 100 minutes ago now at this point. And now it's going to slow down. That's the risk. That's the danger, because this pummeling is going to continue.
And Hallie, just stop for a second. You just had a 5-minute conversation with a reporter in the eye of a Category 4 hurricane. I mean, that just blows your mind that we didn't even have the technology to even bring you those pictures. And if you check in back with if you check back in with our crew there and Carrie in about 30 minutes, he's going to start getting into that northwestern dirty quadrant or the backside of the storm, and it's going to pour, and he's going to have like 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So here's where Carrie is located, pretty much under the center of our icon here, showing you where the storm is. But you notice the dark red's closing in? I mean, it's pouring in Venice right now. The winds are howling all the way down to Inglewood. We got a damage being done on the backside here. So the winds were going one way. Then as the eye passes you, they go in the other way. So things that got loosened up one direction, now the wind's going to attack it from the other direction, and we're going to have even more stuff flying around and getting destroyed. But that's what's going to head into Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda in about the next, I'd say, a half hour at least, and then definitely right through. But it'll take about 2 to 3 hours to get to the back side of this. We have really extreme conditions returning now to Captiva and Sanibel and poor Fort Myers. They didn't have much of a break. They really didn't go through the center of the eye, so the winds have been howling pretty good here. And as far as damage goes, we'll see a lot more in the days ahead. But just from this storm track, wind damage, most extreme, is going to be areas from Fort Myers, probably northwards, to where storm surge will be from Fort Myers to Bonita Springs down to Naples. That's kind of the target zone of what we've been looking at. And of course, Carrie mentioned it, the 123-mile-per-hour wind gust that we had before the gauge stopped working there in Punta Gorda. Right now, we're gusting 75 in Sarasota, so we're up to about a hurricane strength. The same with Venice. Tampa's up to around 60, and that's what you're going to expect in the Tampa area. Kind of what you have now is as bad as it's going to get, assuming we don't have any tornadoes, which will be possible overnight. The rain has really tapered off in Naples, and the water's beginning to recede. So that's good. We need to get these people rescued that are, demanding and asking and calling for help. Hopefully we can do that before sunset. Hopefully the winds will come down enough. But that water is still very high, especially around that Bonita Springs, the Fort Myers area. The wind is just coming in straight in that southern eye, right off the water. And it's just not allowing it to recede back out into the ocean like you'd expect. So here's the new update from the Hurricane Center, 140-mile-per-hour winds. So we're still at Category 4. The next update will probably likely go down to a Category 3, and then during the overnight hours, likely by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, possibly a Category 1 hurricane. So here we are at 2 a.m., Category 1 heading over Osceola and Polk counties here, and then slowly trying to work its way up towards Universal Studios, Orlando International Airport, Orlando area, and then heading out towards maybe the Space Coast, the Titusville region, up to Daytona Beach. It looks like that's the area. Maybe New Smyrna Beach is right where they have it exiting off the coast here. And that would be tomorrow afternoon as a tropical storm. So because it's taking more of a track off the coast, it's not going to have enough time to weaken significantly. Then we're still taking this as a tropical storm. I mean, it's not out of the realm that we could have this as a hurricane making landfall Friday afternoon between Savannah and Charleston. Right now, the Hurricane Center has it at 65-mile-per-hour winds. They have hurricane watches that are up for coastal areas of Georgia and South Carolina. Will it be what we just saw in the extreme damage that you're going to see in the days ahead from where we just had the landfall? It won't be anything like that. But still, for the people that live here, this is very concerning. These areas are very flood prone, especially when you get the heavy rain and a storm surge combination. So that's going to be a big concern in the days ahead. So hurricane warnings here, hurricane watches from Daytona Beach all the way up to Charleston. As we just keep having these storms, Hallie, that like Fiona. They're overachieving, and the ocean temperatures are a big reason for it. That's the fuel for these storms.
It's the climate connection there. Bill Cairns, thank you. I know you're standing by also. We're coming back to you. Let me get to Steve Patterson, who is in St. Petersburg. And the big concern tonight is the rain. 2 to 3 months of rain in like 2 to 3 days. And just looking at your live shot here, the wind is intense where you are. Not 155 miles an hour, obviously, but it is certainly a lot.
Enough to cause problems and do some damage, Hallie, and that's really what officials are worried about as we speak. We're going to get to the rain when we get to the rain. And look, there's plenty of rain to go around right now, but that deluge is going to come later. Right now is this wind event. It is the direct brunt of the lashings of the eye of the storm that have made landfall a few hours ago. Now we're feeling the wind gusts pretty solid. I would say every few seconds we get a good one, and you'll see one in the next few seconds, I guarantee you. But for now, we can update you on power outages, about 100,000 between the counties that make up Tampa Bay. So not as many as we thought, but I guarantee you there will be more as the night progresses. And we've heard, obviously reports of power lines, reports of flash flooding. The flooding, though, as this continues, as that storm slows, as the back end of the storm starts lashing us as well, as the storm surge, because the bay has gone out into the Gulf. If I were to show you down there, you'd see the tide has moved out. That will come back with a vengeance. We're expecting about a 4 to 6 foot storm surge. When that hits, combined with the deluge that you're talking about, it's going to get really bad here really fast. But for right now, it's the wind. Hallie?
Only pockets of people who have power along the coast where you are, right, Steve?
Only pockets, correct. Only pockets. You're going to find, a cluster of people with lights and another cluster. But after that, it's darkness. Back to you.
Steve Patterson out there in St. Pete. We should note for folks, too, because this is what we do in the show. The safety is the first priority for Steve and for his crew, and for Carrie and for his crew, and for Morgan Chesky, who is joining us now, and his crew. And our teams always know that is the most important thing. I want to be really clear about that, because I think, Morgan, as you well know, people see us, reporters, teams of news crews out in the thick of it, and go, what are they doing here? We are prepared. We are trying to be smart about this. Where you are, I know we got an update from the mayor, right, of Tampa, who luckily, right, Tampa's avoiding the worst of this storm. It's hitting further south, but it's not like you're out of the woods.
Right, I mean, certainly Tampa feels like it dodged a bullet here, Hallie, but we're not out of the woods just yet. That was the main message from the mayor earlier today, and that's because of now that Ian has made landfall, we're likely going to be seeing an incredible amount of rain here. The brunt of this hurricane not expected to hit Tampa proper until anywhere from 9 to midnight tonight, and the numbers really are wild, Hallie. 12 to 24 inches of rain forecast over the next 48 hours. So as you mentioned, 2 to 3 months of rain in 2 to 3 days. Hours ago, we heard from the city that there were already reports of flooding in low-lying areas. That's only going to get worse as the night goes on, although, you know, we're not going to be able to see it. We're going to have the cover of darkness here. That's going to make things even more treacherous, and that's why at this hour they're telling everyone, stay inside. And if you did happen to evacuate days ago and you think, hey, it's okay to come back home because Tampa's not getting the brunt of Ian when it made landfall, now is not the time to return back home. So that's the main message tonight. And we have seen the bands from Ian make their way over here. Stronger winds, stronger rain, stronger winds, stronger rain. But the real telling thing that everyone's watching is how slow Ian starts to move when it churns its way inland. If it goes down to 3-4 miles an hour, it could drop an incredible amount of rain, similar to what we saw with Hurricane Harvey over Houston that flooded nearly the entire city. Allie?
Morgan, we talk about the power outages here. We've learned that there are just over 1 million people who do not have power in the state. We know that there are a lot of people who live in Tampa, 300.
Ready to start eating healthier? Meet Kachava. Kachava is the
And that's really, halfway across the Orlando metro area. So you could see anything here.
It all depends on where that
Yeah.
eye comes ashore. On the
something.
right side, it's horrific. On the left side, it's not so bad.
Yeah, and that's where you just saw it right there. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Volusia County.
Hey there, Vicki. You're at a marina in Daytona Beach. What are you seeing over there?
Hey, John and Luann, where conditions here are not as bad as those guys here yet, but I can tell you the wind is picking up. I can actually hear the wind howling. There's some debris here and there, but like you said, I'm here at the Halifax Harbor Marina. This is in Daytona Beach, so this, of course, a big concern. All of the boats out here, a lot of these boats have been tied down. The boat owners out here doing their preparations. It is a little quiet right now because I talked to a boat owner who said that they finished everything up yesterday, but I have seen some boat owners come out here and check on them, a lot of them tying them down. That's why you don't really see a lot of these boats moving, because they have been tied down, secured. I talked to that boat owner. He said he lives about a mile away from here, and he came to check on his boat to make sure that nothing happens during the storm. Take a listen to what he said.
All right, so let's move a little bit further south here. We even have more new video showing damage already racking up in Naples. This video here was tweeted out not too long ago of a cell phone. It shows all sorts of flooding there, lots of stuff piling up in the yards. That area expected to get hit hard over the next couple of days. Again, that's kind of been the center of where a lot of it's been happening, so they've seen some of the worst of it so far. Not only the storm surge in this area, but then a couple feet of rain as well. Something else that paints a picture of just how strong the winds are blowing around. You saw this one just a little bit ago. This is the shingles being blown off some roofs. Again, that video back in that area. We keep going back to this area because that is the part. That one's in Cape Coral. Again, Southwest Florida. That is the area that's seeing the bulk of it right now. And Luann, one thing I wanted to go back to what Will was saying a little bit ago. We've all lived through some of these hurricanes. There's 3 million new people or whatever the number is at this point, right?
Yeah.
They haven't experienced this. And to me, the thing that I think wears on you the most is that constant whistling, knowing that it's out there, and it goes on and on. He said 2 days of that in that area.
Wow.
I don't think we've ever seen 2 days straight of that. It's usually a day and it's on. This
Yeah.
is going to be a long storm.
Ian is very slow. It's
Yeah.
only going 9 miles per hour. I've never experienced a hurricane that slow before. Normally within 24 hours, it's in, it's out. You get to go outside,
Right.
assess
Clean it
the
up.
damage.
Yeah.
It is going to be until about Friday morning until we're able to go outside.
Here's the number that Brooks threw out a little bit ago. 12 hours for the center of the storm to move over the Orlando metro. So tomorrow afternoon, southern part gets a Cat 1.
Yeah.
And then by the time it clears out in Volusia County, 12, 13, 14 hours later. So we're going to be in this with those kind of winds, tropical storm or Category 1 winds for at least 12 hours.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a long
I
time.
wanted to show you.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 team. They've been giving us so much great content surrounding Hurricane Ian. We've been jumping in and out of their coverage just as we have done with our Fox 13 team. Of course, this is just the beginning here for all of our friends in Florida, as this has now officially made landfall. It's going to continue to be a Category 4 until it makes its way into central Florida, and then it will downgrade to a Category 3 storm before making its way northward up along our east coast. Live now from Fox. going to continue giving you more coverage right here as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. This time, going to take you out to our Fox 13 team as they are also giving us more with their newscasts as Tampa Bay is closing shores and boulevards and roads and everything in between. Let's go ahead and bring you their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
Video of the water being pushed out of the bay. So that's, something that wasn't helpful, having cars stopping in traffic there. And again, that whole phenomena of the northeast wind blowing the water out of the bay, we saw it during Irma 5 years ago.
That's right. Fox 13's Tony Sadiku, he went on Bayshore today to show us exactly what happens to all that water.
Hey guys, we're on Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa. We've already started to feel the effects of Hurricane Ian. Obviously, you see the light rain falling. The winds have been picking up, and look what it's done right here under the bay. It started to suck water out of the bay, so much so you could see the grass off into the distance. And this is something we expected would happen as the winds would turn easterly. In fact, the winds have been coming out of the east since yesterday. They've just been picking up in speed. We've seen gusts about 37 miles per hour. That's close to tropical storm force, and we expect that to continue as the storm continues to make its approach. This is something we saw, if you'll remember, with Hurricane Irma as the storm was approaching, and it really has to do with the structure of these hurricanes. The counterclockwise movement allows those strengthening winds to really basically pull the water out of the bay, as we're seeing here, kind of like a drain, and it's just an incredible sight to see. We've seen folks, of course, trying to take in the scenery as well. People on just walking, people on bikes. Unfortunately, a few people, quite a bit of people. We've seen folks on the road as well. This is in an evacuation zone as well. So we know law enforcement has been urging people to kind of get out of this area, not to necessarily come over here. But this is something that we expected with this storm, despite the fact that the storm is still well to our south. Keep in mind, the center of the storm is still way to our south, but we're already feeling these effects. It just goes to show the sheer size of this storm. We know in this area we're not going to see the worst of the storm surge. That's going to be more Englewood down towards Bonita Beach. That's something that the residents in this area are kind of happy to see. We know that this area is prone to flooding. I mean, even on a regular, and you can already see that the gust picking up from time to time. We know just a regular summer storm can cause this area to flood. We've seen tropical storms completely cause these roads to be impassable before. But at this point, we're kind of seeing the opposite effect, kind of that reverse surge, if you will, as we continue to basically wait and anticipate the storm right here on Bayshore Boulevard. Tony Sadiku, Fox 13 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. We've got more video here from Southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian was coming ashore. This is from Joel Franco. It shows storm chasers and weather reporters on Tamiami Trail in Punta Gorda, and you can see one of the street signs there. Yep, starting to feel the effects there. And right there, maybe hard to recognize, out there in the road, getting taken out by a tree branch. Yes, that's Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel. You know, many people make the joke, you don't want to be in the town that Cantori is going to, because that means the worst weather. And here he is, holding on to the street sign,
which may blow away any minute.
We hope Jim is safe. He's done this many times, but we do hope he's safe. And yeah, these are things you see when a bad hurricane is coming to town.
Wow. And you know, Punta Gorda got the worst of it in 2004 from Hurricane Charlie.
Yeah.
So we are pleased, fingers crossed, that it won't be as bad as we saw.
I don't know. It's just based on Paul and Tyler showing us the storm surge that was going into there. I think it's going to be a bad scene for a lot of people there. We've been seeing video, too, out of Naples, which is seeing a lot of wind damage and flooding, too.
Naples Fire Rescue, well, they ran into trouble when their own fire station flooded, and they posted the video on social media. Watch.
Hey, guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue, and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
Do you see how much water they're at? And you heard the fire chief say they had to push one of the trucks outside because there was smoke. They were worried the whole building might catch fire. That would be pretty bad. The fire station burns down. Crews wading through that waist-deep water and trying to get everything off the truck and trying to save what they can. That is tough. And I think I mentioned earlier, there's a curfew immediately in Naples. So I think Naples got banged pretty hard.
Yeah, let's not let this be understated here. I mean, the Naples Fire Department knows what to expect during a hurricane. I mean, they train for this kind of thing, yet here they were caught with perhaps storm surge that they weren't expecting just because of the power and then the length of time that it was sitting out there pumping all that water onto shore.
So we want to know, Paul, has it sped up at all?
No, not at all. It's actually slowed down a little bit. 8 miles an hour. You talk about taking a sweet time, and that was one of our forecast bullet points the past couple of days. It would slow down near Tampa Bay, and the weakening process has begun. Here's some wind data, and you can pick out your town and location. We've had some missing data because the amount of wind is kind of probably caused some damage in some of the anemometers, but we have Brandon gust 41, St. Pete gust to 77. Sustained Tampa is 22, but once in a while, a squall will whip by and the winds gust to 60. And then what else do we have? We have Sarasota 78, Venice sustained 54, gust 79, and then probably some missing wind. I don't really rely on this because it's been higher gust than that. Leesburg, strong winds. Brooksville, the airport, once in a while, gust 40. As far as the improvement goes, it's going to be a really slow process. In inland tonight, we're just going to kind of watch this center and the eye, what's left of it, move inland. We'll watch some wind speeds. And I know, and a bunch of you messaged me, the inbox is always filled. And I know inland, who the past day or two, it's like, I thought this storm wasn't coming this way. And you're exactly right. There was a couple of days when really we were hoping the trough would miss the storm. And we said maybe the core of the hurricane would stay offshore. And then every computer run kind of picked up on a stronger trough, and that angle of approach from the south, when it deviates a little bit to the right, it kind of exaggerates where it makes landfall. So the concern went up across our inland counties, and now I know a lot of you are sitting home going, here's a storm coming our way that wasn't going to come our way. And now tonight, we got to kind of ride through this together. And I certainly understand the angst as far as that is concerned. Little bit of improvement, not much in Venice and Sarasota, but there is improving weather back here. So if you're thinking about when can I breathe a little easier, let's see, it's 5:26. Let's say for you, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to get into this back here, maybe a little sooner than that. And then the weather for the overnight is windy at times, but nothing of the 60, 70, 80 miles an hour that you're dealing with right now, gust over 100. Arcadia is in the eye wall, and Wauchula is in the eye wall, and soon Sebring, Avon Park, Fort Meade, and then we're talking about Lakewood Ranch is having a tough time with some of these bands kind of moving back. Sarasota's had a rough. Anna Maria, which is kind of open on all sides, they're having a rough time. And also in Anna Maria, there's not a lot of friction around you, so the wind really whips in from all directions. So Anna Maria, Longboat, Sarasota, there's going to be some wind damage here. Thankfully here, no storm surge damage, but the storm surge damage is extensive, especially a lot of the video coming in has been Fort Myers Beach is having some of the higher storm surge. We've had little snippets. I've had my phone get a couple of pictures here. Once in a while, I get some good videos. Not good, but I mean, as far as going, wow, some videos coming in on the inbox. But we're going to have to wait until this goes by, and then we can really take an assessment of the situation. I'm thinking when we get some daylight and people can take a look, it's going to be pretty bad. I mean, you can't really tell now because it's not safe to go out. But I think the amount of damage down here is going to be really significant. We'll get a better view of that tomorrow, and then more so on Thursday. So tonight, all this weather is going to move through Highlands County, Hardee, DeSoto, all of our cities and towns up in sections of Polk County. You could run through that, Tyler, if you want. This is the high-res Futurecast, which shows the winds on it. We'll just roll through it slowly and kind of watch it and watch the wind arrows. And this is 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, real slow. Hardee County, heaviest rain moving into Polk County. Anything on that printer that I hear, Tyler?
It's coming out. I'm working our mouse at the same time, so let me step away.
I just want to make sure we're not missing a warning.
Yep. That's what.
When you hear the printer going on in the weather, it's not printing out anything except for a warning at this point.
Yep. So what we've had today has been extreme wind warnings, which are not good. This is another one. Southwestern Highlands County, Southern Hardee County. Paul, I'm going to pop back up radar here. You can kind of jump over there.
What time is it up until?
Pinpoint there. This one's going to be until 7:30 p.m. Again, Southwestern Highlands County, Southern Hardee County, Southeastern Manatee County, and still up for areas south, Charlotte County as well, and all of DeSoto County.
So that warning is rarely issued except in extreme hurricane events. And what the Weather Service is saying is treat the winds the next couple of hours as though you're in a tornado situation. So you get in the safest part of your house until the wind threat passes. That's a warning that is, it may be issued once every 20 years. It just depends on how many storms you get, but you can go a long time without seeing an extreme wind warning. And it's just a way for the only really way that the Weather Service can really relay the information of this is really bad. You need to stay inside a room in a safe spot in your house. So it's this area here. It's essentially where the eye wall continues to kind of break down a little bit. But this is all of this that's going to move into Highlands County. This is going to be the worst weather for the next couple of hours. And it's been the north side of the eye wall that's been particularly bad. Arcadia, we'll pop up some wind speeds. These are Doppler radar wind speeds.
I do want to mention too, Paul, southeastern Sarasota County still in this, and this is why you look at some of these numbers coming in here. 120, 130. Obviously, these are up in the atmosphere a little bit. These are radar estimates from the radar in Ruskin. So obviously, as the radar beam goes up a little bit, it's sampling higher in the atmosphere. But all of these have been validated with the observations, 100, 110, 115. So it's still no picnic in Englewood, Northport, and Venice. And obviously no folks down there watching us. The power's out, but hopefully listening to us on the radio down there. Yeah, and it's going to be a slow process. And it always seems like, even though it's not, but it just seems like it's worse at night. So tonight, it just seems like the sounds are louder at night, and it's just how it works. I mean, when you're lying in bed or lying on the couch and you have no power, and you just kind of hear sounds more. So we're going to get you through tonight and kind of track the strongest winds as they move from southwest to northeast. And this really, it's not Charlie again, but boy, I just remember this whole direction, southwest to northeast. But some of these wind speeds, and Tyler's correct, this isn't necessarily wind speeds at the ground, but it is a good indicator of how much wind we're talking about. We don't see this very often, even in tornado situations, of having our radar pick up wind speeds at this level. And then this is winds away and towards the radar site, all we're seeing here. That's why you have the green and the red. This is going to continue to move to the east, northeast. Let's go back, and we'll go back, first of all, because we like to get this done. Let's start up our northern counties and just do the whole trip again with the radar and try to mention some towns here. We'll go to Citrus County and Hernando County first, where what you're watching now is this coming your way from the east, from Claremont, and then spinning to the west-northwest, where there's going to be areas now where it's not raining at all. So you've got gaps. Here's a gap. There's a gap. Brooksville's doing okay. I think you're going to make it okay as far as really strong winds in our three northern counties. Doesn't mean you can't have gusts 60, 70, but for the most part, a lot of the worst weather is going to pass to the south and east of you, up in Citrus, especially Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. So let's put this into motion, Tyler, and we'll watch some of the bands quickly move from southeast to northwest. So here's a scene from Hernando, Lecanto, Inverness, Brooksville, Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill, Ridge Manor, just fast-moving showers coming in. And when some of these squalls go by, it'll come down pretty good. If you're watching me in Dade City, Zephyr Hills, here comes a squall, Dade City. The winds will pick up, and it could gust up to 60, 65 when that squall goes by. That's heading for San Antonio, too. And then Trinity, Odessa, watching rain go by. Bayport. How about Palm Harbor? Yeah, we're checking it out. Palm Harbor in Dunedin and Clearwater in Largo. Right down US 19. Lake Tarpon, Carrollwood,
watching more bands of rain approaching you from the east and southeast, and all of this is moving to the west-northwest. Been really rough the past hour or so. Ruskin, Sun City Center, Fishhawk, Brandon, Plant City, all getting heavy rain. These bands will easily contain wind gust 60, 65, Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Bradenton. This is all going to move to the west-northwest, and then as we move to the south or to the east, whatever you want to do, Tyler, I'm following you.
County first.
Yeah, we'll do east, Lake Wales, Bartow. Bartow we talked about earlier. I have shared so many photos going back to early September. For some reason, it seemed like Bartow was a spot where heavy thunderstorms were kind of around you.
Yeah.
There was one picture, and I forgot the name of the street. Maybe it was Wilson. I forget, that just had so much rain. These are places that don't need any additional rain. And if you remember, 2 days ago, we had some big thunderstorms that kind of roamed around Tampa Bay and really produced slow-moving thunderstorms. That didn't help at all. And now we're going to get additional rainfall. So Bartow down 60, do not need any more rain. Rain and wind tonight. We're watching it for you. Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Zolfo Springs, Arcadia, all of this area, which is under the extreme wind warning, is dealing with the core of the hurricane. The winds expand out a long way, but as far as the really bad weather, it's in that core of the hurricane. That's what we're hoping. So maybe we'll get lucky and it'll stay offshore and we won't get into that. We did, and we get into it. It's moving across the state. That's really getting into it, isn't it? And we did. So you get Arcadia, Northport, and because we've been watching so much of this, and I know you talk about the fatigue of dealing with this on our Manatee, Sarasota friends. We'll pay attention and give you an idea when this is finally going to slacken up in a couple of hours, because I know you need a break and you're kind of sick of this. But there is some, was a little bit, where the winds will start diminishing as the night goes along. But the problem with this storm is 8 miles an hour. It takes a long time to go from the west coast to the east coast at 8 miles an hour. That's the problem. So this is going to be kind of a long night. Got 2 hours of daylight left. Then it gets dark about 7:30 tonight. See, that's the big picture. How about this, Tyler? Just expand really wide. Just to get that's the big picture. There you go. I think that really tells it. It's a hurricane. I mean, right over us. And let's go back and show that illustration of the weather in the southeast. Can we pop up the true color?
Yep.
And
1 second.
maybe hit a refresh on it, because it gets kind of old after a while.
Yep.
I find this really interesting. So it wasn't that far away. It was not that far away from us, and maybe the bigger view of just the state of Florida is you can see the eye getting a little bit filled in, and this is the update on that. Is that you can actually see the hurricane, and this cloud line that goes this way, that's the storm being picked up by a trough, and that trough is one of the steering mechanisms. Here comes the setting sun from the east. So you've got this hurricane over Florida, which is giving us some of the worst weather on the entire globe. Is happening right around Tampa Bay. And then you can just drive. We're not going to drive it because it's too bad to do that. But then you can get into the western panhandle out by Pensacola and Panama City. And anyone up there is going, can you, this is what they're saying. Can you believe how nice the weather is outside right now? And down in Florida, down in Tampa Bay, they're having some of the worst weather around. So the weather up in the Panhandle is so nice, 75, 80 degrees, sunshine, and low humidity. It would also be kind of interesting, Tyler, do we have the southeast dew point map in this? Probably not, because it's not in the hurricane show.
Yeah, I'll pull it up in a moment, but kind of going off of what you were saying there, Paul, I used to work and live in Panama City Beach, and looking at some of the cameras there and talking to friends that I still know there, it is calm. The Emerald Coast is beautiful.
It is like that autumn day
blue sky
in the southeast that you're finally waiting. You said, when are we going to have a nice 75, 80-degree day with no dew points?
That's a 5.5-hour drive.
It's a 5.5-hour drive, and then you've got people right now that are begging for the rain and wind to stop. So this is unfortunately how meteorology works sometimes. And also, it's interesting because I can ramble on about this all day, but this goes to show, and we'll talk about this really, maybe this is not the time and place to talk about this, but you know, we did make a point back in August and September about, we showed the graphics like, boy, this hurricane season's so quiet, so quiet. This is the example of it only takes one. And this is, so we'll look back, and the whole thing about how bad how the season was. Here's the dew point map. I mean, I find this absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
From a scientific standpoint. Look at this map. Look at this map. You've got dew points from about Gainesville south that are pure tropical air. Dew points in Key West, 78, and then you get up by Tallahassee, and you got a 39 dew point. 39 dew point in the Western Panhandle, which is like winter, and then you've got the ultimate in summer weather or tropical weather, which is a hurricane. So this is how you've got this boundary, and of course the humid air and the hurricane is winning up. We've got so much more to talk about, and we're going to throw it back to the news desk. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right, thank you, Paul. That is incredible there when you see the difference, too. Just not even that far away, the weather people are having. And then you have situations where there are a lot of people to our south who have loved ones that they would love to check on, but they can't because of severe flooding there.
When you zoomed out, too, that really got my attention. That was a great way to show that storm, because so much of Florida right now is suffering.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it is. And the power outages just continue to go up to well over 1 million now. You know, a lot of people did pay attention, though, to the officials, emergency managers, and they evacuated and went to local shelters all over the area.
Fox 13 Sean Barry spoke to some people who fled the storm's path, and some of them not for the first time.
With much of Hillsborough County under some sort of evacuation order, many found shelter here at the Irwin Technical College on Hillsborough Avenue, filling it to capacity early this morning.
This was at least a category 3, so we opened all shelters at the same time. So we were expecting quite a bit of people to come in.
Cynthia Delanoez and her family, they live near the water and were among the first to receive mandatory evacuation orders.
And I run when there's a big one like this one. And more people need to take heed.
But Delanoez is no stranger to hurricanes.
I went through Andrew and through Hurricane Hattie in 1961. In my country, Belize, but here I am, waiting on another one.
And while some at this shelter are experiencing yet another hurricane in their lives, others who had showed up here, they haven't experienced anything like this before, ever. Ultimately, though, deciding it was better to get out of Dodge, not test Ian's strength.
Ready to start eating healthier? Meet Kachava. Kachava is the
until Ian.
I would love to have stayed right there, but we had to get out.
And while those seeking shelter here have prepared for the worst,
we have to. We have no choice. We have no choice.
They're still hoping for the best. In Tampa, I'm Sean Barry, Fox 13 News.
Thank you, Sean. And while we hope you're safe at home or somewhere else safe, you'll be glad to know the animals at St. Pete's Sunken Garden, they're safe too. Look at that. The gardens posted this photo on their social media pages. Apparently the flamingos. Yeah, they're having a hurricane party in the bathroom. And apparently they're just fine. They're eating, drinking, you know, doing what flamingos do. So we are really happy about that.
Well, that's an only...
And thank you to our Fox 13 team. They're giving us a lot of coverage on how this hurricane has been impacting not only residents, but businesses and entertainment industry as well. This is a live look here as that Category 4 continues to make its way now over land. More than 1 million people without power. It's only going to continue to be an issue as we get more of this back end of the storm over the land as well. Live now from Fox, going to get you into the press conference with Governor Ron DeSantis here as we do have people just stepping out. Let's go ahead, listen in live here.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted. And then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns
verdaderamente afectada. En esta otra imagen observamos cómo las bandas nubosas del sistema se internan hasta Virginia, hasta Carolina del Norte, cerca de Ocracoke, cerca de Virginia Beach, la gente de Carolina del Sur, Augusta, Atlanta, Georgia, Albany, Tallahassee, toda esta área han de estar lloviendo porque las bandas nubosas de este sistema inmenso se extienden, amigos, miren, como si fuera una línea recta por el este de Estados Unidos. No hay la menor duda de que es un huracán para no olvidarlo. En esta otra imagen lo observamos con más calidad todavía porque vemos cómo corren, cómo circulan la banda nubosa por Macon y Georgia, por Augusta, Carolina del Sur, Carolina del Norte, terminando en Virginia Beach. Y miren cómo esta banda se escapa y llega hasta territorio canadiense, a Nueva Escocia, a Sydney, a San Pedro, zona de Terranova, aquí donde impactó Fiona hace apenas unos días. Incluso en las Bahamas deben estar viendo algunas lluvias en la isla Freeport y también en mar Harbour, en el momento en que las bandas nubosas de este poderoso huracán Ian, miren el centro, ahí exactamente sobre Boca Grande, Paz, está en este momento. Debe haber una calma enorme en este punto, porque en la parte del centro del huracán siempre hay calma. Vamos a mostrar unas imágenes que tienen que ver cuando vamos a mostrar las imágenes en vivo. Vamos a mostrar cámaras que son en vivo. Vamos a mostrar estas cámaras entonces para que ustedes observen algunas de las calles, cómo están las avenidas, cómo están aquí los lugares. Aquí vamos a mostrar algunas de las imágenes que tenemos para todos ustedes. Estos fueron unas avionetas que en el día temprano pues colapsaron. Y con respecto a las cámaras, que incluso vamos a buscarlas con ustedes en vivo, porque algunas de ellas pues ya no están funcionando debido al mal tiempo. Pero vamos a hacer el intento de tenerla Para todos ustedes, creo que ahí ya vamos cambiando, me confirma. Juan Sebastián, saludo para ti, estamos totalmente en vivo. Juan Sebastián, miren, estas cámaras que muestro aquí, algunas de ellas ya no están funcionando, sin embargo, la mayoría podríamos conseguirlas todavía y observar algunas. Vamos a ir al área aquí donde específicamente está el huracán entrando en este instante. Vamos a ubicarlo. Estamos hablando de Cabo Coral. Este es el área más impactada en este momento. Y aquí tenemos algunas cámaras. Voy a colocar esta, por ejemplo, a ver si todavía tiene señal. Recuerdo, miren, aquí estamos en vivo. Miren ustedes, esta voy a acomodarlo un poquito más aquí al centro. Y esta es encima, esta es en Cabo Coral, una imagen que ustedes pueden observar que es en vivo, esto es en tiempo real. Saludamos a toda la gente que se conecta con nosotros en vivo, en tiempo real, el momento exacto cuando el huracán entra con una categoría 4, relativamente 5. Estamos aquí en una avenida de Cabo Coral, en el punto donde tenemos esta cámara totalmente en vivo, y de esta manera podemos ir observando, aunque aquí las lluvias relativamente no se ven tanto como normalmente están en algunas otras localidades más internas. Estamos observando una cámara más. Aquí vamos a darle clic y encontramos una más. La verdad que están en muy mal estado, muy mojadas, muy movidas. La señal en algunas ya no llega. Miren aquí, por ejemplo, esta relativamente no se ve nada. Miren ustedes ahí que vemos. Ahí vemos el huracán en vivo. Eso que ustedes ven ahí es el huracán. Esta zona está dentro del ojo del huracán. Justo en ese momento todavía sobreviven estas cámaras, pero no esperen ustedes que tengan la calidad de las filmaciones que pueden tener los teléfonos celulares que envían los internautas desde cualquier parte de Florida, que estén a salvo y que no pongan en riesgo su vida. Mostramos una más. Vamos a buscar algunas cámaras en vivo que puedan a su vez ilustrarnos sobre la realidad aquí en Florida. Miren ustedes cómo se mueve la cámara. Hay bastante brisa. Imagínense ustedes, estamos hablando de 250 kilómetros por hora. Relativamente un huracán categoría 5. 2 millas diferencian a el huracán de aquí. Esto es Punta Gorda, en este lugar aquí donde vamos a mostrar ahora. En Punta Gorda, efectivamente, pues no podemos ver relativamente nada. Observen ustedes lo que puedan, porque yo no veo nada. Esta cámara es en vivo, en tiempo real. Para los que preguntan, tiempo real. ¿Y qué vemos aquí, Chocolate? Nada, porque el movimiento y el viento no permiten que se vea absolutamente nada. Estamos ahí dentro del ojo del huracán en Punta Gorda, justamente en este momento. Si pudiéramos tener audio, vamos a verificar si tiene audio. Abrimos los controles. Esta cámara no tiene audio, pero si tuviéramos audio, ustedes se imaginan lo que vamos a escuchar. Aquí lo único que tenemos es un viento insaciable, un viento que podría levantar un vehículo, que podría levantar cuántas libras quizás. No sé si ustedes pueden observar lo que yo, pero no quisiéramos ninguno estar en este momento en el punto donde está esto en Punta Gorda. Señores, normalmente estas imágenes son limpias, bonitas, claras, vehículos transitando, gente que va, gente que viene. Y el huracán Ian, miren, viene un vehículo, me parece que viene un vehículo transitando. Mírenlo allá, se ven las luces. Ahí va un guapetón, ahí pasó un vehículo, parece un vehículo pesado. Ustedes seguro vieron lo mismo que yo. Voy a cambiar la cámara con todo el respeto y el permiso. Amigos, sigo buscando cámaras en el área del desastre. En este momento me voy a acercar bastante a ver si encuentro alguna más hacia el mar. Esta ya no está disponible. Vamos a ver esta sí. Vamos a ver esta otra que tiene muchos árboles. Ya esta no está disponible. Van cambiando, amigos. Lamentablemente hay muchas que ya no funcionan. Otras como esta quizás funcionan, pero no nos muestran mucho. Esta tampoco se ve. Vamos a ver esta otra. Vamos a ver. Sí, aquí tenemos un poco más de suerte. Se ve un poquito más. Está menos tenue de este lado. pero igual hay un vehículo que viene transitando. Ustedes pueden ver la hora. Vamos a ver si ven la hora para que se den cuenta de que estamos en vivo, pues. Vamos a ver si ustedes pueden notar que estamos en vivo. Vamos a moverlo hasta aquí. Ahí, algunas tienen la hora, otras no. Vamos a seguir buscando. Interesante para todos ustedes lo que está sucediendo en Florida, los fenómenos naturales que no dependen de nosotros, que no podemos hacer absolutamente nada más que observar y pedir a aquellos que somos creyentes a Dios que nos dé la oportunidad de no estar bajo la incesante lluvia y vientos de lo que es un huracán.
If you're sheltering in place in the path of a storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County. Do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you. There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the.
Happy birthday to you.
Why is the cake a lasagna?
Because cheese is life.
Cheese lovers get it. Kraft natural cheese. Crafted for joy.
Te toca a ti, a dar un paso adelante y ser la primera de muchas en tu familia de obtener tu educación. Es hora de inscribirte en una universidad con asesores accesibles, tutoría gratuita y a casi la mitad del costo de otras escuelas. Valencia College, te toca a ti.
There's like 3 goals. There's 4 goals.
stay off the road. We're not kidding. Please know that everyone here is safe. We are all.
Oh my God!
Something's on fire!
Hey, no, something went big. Rubberized shit and pissed myself.
Gente atrapada por allá que no pueden hacer nada. Gente atrapada allá, mira. Lo pueden ver, señores. Atrapadas allá. Gente atrapada. Que no saben qué van a hacer porque ya esto está feo, de feo, de feo. Gente atrapada. Que no saben qué van a hacer. Que no saben qué van a hacer. Y yo mucho menos. Y yo mucho menos. Que ya esto se está poniendo feo, de feo.
Oh, I can't do video because I'm on the phone.
I got it. I got it.
Here it is. The fucking house going by.
We ask you guys to stay off the road. We're not kidding. Please know that everyone here is safe. We are all.
Зарождается ураган. Вот он, ураганище какой. Сразу. Это где-то возле Кубы. Между Кубой и Панамским каналом. Вот такой вот глаз. Поближе туда. Все хочет фокусироваться. И сейчас попробуем вот так вот заглянуть на него, а потом вот так и вот так. Вот он, глаз. Глаз урагана. Вот ураганчик какой. Летим. Может много бед принести. Тем, кто попадет под него. Карибский бассейн есть, по-моему, под ним.
It is really flooding it down. Oh my God!
Something's on fire! Hey, no, something might be coming. Brother, I just shit and pissed myself.
Gente atrapada por allá que no pueden hacer nada. Gente atrapada allá, mira. Lo pueden ver, señores. Atrapadas allá. Gente atrapada. Que no saben qué van a hacer porque ya esto está feo, de feo, de feo. Gente atrapada, que no saben qué van a hacer, que no saben qué van a hacer. Y yo mucho menos, y yo mucho menos. Que ya esto se está poniendo feo, de feo.
Major high wire hurricane. It's dominating right now. The other window up.
Like houses are coming apart, restaurants from the beach, basically rolling down the street piece by piece. You got restaurants from the beach rolling down the street piece by piece, houses going under, you see boats sinking, boats are coming up through the roofs of their little garages that they had on the canal. It's just really crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, definitely evacuating next time.
Did you get that? Get that video.
There's like 3 boats. Those 4 boats.
4 of them.
4 boats.
Holy crap. Holy crap.
That's why you don't go outside.
Styrofoam and things like that that are like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof. Just came flying by. All right, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in here for a second. Give me a second.
Jim, you all right?
I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. You just can't stand up.
Arms from the beach, basically rolling down the street piece by piece. You got restaurants from the beach rolling down the street piece by piece. Houses going under. You see boats sinking. Boats are coming up through the roofs of their little garages that they had on the canal. It's just really crazy. Crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, definitely evacuating next time.
Should I get a shot of the car?
That's it. Yeah. I just asked Tom what happened now. And he said he was supposed to get
Still recording, right?
I'm trying. Wow. You got the video? Oh, I can't do video because I'm on the phone.
I got it. I got it.
Here it is. The fucking house going by.
Del viento, bastante fuerte, de una forma, como ustedes pueden ver, como es una forma de remolino, pues los árboles se mueven en todas las direcciones, no en una sola dirección, hasta quedar totalmente arrancado en totalidad del suelo. Increíble situación en este instante, cuentan ya con varias casas que están, dice la persona Josué, que se estamos transmitiendo en vivo, por supuesto.
We ask you guys to stay off the road. We're not kidding.
Y para todos aquellos que están en este momento en el canal, voy a aprovechar un instante brevísimo para saludar a algunas personas que están en el chat y que sabemos que tienen duda de que nosotros estamos transmitiendo desde las 8 de la mañana en vivo. ¿Y cómo lo hacemos? Lo hacemos con energía, con toda la calidad posible. Mientras saludamos a Angélica García, saludamos a Luz María, saludamos a Elton Bolívar, saludamos a Manuel Stance, saludamos a todos, inclusive a los que dicen que somos malos y a los que somos buenos. Lo que sí les digo, hay algunos que no hacen absolutamente nada. Se quedan en sus casas y no son capaces de pasar una sola información. Nosotros, aún con nuestro estilo, con nuestra forma, te gusta o no, pues hacemos el trabajo. Hay gente que no hace absolutamente nada. Así que estamos en vivo. La Fran. En este momento va el huracán.
Happy birthday to you.
Why is the cake lasagna?
Because cheese is life.
Cheese lovers get it. Kraft Natural Cheese. Crafted for joy.
Te toca a ti, a dar un paso adelante y ser la primera de muchas en tu familia de obtener tu educación. Es hora de inscribirte en una universidad con asesores accesibles, tutoría gratuita y a casi la mitad del costo de otras escuelas. Valencia College, te toca a ti.
Gente atrapada por allá que no pueden hacer nada. Gente atrapada allá, mira. Aquí lo pueden ver, señores. Atrapadas allá. Gente atrapada que no saben qué van a hacer porque de verdad ya esto está feo, de feo, de feo. Gente atrapada que no saben qué van a hacer. Y yo mucho menos. Que ya esto se está poniendo feo, de feo.
Side of this storm, and we're several miles inland, man. This storm it's weakening, but still it's a beast.
I think it's kind of a mix. The waves are definitely. I think it's kind of a mix. The waves are definitely getting closer to coming over, but it's really tough because visibility is so low right now, Ryan. I'd be lying if I knew for 100% sure. I do know that the water has come up quite a bit. It does look like when it does spray like that normally a wave won't spray all at once, and this is spraying all at once, kind of like it's wind driven, like it is rain. So I don't think it's ocean spray, but not 100%.
All right, that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Guys, incredible video here from Danielle from Fort Myers. Look at this chaotic mess of flooding, winds. Looks like little vortices, little water spouts in there. You see that? Are you seeing this? This is 12 minutes ago. Danielle had her friend Rob, who lives there, send her this. This is, I mean, that is nuts to see. You know, you can literally see how the wind is interacting with the water there and producing all these little subvortices. That's where some of those really strong gusts end up producing more damage in those areas. So words cannot describe the sheer intensity of the backside of the eye wall of Ian. That's what the weatherman, I'm the weatherman, whatever man said here with this video. So yeah, Fort Myers. So for a lot of today, we have been talking about Fort Myers Beach and the significant storm surge and flooding that they've seen. Now it looks like that's getting into Fort Myers, the downtown area, as we are approaching major flood stage there at 7.22 feet and rising. Please note, Fort Myers is across the river from Cape Coral. So with the changing directions of the winds here as the storm comes onto shore, we're going to see different impacts in different areas. Start seeing the wrath of Ian here, and it looks like the storm surge is making it into downtown Fort Myers now. Let's see here. Yeah, these guys, it looks like Brad is.
Hey, Ryan, I was able to get a better view of it. The waves are coming up, storm surge is getting higher, but the spray that you saw was not from the ocean. I believe that was just from the rain that was building up on the guardrail right there.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, Brad. Looks like they are getting out of there, and we're going to head to a different area. And it looks like, so Vince is now in a stationary spot. It looks like things, obviously it's still a hurricane. Obviously the winds are still insane, and there's still a lot of damage occurring. But it looks like things might be trying to ever so slightly calm down, and we can only hope that that trend continues because, man, I'm telling you, the damage that's going to be uncovered whenever the rain and the wind stops here is already going to be very widespread, and too much more of this is just going to be it's going to be bad. So this is a live look at Hurricane Ian with our team of storm chasers and our, endless amount of data that we're able to access thanks to the National Weather Service and thanks to Radar Omega, which is the app that we're using to show you this storm through radar and through 3D imagery like this, where we can literally look at Hurricane Ian from every angle and dissect it and show you what's going on with it. Watch how this thing had one of the largest and well-defined eye walls you'll ever see, and then as soon as it hit land, it started to fall apart. That's what happens with storms like this. There's nothing uncommon about that. But what is kind of uncommon is how still well-formed it is. Like this thing is still a major hurricane, and we are several miles inland now. So, some of these really strong winds are still going to be with us as the storm approaches Orlando. And look, the latest update still shows this is a Category 4, 130-mile-an-hour hurricane. By the time this gets to areas north of Sebring, right here in the middle of Florida, this is still going to be a Category 1 hurricane with gusts at 105 miles an hour, guys. Listen there. If we're in Bowling Green, Hillcrest Heights, Frostproof, Winter Haven, Davenport, St. Cloud, any of these places, it's very likely that even you will see hurricane force wind gusts as this thing comes closer and closer to you. I don't know when we're going to see significant weakening. We are seeing significant weakening, but I don't know when exactly this is going to drop below hurricane status, but it'll probably happen somewhere right around Orlando. So everybody in Central Florida needs to hunker down and prepare for some insane winds tonight. As some of the storm chasers have stated, words cannot describe the sheer intensity of the backside eye wall of Ian. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on the storm surge as well. Here's a video from Zach Hall, one of the storm chasers that's actually out there with Brad Arnold. At some of the really intense winds. I mean, man, it's unbelievable how much more intense this side of the storm is than the front side was. This, once again, this is Hurricane Ian right here. We'll see. Back over here. We are now at 1.5 million people in Florida without power. 1.5 million people in Florida without power now. That number is only going to continue to rise. I wouldn't be surprised to see that go over 2 million here before too long as this storm, the wind field kind of expands a little bit out farther into the rest of Florida. Yeah. I forgot to bring a new water bottle with me. I'll get one here in a second. My goodness. This is terrifying. Hurricane Ian's extreme winds are just relentless at Northport. So this is a view from Northport on the I-75 live cam. My God. That just goes to show you how wide the wind field actually is. And let me show you. Let me show you something here to explain what we're looking at a little bit better. Note those extreme winds. This was just 10 minutes ago in Northport. Okay, this is where Northport is. All right, our storm chasers are down here. So everywhere inside of this whole thing here is seeing the incredibly strong wind gusts like we're seeing through our storm chasers cameras. That's scary, honestly. That's a bad situation that's unfolding here. Everyone under the red pretty much is experiencing category 2 or 3 hurricane conditions. So we're going to continue to watch that as it goes up to the north and to the east. And we're going to go back and forth to the storm chasers as well, who looks like Brad has found himself back in the middle of the madness, very close to Brandon's location. These guys are all right here at the intersection of Punta Gorda, Solana, and the Port Charlotte area. Sorry, I haven't been able to look at chat a whole lot. Been trying to keep up with all the latest information. We are now at 8.54 feet of water inundation at Fort Myers, which is once again approaching or going above the flood stage, the major flood stage there. And the lights are green. So let's get an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to update. Our previous maximum wind gust that we observed today was 135 miles per hour from a weather stim station in Cape Coral, which is on the southeastern side of the eye, now to the south of the eye. And we did get another wind gust report there from about 20 minutes ago of 140 miles per hour.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Thanks for the update. And just chime back in anytime that we've got anything new like that coming through. So it looks like we've got a confirmed, multiple confirmed reports now of above 125 mile an hour winds, 130, 135, and 140. I am interested to see where exactly the highest wind gust was reported. It's almost always going to be whoever gets hit by the north, like eastern side of the eye wall as it first comes onto the shore. In this situation, it might actually not be that, but you know, it very well could be as well. So that's something that's interesting to me. We're going to keep an eye on that. And we are also going to continue to share some of these pictures from Fort Myers, and that we are no longer talking about Fort Myers Beach. This is also downtown Fort Myers, experiencing the devastating flooding that comes along with a major Category 4 hurricane like Ian. Hundreds, if not thousands, of homes are destroyed. Once again, it'll take a very long time for the locals to clean up out here after a storm like this, and we haven't even seen the start of it. We haven't even seen the half of it. I'm afraid it'll be before whenever people start getting power back. It'll be whenever people start thinking about going outside, recording things, and finding new pieces of information online before we start really understanding the entire scope and impact that Hurricane Ian has had. So that's what we are looking at. Looks like there's that 140 mile an hour wind gust report that came in. And I'm looking through Twitter. I know a lot of you guys are doing amazing work, tagging me and stuff, sending me stuff. And I'm trying to filter through that. Obviously, I'm not always going to see all of it. Here's a video from one of our friends of the channel. We've actually had Nicholas Isabella as a storm chaser on this channel before, like a year ago in a winter storm. He's from New York City, so he must have went from New York City all the way down there into Florida to chase Hurricane Ian. And as you can see, he's agreeing with the rest of us and saying that the backside of Hurricane Ian is insane. You guys are funny. Yeah, Reed Timmer's safe. Reed Timmer is safe and sound. I think the Dominator 4 is not. It's not. So, yeah, his car got pretty badly damaged by some storm surge inundation there. Okay, so we're going to talk a lot about Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. Here's a video from Fort Myers Beach about 3 hours ago. So you can see that we saw a lot of flooding, a lot of the storm surge situations going on down there. But Fort Myers now, the downtown area, is starting to experience some of these same impacts. Hurricane Ian has become a record-breaking hurricane for Fort Myers as storm surge flooding has eclipsed 7 feet and rising. The impact of this storm is truly life-threatening. Don't venture into floodwaters. Stay informed and safe. This is the most storm surge anybody alive today has ever seen in Fort Myers. If you're 90 years old and you think you've been through it all, you haven't been through a storm like Hurricane Ian. And the only reason I try to, use that language and reiterate that point is just in case there's still anybody out there who thinks that this has been an over-exaggeration and is wanting to maybe, disregard some of the warnings. By the way, I reached out to a gentleman earlier who was concerned about his grandmother whose house got damaged. He got back to me and he says, I've got people trying to get to her whenever it's safe enough. So it does look like there's going to be some people actually helping Alan's grandmother, the 76-year-old. going to do our best to help anybody out that needs it. And that's one of the things whenever this is over, whenever that happens, whenever that actually happens, and this is over, one of the things that we're going to focus on is making sure that people who need help are taken care of. And one of the ways we do that is through our storm chasers. They're going some of them are going to stick around and just see if there's anything that we can do to maybe help out. Still looking for new information here. If you're just now tuning in, I've been sitting here for 8-9 hours now, talking nonstop about this storm. And as I do love it, I do love my job, I guess. But it is starting to get to the point where I'm a little bit exhausted. So if you hear me take a sigh or a break between speaking every once in a while, I'm just intermittently taking a break. I'm still here for the long haul, and I'm still going to be here for you guys for as long as you need me. And I'm still just as into it as ever. I'm just really trying to absorb some of the information that I'm seeing coming in, like this new tidbit from the Weather Prediction Center. Major inland flooding is expected this evening along and to the left of Hurricane Ian's track. So I've been harping on that for a while. Okay, we've been talking about this all day. But to the left and west of Ian's overall track, we are going to see widespread major inland flooding. That includes Orlando. That includes all the way up there to Daytona. So, Riley, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. Brad did finally find the storm surge. It's starting to come up. You can see it on his stream.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. Oh, there it is. There it is. You can see the water right there. Let's see if we can't talk to him. Brad, what exactly are we looking at here in front of you? I see the water, but is it getting ready to come up over into an area where it shouldn't be, or is it already in an area where it normally isn't?
Ryan, it's probably about 2 feet short of where it would need to go to get over this wall. To put this in comparison, there were boats probably about 200 yards out in the harbor that were sitting on dry, like dirt, because of all the water that had been thrown out, or all the water that had gone out of the harbor. So it's taking a little bit for the storm surge to come in, but it's coming in really fast now.
Wow. That's incredible. What I'm going to do real quick, I do have to go get me a drink of water real quick. Andy's also taking a break. Literally, this is going to take 1 minute. This is going to take 1 minute, 60 seconds max. I'm going to throw you on the multi-view here.
Also, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to stay at this location. We've got a lot of freshwater flooding in the streets and things like that. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a boat that has lost its anchor that is floating towards us.
Oh, man. Oh, man, let me pull that up, fool. Look at that. A boat that has lost its anchor is floating directly towards Brad, Storm Chaser Brad, as the storm surge is coming in quick. Holy smokes. Once again, he's in a very dangerous situation. As much as we would probably want him to keep on this shot so we can see what happens with the boat, he should probably turn around and get the heck out of Dodge. Which is more than likely what he's going to do here very shortly. Guys, give me just a couple seconds. I'm going to give this camera a break, and I'm going to go get myself a water. BRB.
Ryan, are you seeing this?
Yes, sir. We're watching. It looks like it's going to come right up to you there.
Yeah, my main concern is that it's attached to all these high tension power lines, the cords that are holding them in the ground. I hope they don't snap.
That's a really good point. If you need to get out of there, get out of there. But at the same time, it's fascinating to see the power of Hurricane Ian here as it's literally driving boats into the land in the same way that it's driving a lot of the sea towards the land as we continue to see this situation unfold. We're seeing hurricane force wind gusts from Sarasota all the way up to let's see here, Lake Placid and Sebring. Man. How long you plan on staying there, buddy? I know he needs to leave. I don't want to make him make any rash decisions though. I don't want to be like, get out of there, go. It's got to be his decision because he is the one that's been doing this for so long.
Well, you know, the smart person would probably say when they start seeing boats come ashore, that's probably the time to go back. I'm probably going to stick around here for a little bit longer.
Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Once again, these guys are crazy. We don't condone the actions that they take, but we are thankful that they take them sometimes because once again, we wouldn't have known just by looking at radar, I don't think, exactly how intense the backside of this storm actually is without our storm chasers on the ground. And now hopefully we've effectively communicated the dangers and the risks associated with this to everybody downstream, the hundreds of thousands of people of downstream that are going to experience the same western side of this storm. So lots of information coming in. Lots of new kind of updates coming in from the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service. So we're gonna watch Brad's feed here as that boat gets closer and closer. While I go over some of this other information, that's nuts. That is nuts. He's got to get out of there. It's literally getting hung up on. It's getting hung up on the power lines there. So the only thing holding it back at this point is the power lines. And I definitely see some overspray. That water's coming up quick. They've got to get out of there. But anyways, some updates from the storm or the National Weather Service, the Weather Prediction Center. We still got a high risk of excessive rainfall and flash flooding this evening. We're going to see widespread freshwater flooding in a lot of central Florida today. That will lead to some really bad, potentially catastrophic inland flooding as we go forward. Let's switch over to Brandon Kopic real quick because he's got a dude, don't drive under that. Don't drive under that. Please don't drive under that. That's literally just sitting there, right? Anyways, Brandon Kopic's also in Punta Gorda, Florida, giving us a live look at some of the damage that we're seeing here out in and around the streets. So I just wanted to make sure we saw that. And now let's go back and look at the boat. Once again, this is a live look right now at Brad Arnold, who's up against the shore here, watching a boat potentially float ashore right in front of him. Hopefully, once again, he's got an idea of how he's going to get out of there. He's got an evacuation route. He's got a backup plan. As soon as that water starts coming up and over the barrier there, he's going to hightail it the other direction because he's not going to have much longer after that before the flood really starts taking over. Look at that, man. The power of water and wind. That is one of the most insane things you'll see right there. My goodness. This is once again, the backside of Hurricane Ian is proven to be the true It's proven the true power of Hurricane Ian. It looks like he's leaving now. He can only stay and look at that really interesting situation for so long before it got dangerous. So now they're making the very smart decision of turning around and getting the heck out of there. Once again, if anybody's wondering what we're looking at, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed, who is near Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. And he's giving us a live look at everything that's going on here. Here's another look at a very close proximity. This is Brandon Kopic's view of the storm. And these guys are still in the eye wall of the storm, but just a little bit farther to the north and to the east, things are calming down a little bit. So, you know, you go back and forth between, in a situation like this where the storm moves so slow, you got to go back and forth from being in the eye wall and being in the eye. And of course, Brad is in the eye wall right now, which is just proving to be incredibly dangerous. Oh, look, that's that same sign that Copic just came across, but from the other side. And he's actually going to go under it. Oh, my God. Once again, I can't. We shouldn't do that. I'm going to tell Copic, it's official. You are smarter. You have a higher IQ than Brad Arnold. Write that down. Mark it down. Keep it noted. But once again, these guys are out here documenting some of the bad situation that's unfolding from Hurricane Ian. And you know, sometimes we can have fun with it, but what they're doing overall is important. Not only are we seeing that you know, what's happening on the ground, we're able to give effective warning to people downstream, but people like Brandon and Vince have instruments on their car recording data, passing that information on to whoever finds it necessary, and it allows us to you know, better communicate what's going on now and what the future could be as far as, you know, what the forecast is looking like. So looks like Brandon's got some pretty serious damage here to one of these buildings. And then there's a lot of damage in front of Brad Arnold here who is continuing to try to find his way out of here. One of the reasons, more than likely, that Brad Arnold is driving through some of these pretty nasty conditions and probably some situations that you normally wouldn't want to, is because he actually does have to get out of here. It's not safe for him to be in this position that he's in, so he has to get to higher ground. And sometimes if you're in the middle of a hurricane, sometimes you have to drive under a sign that's fallen down in order to make that happen. So let's see here. I'm gonna continue to keep these guys' feeds up so you can see what's going on here, but I've got to go back to kind of also interpreting some of the new information from the National Weather Service and relaying that to you, and then also looking at the radar some more. And then, of course, I'm also looking at Twitter. I know you guys are sending me so many reports and you're tagging me and stuff. I'm so appreciative of it. I'm going to try to compile as much as possible and give you some pictures and videos of what's going on out there. Still, I want to reiterate one more time. I know that I've repeated this a lot, but I want to make sure everybody understands this. Major inland flooding is expected this evening. Along and to the left of the track of Hurricane Ian's overall track. That includes Tampa. That includes Orlando. That includes Lakeland. That includes Barrow, Rockledge, Titusville. All these places are in the path of a rain band that's going to lead to catastrophic flooding. Go ahead, Riley.
I did not change the light colors. I don't know what's going on. My interface just bugged too.
Oh, okay. I saw the lights go purple. I think that's the first time that's ever happened. We had an accidental light change somehow. But usually when the lights turn purple, that means we got to talk to Riley, who has some sort of update for us from the chasers or something like that. If you're just now tuning in, that's another thing to keep an eye on is the lights behind me. When they're blue, it's cool, right? When they're green, that means we got to talk to Andy, meteorologist Andy, who's got an update for us. When they're orange, we have some sort of breaking news, and when it turns purple, we have some sort of other update. Very unique system that we've come up with here over the year of trying to do this whole live broadcasting thing on YouTube. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, major rainfall is falling in our Arcadia, Fort Meade, all these places. It's going to continue to fall at an incredible rate as it carves a path up through Florida. That really bad flooding is going to take place. And it's not even just associated with the ocean flooding. We're also going to be talking about just river flooding, potentially record-breaking historic river flooding through a lot of central Florida. Brad is the definition of the Florida man. He's from Alabama. He's from Alabama. And all of our storm chasers they do this. This is like what they do, right? They're professionals. They've been doing this for years. They're all either meteorologists or, trained storm spotters. We would never just give a camera to some person's body and be like, hey, go do this. This is what every single person that you've seen today working with us, Chris, Vince, Brett, Bryce, Brandon, Brad. We got a lot of B names on the team today. But anyways, all these people are, they would be out here whether I was live or not. They would be out there storm chasing whether I was here to showcase their live stream or not. And that's how I actually found them. And that's how we ended up working together. I was like, hey, you're going to be out there anyways. Let's work together to try to better communicate some warnings for people. So yeah. Trying to find, wow, here's a video from Inglewood, Florida, a couple hours ago. And you can see the winds are incredibly intense there. Just like we've seen pretty much through a lot of these live feeds that we've been looking at through our storm chasers. A lot of people in the chat are saying, can I become a storm chaser? I think we're good. I think we're, all the guys that we work with, I think we're good. I don't think we need any more. We'll let you know, though. We might do applications or something one day. Lots of other storm chasers in the area are reaching out to me, messaging me, telling me their experience on the backside. Somebody just said, holy crap. The back half of this storm is way stronger than anybody expected. And that's definitely true. The backside of Hurricane Ian has been the powerhouse. It's been Hurricane Ian. The front side was bad enough, lots of damage, lots of really strong wind gusts, and the surge was really bad. But this backside is just a whole nother beast. Whole nother beast. Also got a note from meteorologist Andy Hill, who said the western and southern edge of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is seemingly much stronger due to the effects of the heavy rainfall shield to the west and northwest of the core. Precipitation loads onto the downdrafts and accelerates them as they rotate counterclockwise. So one of the reasons why the backside of Ian has been so much more intense is because a lot of the weight, I guess, of the precipitation is helping to bring down those upper level and mid-level winds closer to the surface. So you can see it's backloaded. All the precipitation really is on the backside of the storm, and that's helping. The winds are pretty much equally strong all around the center of the storm, above the surface. But the rain, the precipitation on the western side is helping to mix down that those impacts closer to the ground. And that's why we're seeing such crazy kind of, footage. And I completely lost my train of thought there. That's why the backside seems so much worse. 7 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. Ian is battering the Florida Peninsula with catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding. A NOAA National Ocean Service station near Fort Myers recently reported a water level greater than 7 feet. And a University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower recently reported sustained winds of 64 miles an hour and a gust of 104 mile an hour. And that's pretty far displaced from the actual center of the circulation as well. And a private weather station near Port Charlotte reported a sustained wind of 115 miles an hour and a gust over 142. So now that's our new record wind gust for the day so far. Will not be surprised to hear about more of that as time goes on. Here's a time lapse. We've seen a lot of these today, but this one's of Fort Myers, not Fort Myers Beach. This is downtown Fort Myers as the storm surge came in to the streets. Now, significant flooding is still ongoing in Fort Myers, okay? But this is what it looked like as it was first coming in. Look at how quickly the roads are filling up with water. It starts with the roads, and then it gets into people's yards. It gets into those alleyways, and then eventually the whole area is a lake. And that's what we're dealing with right now in Fort Myers. Oops, lost it. We'll try to find that again. And complete that for you. But here's a really unfortunate photo from, let's see here. I don't know exactly. Oh, Naples. This is from Naples Fire Department. Chest deep in water as they perform search and rescue in this terrible flood situation. Man, I really want to finish that time lapse. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it went. There it is. Where were we? About halfway through. Yeah, you can see how quickly the water came in, and it's continuing to come in even as I speak. Eventually, though, when the winds change, we'll see that start to go down. But unfortunately, the damage has been done to a lot of the buildings and residential areas in the Fort Myers vicinity. So when it goes down, we'll just be left with some of the residual effects of the flood that happened here, thanks to Hurricane Ian. Has the storm weakened since making landfall? Yes, it has actually weakened significantly, which is why it's so surprising and kind of crazy that the backside of the storm was that intense. So usually the backside of the storm, whenever you go through the front side and then the backside comes through, usually that is not as impactful. It's not as intense as the front side. So it's pretty crazy that this backside has been so impactful. Looks like we got another report of a tornado too. We've had a lot of tornadoes. Well, not a lot, but at least 2 that I've seen with my own eyes today that have touched down in Florida with, it seems to me like no tornado warnings. So this is one of those things that happens in a severe weather situation where you've got everybody's eyes are on the hurricane, right? Everybody, and rightfully so. The storm surge, we've got thousands of lives in direct danger down here. But it looks like some of these storms out in the outer bands, this one specifically east of Deer Park, it looks like these are producing tornadoes. We saw one earlier near St. Cloud, a tornado on the ground with what I believe was a storm that had no warning associated with it. This one is, I believe, that same storm, and it was earlier today at 3:32 p.m. So the reason I'm even emphasizing the no warning thing is because we've got a big tornado watch out today. And I want everybody up there to, even though we're all paying attention, we're all like obviously really focused on the eye wall of the hurricane and the impacts that are going on with the hurricane. I want us to also watch these storms very carefully because they are dropping tornadoes today. We've seen them. And these are going to move in this direction towards Orlando, Deltona, and Palm Coast as we go into the overnight periods tonight. Thankfully, I don't think the tornado risk looks as intense as it was last night, but it's obviously there, and we've seen a couple tornadoes already today. Mike says the backside of Hurricane Ian is slamming into Punta Gorda. It just shredded the roof off of this Shell station. So Mike is out there sending in pictures and videos. And yeah, it's literally tearing that thing apart with some really strong winds. And another thing to note here is one of the reasons why this looks so much more intense on camera too is because of the rain. Well, the rain, not only is it helping the winds reach the surface, but it's helping illuminate and kind of show us where the winds are happening, and you can just see it better whenever we've got the rain bands there to kind of show where the winds are blowing. Well, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, lots of video coming in here. I really don't know where to start with relaying some of this stuff. A lot of it is coming out of Fort Myers. It looks like downtown Fort Myers is the new kind of focus area for where this worst of the storm is occurring. So it was Fort Myers Beach at first. Now it's downtown Fort Myers. A huge shout out to Camp Alicious. Thank you for the support. Nathan Gale, Clear Creek Farm, Nikki Helmert, Beantown says, thank you for this awesome storm coverage. It's helping us ride out the storm in Manatee County. And Alexa Lindquist, thank you guys so much for the support. I'm seeing it. I see all the love. I see all the support in the chat, and I'm very grateful for it. Just thank you. Thank you for being here. For everybody who's liked the video and shared us and helped us get vital information in front of a lot of people today. I don't even know how many people we've reached today, but I know that the numbers, from what I've seen from looking at screenshots and stuff, have been high. So thank you for helping us do this. Hopefully we helped some people today, and we're going to continue to help them throughout the rest of the evening until YouTube kicks me out of here. Until YouTube says, go to sleep. No, I think we will have to end at the 11.5-hour mark regardless. But if we need to come back at a later time, we will be here. Yeah, we did 8 hours yesterday, went to sleep, woke up, came back here, and now we've been going for 9 hours or so today. Non-stop weather coverage. That's what we do whenever we can. If you've enjoyed what we've been able to do today, if you found it useful, if you think that this might be useful in the future, consider subscribing to the channel. It's free. And once again, this is something that we are doing for everything: blizzards, hurricanes, tornado outbreaks, anything like that I can use my experience, meteorologist Andy Hill's knowledge, and all of our storm chasers combined efforts to help people understand the severity of a situation and better communicate a warning to people. We're here for it. We're not here on the sunny days every day, but when it's needed, we are here. Nine hours and 32 minutes. Yep. Dang. Some of the videos of the extreme wind coming out of Port Charlotte. Just nuts. Just nuts. Sorry, I'm just looking through some of the incoming messages that I'm getting on Twitter and stuff, filtering through some of the data, some of the information. I do want to say, because I know we got a lot of people far downstream who are wondering what's going to happen next, what's going to happen after it gets past Florida. I do want to say that one of the biggest concerns that we have is going to be actually the potential flooding that happens in the coastal areas of South Carolina and Georgia. But there is going to be a tornado risk in the southeastern United States a little bit as we go later into once the storm recurves back up into Georgia and South Carolina. It's going to go up towards the Appalachians, and in the warm sector in the front right quadrant, we might see a little bit of a tornadic activity associated with that, and we'll talk about that as we do a forecast for everybody here in just a little bit. I want to try to give these feeds a little bit of a refresh here. It looks like we were a little bit paused up there with everybody, but I think we're going to get everybody back here.
All right, guys, we just lost. I think we just totally lost Verizon here.
Okay, maybe.
So, internet, the stream's going to go to pot. I'm just going to tootle around here. Conditions are improving though, but we may be at the end of our rope here for the stream.
That's probably what happened. It looks like all of our storm chasers have lost their connection. Except Brad Arnold. We got Brad Arnold back. Somehow. Or actually, we got Vince Welty. Somehow. We'll see if I can't get this new link set up. Give me just a second. Doing some behind the scenes work here. Some production. I do have a lot of help. For the most part, your boy is a one-man band here. All right, we're starting to get some of them back. Obviously, big-time power outages all throughout Florida. And we're going to continue to see that problem as we go forward. But even if we have no storm chasers, which I don't think that's going to be the case, I think we'll get them back here shortly. But even if we have no storm chasers, we will be able to continue to monitor satellite and all of our other tools through the Radar Omega app. All right, and Riley, if you can hear me, if you can switch Vince and Brad in the position order, that would be great. Vince has a pixel party of video quality. Yeah, it's probably going to be like that for a little while. intense storm surge is still continuing in areas north of Naples and near Fort Myers. So we'll give you a full update on that right here in a minute. And we are well over 1.5 million people without power now in Florida. And that number is expected to rise as time goes on. Smoking Ape says, much love for what you do. Always watching from Alabama, praying for everyone affected. Let's see here. Campalicious says, please continue this stream as it gets into Central Florida. We need this very life-saving information. Thank you for all you do for us. Paula, thanks for becoming a member. Cameron, thanks for upgrading to a high-risk member. Yeah, so I do plan, once again, I'm going to be here as much as I possibly can. Once we get to the 11.5-hour mark, I will have to end this stream. And what I'll probably do is take a little bit of a break. I mean, you guys, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning. It's currently 7 p.m. We're gonna go till 9 p.m., 9:30 or something. Take a little bit of a break, and then come back for another burst of coverage if needed. All right. So, it's one of those things where we have to take a little bouts of intermissions in between what we do, and we try really hard to get it right and make sure that we're live during the most intense portions. But sometimes we do have to take a little break here and there. But I appreciate you guys putting your trust in me and your faith in me and wanting me to be there. And I take this responsibility very seriously, and I'm going to do everything that I can to be there for you. Here's another crazy video from that tornado earlier. At 3:34 p.m., the tornado was approaching Gabriel's car, but he decided it would cross the road far away from me, and thankfully it did. This is that potentially unwarned tornado earlier today. What category of storm is the hurricane now? Let me double check, make sure nothing's changed. The last update still has this as a category 4, but that was at 5 p.m. Let me make sure there's not a 6 p.m. update here. Yeah, from what I can tell, we've still technically got a category 4 storm. I don't know if we've still got 140 mile an hour winds or not, but it's definitely still a major hurricane, I believe. Thousands of Floridians will need help rebuilding from Hurricane Ian. Let's see what Governor DeSantis has to say about this.
There will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. There will be thousands of Floridians who will need help.
Can you guys hear that? I think that was incredibly quiet. But anyways, basically there's a fund already that's available to help people in Florida, and that's floridadisasterfund.org, or you can text disaster to 20222. And of course that's going to go towards helping the people in Florida that are going to need help rebuilding. And obviously there are going to be thousands of people displaced by this. And it's going to be a long month or months for people down here in southwestern Florida. Coyote, thank you so much for the support. He says, I not only want to shout out all of the awesome coverage y'all are doing, but also the families behind you guys that support it. That's nice. That's my wife and everybody else's family around them that helps with this operation are definitely very supportive, especially in the beginning when we were all doing this and nowhere near 100,000 people were watching. I started this channel almost a year and a half, 2 years ago. And, sometimes we would only have, like 50 people watching during severe weather coverage. And we would still even then go 11, 12, 13 hours nonstop. And my wife has been supportive the whole time. So that is a great shout out. Definitely want to emphasize that. Look at this from Naples. The Focus said, my dad just sent me this video from Naples, Florida during Hurricane Ian. Man, I'm completely lost. Direct one is Chris Hall now, I think, right? Riley, I think we've lost everybody except for we're intermittently still getting Chris Hall. So if we can switch Vince and Chris in the order, I think that'll be the last one that we have to do.
Okay. Brandon and Brad are also intermittent.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so it's official. The National Hurricane Center has officially downgraded Hurricane Ian to a Cat 3.
Hey, Ryan, just so you know, for the most part, cell data's down around here. Obviously, I can't send my Starlink due to the winds right now and the precip, but I am trying to keep my feet up as much as possible up here. We're at the top of a parking garage.
All right. That was Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. Obviously, a lot of the cell service infrastructure is going down out there. I'm honestly surprised we were able to keep as clean of feeds as we did for as long as we did. Like that was an amazing stream. Like we had 6 fully HD live feeds during the most intense part of the storm. And now we're even, starting to get some of them back. So Vince is back with us. You can still see the winds, which are whipping around out there in Punta Gorda, Florida. And then, of course, Chris Hall is at the top of this storm or this parking garage here, giving us a view of, once again, still some of those really strong winds coming through. Here is a look at the utility trucks staged up in the villages of Sumter County, Florida, in preparation for Major Hurricane Ian. Now that is a sight to see. There obviously are millions of people without power, and some of those power outages might be extended, but thanks to these people and the incredible work and the long days ahead of them, that power outage won't last as long as it otherwise would. Is there another tropical storm coming after Ian? No, not well. Obviously, yes. Like there will always be another tropical storm, but there's not another imminent one that we're watching as closely as we have been watching Ian. Let's see here. Matthew says my brother-in-law lives in Fort Myers and didn't evacuate. We've had sporadic communications. Water is and was coming into the house and some other damage, and they don't know the extent of it. I've referred all of my family involved in this to your channel. You are absolutely fantastic. Matthew, thank you so much for the support, and I'm sorry that you and your family are going through this. Hopefully he gets some help, and hopefully we're doing everything we can to get the information that's needed to him in a quick and efficient manner. Additionally, this is just the beginning of our efforts here. I really do think we're going to be down there for a while. I might actually go down there myself at some point. We've got our friends here locally that can help us. We can bring down some big military style trucks and school buses and all that stuff that we've got with our friends. When we all come together and work together, we can really possibly make a difference down there if we need to bring supplies or something like that. So we're going to start planning that stuff in the very near future. And we should probably Chad, we should, if you're listening to me, we should probably maybe start designing a sticker or something for that. Laura says, watching from Ireland. I know I'm not being affected, but I want to show my support. Great coverage. Thank you so much, Laura. Here's an interesting little graphic put together by Ian Livingston on Twitter. Hurricane Ian is the 6th Category 4 plus to strike the Gulf in as many years. Oh, okay. I see. I was like, what? A very crowded family portrait. So Irma, Category 4. Ian, Category 4, slightly stronger. Michael, a very intense Category 5. Ida, we remember Ida from last year, Category 4. Laura, Category 4, and Harvey, Category 4. All very evenly spaced out. That's kind of weird. Kind of odd that they all almost seemingly on purpose hit in different areas to equally disperse the impacts, it seems. Vince Welty is back in some really strong winds here. His location is a little bit to... Yeah, so he's still in Punta Gorda, and they're just still in that backside of the eye wall there, and as it's moving out. And things are still really intense over there. Julie says, me and my husband are spending our honeymoon watching your live stream. You're doing great work. Thank you so much, Julie. Happy, congratulations, by the way. Is there music playing in the background? I did not mean for that to happen. Sorry. I think I turned that on during the break and just forgot to turn it off. All right, so let's take a look at some weather model imagery and talk about the future of this storm. Right after we read this quick update from the Collier County Sheriff's Office, we got another direct update here from the Sheriff's Office in Collier County. So we like the music. Well, maybe that's what we'll do, something like that in the future. I don't know. I didn't think that the music. I thought that maybe that would be a little bit distracting. Anyways, Collier County Sheriff's Office said there's a new curfew installed in Collier County. A mandatory curfew is in place for all of Collier County between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. The curfew is effective immediately and will remain in effect until further notice. The purpose of the curfew is to protect safety of the citizens of Collier County and their property as they begin the process of recovering from the effects of Hurricane Ian. There is much unknown left to face with the rising waters, debris in the roads, and many people have evacuated their homes and businesses. We do not want criminals preying on residents and businesses at one of the most vulnerable times in their life. Once again, this is coming from the Collier County Sheriff's Department. The curfew does not apply to emergency responders, employees at healthcare facilities, critical staff for businesses that provide essential services, or those seeking medical assistance. Violation of the curfew is a second-degree misdemeanor. Our deputies are compassionate and will enforce this with a great sensitivity to our residents and business owner situations. Don't panic about this. It's about keeping criminals out of areas they have no business being in right now. So once again, just direct information from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. Read that word for word off of their Facebook page. Oh boy. Service is getting more and more scarce out here, it seems. Chris Hall just texted me and said that it's looking like the stream from a lot of the chasers is probably going to be over at this point, as there's just hardly any cell service. Looks like Vince is still getting it out there somehow, though. This is from Brittany. Says, my mom said that there are desperate neighbors with their houses underwater. She asked me to tweet that rescue boats be sent to Judd Park in North Fort Myers. Once again, if there's anybody out there, and I know there are teams out there ready to go, if once things get a little bit more, settled, and you're ready to go, one of the first places that you should probably go is Judd Park in North Fort Myers. And this is some of the imagery coming out of there. New extreme wind warning that's going to go all the way out until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, September 28th. This includes Avon Park, Sebring, Lake Placid, Arcadia, Gardner, all the way down to Venus and Cleveland. This is extremely dangerous. Hurricane winds are going to be possible through 9:30 p.m. Move to an interior room now. This is a dangerous situation. Treat this as if it's a hurricane. Treat this as if it's a tornado and take shelter like you would for it, and don't come out until after it's over. Population 190,000 people are now under this extreme wind warning as we continue to watch the storm rage on here. Even way back away from the center of the storm where Vince is, it's still a very intense situation. Thank you for all the support, guys. I really do appreciate it. John Fun, thank you for the kind words there, man. I appreciate everybody's love here. Forbes wrote an article on us today. It says, Ryan Hall, y'all, the internet weatherman, behind Hurricane Ian live stream with 100,000 views. I think they meant viewers. 100,000 viewers. And John says it's because Ryan is simply undeniable at delivering the bestest information in an understandable form. I really appreciate that, man. We've been going for almost 10 hours now, and we're not letting up just yet. We're going to stay with you guys. I know we got a lot of people watching in Central Florida who are very concerned, rightfully so, about the potential impacts of the storm as it continues to go through the state. We're going to be here for you guys. There will be at some point I will have to sleep. I am a human. At some point we will have to take a break, a little bit of a break here, but we're going to continue this coverage for as long as it is needed. I promise you. So thank you so much. And thanks to everybody who subscribed to the channel. I think we're at 650,000 subscribers now. Really appreciate it. How's the storm surge? The storm surge in the area where our chasers are around Port Charlotte. It did get bad, and it got up into some of the roadways and stuff, but it wasn't as bad as down south. We're not 100% sure on the exact we're not 100% sure of exactly what's going on, but Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, Bonita Beach, Naples, all these places saw incredible flooding today, and some of these places are still seeing that flooding, and we're just waiting on that water to go down. Fort Myers saw record-breaking flooding just moments ago, and I think the water either topped out at 7 or 8 feet, or it was still rising at that point. Here is some pictures from Naples. Once again, Naples, Florida got it bad. Houses halfway underwater here. Boats floating down the streets. We saw plenty of that today. And then, just look at this. This is somebody's house here. Oh my God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Looking out your window, you're on the 2nd floor of your home. You are on the 2nd floor of your home. You're looking out your window. You see this, and you go look down the stairs, which we'll see right here in a second. That's got to be the most terrifying thing ever. Holy smokes, man. Whew. When they that
right there is a Jeep.
Issue those evacuation orders in the future.
You can't see it anymore,
can promise you, anybody who had to go through Hurricane Ian will not be staying around for any future storm. Almost certainly, yeah. Any news about Sanibel? The last I heard about Sanibel is obviously the flooding was incredibly bad. We saw some of that storm surge come in. We got a lot of time lapses, but they lost power, and we lost communication with a lot of the people that we had in that area really early on. So I haven't heard anything else, but I would say that the storm surge has certainly let up in that area. Definitely the winds have. We're not seeing that same level of impact. We're gonna start hearing a lot more from all of these cities in the next little bit. I know we've lost cell service and a lot of communications, but the stuff is starting to get out slowly but surely. Like stuff like this. This is another just unbelievable video from Naples, Florida earlier. This was hours ago, right? And while this was happening, even though somebody was filming it, the first thing they weren't thinking of getting this video out on Facebook, right? So as these people get to safety and more time passes, we'll see more and more examples of what exactly happened out here in the path of Hurricane Ian, which is still going on right now, by the way. We've still got Hurricane Ian. Category 3 now, Hurricane Ian near Arcadia, and it's moving up to the north a little bit, and it's going to slide right by Avon Park, and it's going to make it to Hillcrest Heights, and at that point, it's still going to be a Category 1 storm. Tonight at 2, or early tomorrow morning, 2 a.m. in the morning, it's still going to be a hurricane with 105-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the middle of Florida. But by the time it gets to Orlando and Daytona Beach, it'll be a tropical storm with winds around 65 miles an hour. That's good news. And then it is going to come out back into the ocean, and it'll make landfall again somewhere near Beaufort or Savannah or Charleston in a couple of days, probably around, what is today? Wednesday, Thursday, probably Friday. So the storm's going to go, after it leaves Florida, it's going to go back out into the Atlantic for a little bit. It's going to try to gain some steam, but it's going to make landfall again somewhere near Savannah, Georgia, on Friday, I believe. And I don't know if it'll be a hurricane at that point, but it'll more than likely be a tropical storm with some really heavy rain. That's going to be the main thing that we have to worry about there. Lots of rain expected in southeast Georgia, southern portions of South Carolina. Less rain, but still a lot of rain expected up into North Carolina, all the way up into Virginia as well as a result of this storm. But the hurricane, like the really bad hurricane, is going to be over after, after it gets through Florida. This is the, let's use Radar Omega here to show you where the storm is now and the track. You can see the forecasted track right here, but I want to show you the cone of uncertainty, because people seem to like that, and it goes over pretty well. So let's throw up in our Radar Omega app. We can turn that cone on, and there it is in red. Basically what the cone means is we're going to see it. The center of the storm is either going to go through the center and turn like this, or it could go on the outside and go like this, or it could go on the inside and go like this, or anywhere in between. If the farther east it goes, the more over the Atlantic Ocean it goes. Let's say it doesn't make landfall again until it gets almost over to Myrtle Beach. The more intense the storm will be up there, because the more time this has over the ocean, the more time it's going to have to reform into something. But if it doesn't stay over the ocean very long, it'll likely just remain a tropical storm, and then just bring some heavy rain up here to South Carolina. But we'll definitely have to watch it a lot closer if it goes farther out to sea. I don't think, I think we lost Brad's feed. Hold on. For some reason, I've got Brad's feed is working, but it's not on our thing. Oh, okay, I see. I got a new link for him. Give me just a second. We got Brad Arnold out here in the middle of a really tough or a really strong storm, and I want to throw this up here. I'm going to put him in the number 2 position, Riley. Or actually, you know what? I'm going to put him in the number 1 position. So if you can get that order changed for us, be very appreciate it. I would appreciate it. All right. So we're going to wait for these feeds to kind of refresh here. All right. And then we're going to monitor. We're going to put Chris Hall in number 2. Brad's going to be in number 1. All right. So we've got Brad Arnold in the middle of a place that looks like the power's out here. And obviously continuing to monitor the storm as it continues to rage on near Punta Gorda, Florida. Let's take a look at this update from the Sarasota Police Department. In addition to officers at our headquarters, we have officers stationed at the SRQ County Government Emergency Operations, gathering, sharing information with partnering agencies to provide assistance and support as needed before and after Hurricane Ian. So there's a lot of people out there doing everything they can to keep you safe. And there's a lot of coordination that goes on in an event like this that does end up keeping a lot of people safe. And it all comes down to the National Hurricane Center and the weather forecast. You know, if these guys didn't know this was coming, they wouldn't have been able to organize the response that they've been able to. So once again, just a huge shout out to the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, and all of the media outlets who covered this. I think that all in all, this was handled well, and I think that a lot of people were served well by every single part of the machine that is the information relay system in this particular storm. It's no longer a category 4. It's now a category 3. Center of circulation is pretty much right over Arcadia, Florida. Jenny says, thank you for all that you and your team does to keep us informed. Thank you, Jenny. Angela says, thanks for all you do. I'm sending some love on behalf of my dad. He would be watching from Lake Placid right now if his power were still on. Well, I hope his power comes back on soon, Angela. Thank you for the support. Star Studio says, have you ever seen two storms merge? And what would happen if that happened? Would it be a cannibal hurricane? If two hurricanes were to merge, it actually wouldn't be that big of a deal. There's something called the Fujiwara effect that would be really cool to witness on satellite. If two hurricanes like the size of Hurricane Ian were to try to run into each other, it would be quite the sight. But it definitely wouldn't mean what you think it means. I don't think that it would happen in the way that it happens in that movie The Day After Tomorrow. Andy, what's up, Andy?
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I'm still here, guys. I'm falling asleep, but it's hard for me to keep up for 10 hours. But we do have a flash flood emergency, and you can pull that up on radar, Ryan. It is including a lot of the northwest eye wall that Ian went, or the northwest portion of Ian's eye wall where we saw that heavy precip shield for a while.
All right, there it is. Flash flood emergency here. And if you guys are unfamiliar with that, basically what that is it's like a PDS tornado warning or something, but for flooding. It's the highest level flash flood warning that can be issued. I'm going to turn our cone of uncertainty off just so we can see this better. Everybody in the green dotted box here is under a flash flood emergency, and you've got to get to higher ground now. The last time one of these was issued, at least one of the last times one of these was issued, was during the historic flood disaster in Kentucky, up here where I live. 50 people lost their lives in that situation, and all it did was rain here. Now, in this situation, we've got the incredibly heavy rain, and we've got 100-mile-an-hour winds on top of that. So there are currently 339,000 people whose lives are, at risk for flooding, as the waters are going to rise exponentially fast as the rain continues to come down. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Seek higher ground now. Move immediately to higher ground. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. And once again, this includes Inglewood, North Point, Fort Ogden, Gardner, Mayaka City, and Fort Greene, and the Highway 17 or corridor between Fort Ogden and Washula. I think I'm saying that right. But I am going to retweet that. So if you guys want to help me get the word out about this, you can share the graphic there on Twitter, and we can get that out in front of as many people as possible. Once again, it's one of those things where the wind might be dying down just a little bit in some of these areas, and people are maybe trying to breathe a sigh of relief. And I'm 100% with you on that. I wish you could. But now we've got to worry about the extremely dangerous flash flooding that's going to come as a result of the heavy rain associated with this. We've been talking about it all day, since early this morning, since yesterday. We've been talking about how this would happen, and hopefully we communicated that message in a good enough way that people are prepared for it. Cheryl, thank you for the incredibly generous super chat. She says, thank you for the service and valuable information. Thank you, Cheryl. And my goodness, Caden, thank you for that. You guys don't have to do this. You really don't. But he says, thank you for your passion and your tireless dedication to your craft. Thank you, guys. I don't know what else to say other than thank you. It's not, obviously it's a team effort here. It's all of us together. It's the only reason why this works. Whenever I started the channel, I just happened to put my name on it. I do appreciate the positivity, though. It's helping me get through all this negative news that we're reading off here. No power in Lake Placid. The overlay audio needs to be reset. That is, Riley, if you're listening to me, that is not something I do. That would have to be Ryan, the other Ryan. He has to refresh it. Let's see here. The most recent RTMA has 10 to 15 inches of rainfall over just the past 12 hours across portions of west central Florida, just north of where Hurricane Ian made landfall. So we've already seen 10 to 15 inches of rain in some of these places here where the flash flood emergency was issued. And there's still more rain on the way. Yeah, it's not anything on my end that I can fix at this point. Usually it is, but if it's been working and then it doesn't, it just means that system needs to be refreshed. Whoa. Here's the Lee County. Look at that. The Lee County Sheriff's mobile trailer floating down the street from the storm surge. Jeez. Yeah, most of the most intense flooding that I've seen today has definitely come from Fort Myers Beach, and Naples. Yeah, so Hurricane Ian has brought between 12 and 19 inches of rain to some of these areas in the flash flood emergency, and an additional 3 to 8 inches of rain are possible. Here's one of our video editors who's posted a really nice animation of Hurricane Ian from the Caribbean to Florida. And it's just, I once again, this is something that I could watch over and over again. I'm just fascinated with how this works, and how these storms are just freaks of nature. But watch how this thing literally just continues to explode and just goes crazy right before making landfall there in western Florida. Just an absolute powerhouse of a storm. One of the strongest storms on Earth. And once again, this will be one for the books once it's all said and done. Philip says, you and your team have helped my family in Port Charlotte. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Philip. I'm glad we could be here for them. Jennifer says, I just found your channel today. Thank you so much. My son is a block off Sarasota Bay. Hobby says, Ryan, I see you're exhausted. Thanks for you and your family's sacrifice to help us. This is officially our 18th, not consecutive, but our 18th hour of coverage here. So I told y'all before it began, we'd probably end up doing 20 plus. And here we are on hour number 18. Preston, thank you so much. He says, I've been watching you guys most of the day. Thanks for all you do to help us stay informed. I appreciate it. Yeah, once again, no need to thank me. I thank you for allowing me to have a reason to do this and for, enabling me to do the good things that I do. Once again, we'll be able to, do this live stream for as long as that's needed. And we'll be able to go down there and help people in need via the Y'all Fund and stuff. Just thanks to you guys and everything that you've been able to do. So thank you. No thanks needed for me. Trying to see if there's anything else like really important to relay here. That mostly it's just a lot of news. Basically, it's a lot of look at what happened earlier today, especially in Naples and Fort Myers Beach, where some of the worst storm surge occurred, which is what you can see here from Naples. Just an unbelievably terrible situation. We're going to see probably a lot of those pictures and videos coming out pretty soon of the aftermath tomorrow morning and stuff from this. So another thing that we may do is we'll go as long as we can this evening. We'll break for a little while tonight, start back early in the morning and do some coverage tomorrow, not only for everybody in northeastern Florida and the eastern side of Florida, but also for everybody out ahead of the storm that maybe needs updates on what's going to happen from there. And then to do more recaps and news relay. But I'm big on not being in your face whenever I don't need to be. So if I feel like the coverage isn't needed as we go into Friday or something like that, then we'll just go back to doing our regular videos, and then we'll come back live on the air during the next big storm, which I'm hoping is a daggone snowstorm. I'm tired of the tornadoes and hurricanes. Had plenty of them this year. Well, we've really only had one hurricane, but this one's been enough to make up for what would otherwise have been a lacking hurricane season. Linda says, you saved my sanity. You're the best. Hurricane is still coming our way, but no longer freaked out. Thank you. I love that. Thank you. If I can ease your mind, if I can make you feel a little bit better about what's going on, I also love that. One of the things that I really don't like about what I have to do in situations like this is a lot of times I'll have to use language like catastrophic and massive and monster and, damaging and all this. And I imagine if you have some sort of storm anxiety or something like that, it's not, it may not be the best. But what I understand is a lot of people who watch this and they see all the videos and they really understand us or understand how I'm dissecting the storm and explaining every aspect of it. It's like exposure therapy to them. The more they understand, the less scared or the less, unsettled they are by the unknown that is usually, whatever's coming in the storm. So I'm glad I could be here to help you be a little bit less freaked out by the weather. Don't be scared. Be prepared. There's never a reason to be scared in today's world. You can always be prepared. And that's what the channel's all about. Zen says, unbelievable and unbeatable coverage of Ian. You guys are just being too nice now. Somebody needs to make fun of me. Let's see. You and your team are fantastic. Keep it up. Y'all you have relayed a lot of information to my family there. Thank you. And look, Amy Davis is at it again. Amy Davis is at it again with the gifted memberships. Everybody say thank you to Amy Davis for the 20 gifted Ryan Hall y'all memberships. That means 20 random people now have been given a membership. Thank you, Amy. And if you guys don't know, Amy's been here since the beginning. Amy was one of those 50 people watching back in the day. Back in the old days, when we first started the channel and we didn't have anything other than a computer and a microphone and a dream. Amy was one of those people. She's been here from the beginning, and she's been a huge supporter. So we love Amy. Shout out to you, Amy. MK Travel says, from someone who lived in St. Croix during Hurricane Irma and Maria, you're great for providing real coverage. It means a lot to everyone impacted by natural disasters. I wish we had you then too. I wish I could have been around then too. I didn't know. I didn't know that people would watch. Something like this. Obviously, it's evolved a lot since the beginning when I first started the channel, but. I'm happy to be here. I'm very glad that this is providing some sort of value for the people who tune in, and I'll be here for as long as possible. This is what I do now. The internet's weatherman. So I'm here for the long haul. As long as I'm here, as long as the internet exists, as long as YouTube doesn't boot me off or something, I'll be here for you. And unfortunately, during the next inevitable big storm, I'll be right here on YouTube guiding you through it. So once again, just one more reminder, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, please do so. You can turn on notifications anytime we go live or anytime we upload a video. You'll be able to see it. And I promise I don't get on your nerves. I don't live or anytime we upload a video. I don't try to get if there's going to be a week of calm weather, you won't have to worry about hearing from me. But as soon as we start seeing another big storm popping up or something, we always try to outline those threats. Dana, thank you so much. I do want to go over the weather again. I know we're getting into the pattern that usually happens here at the end of a stream. This is not the end. We still got a lot to go with this storm. But the amount of love and the outpouring of support in the chat is just so it's great, and I love it. And I just want you guys to know how thankful I am for you. But let's get back into some of the weather coverage here. Once again, a flash flood emergency is in effect for a lot of southwestern Florida. And what this means is that there's likely some life-threatening catastrophic flooding ongoing here from Northport all the way up to Bowling Green in Florida. So we are going to see that continue to kind of spread, and those rain totals are going to continue to get worse as the storm goes off to the north. I'm really worried about places like Zoflo Springs, Arcadia, Sweetwater. All of these places have already seen an incredible amount of rain, and they're seeing more. They're seeing more on top of that. So life-threatening flooding is possible to happen there. And then you draw a line this way, and that's where the next bout of heavy rain is going to be. Once again, Hillcrest Heights, Kissimmee, Orlando, Merritt Island, Titusville, Harmony, all of these places are under the gun for this big band of heavy rain that's getting ready to come through over the next several hours tonight. It'll be 2 a.m. more than likely before the center of the storm is just here. So the center of the storm is right here now. It'll be 2 a.m. before it gets that far. And then it'll be 2 p.m. tomorrow. It'll be a tropical storm over here. So here's now 2 a.m., 2 p.m. That's how long it's going to take for this storm to travel across the state of Florida. And that's why we're worried about the flooding, especially around Bowling Green, Frostproof, all the way up to Orlando. So if you live in a flood-prone area, or even if you don't, pay attention to those flood warnings and get to higher ground immediately whenever the flood warning comes through. just to kind of double down on that, 10 to 15 inches of rain has already fallen in the past 12 hours in a lot of these areas. And 3 to 8 inches kind of double down on that will fall on top of that. More than 20 inches of rain is possible. And that always leads to deadly, catastrophic flooding, no matter where you are, Florida or anywhere. Is it still a Category 3? Last update we got did put it at a Category 3, yes. Take a look at some weather models here. Just run through them all one by one. What's the time, by the way, if you guys can put it in chat for me, what's the run time on the stream right now? How long have we been going? All right, so this is what the weather is going to look like in the future according to the European model. So the European deterministic model is going to take this Hurricane Ian out to the Atlantic Ocean for a brief period of time. It's not going to stay out there much longer, but notice how it does get stronger. I know it's hard to see here. I want to show the whole country just in case we got anybody watching from away from the area. Okay, 10 hours. 10 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours and 25 minutes. Okay, that means we got about an hour left before I have to end this stream. So we're going to go over the models here, and then we're going to come up with a plan for what we're going to do in the future. But anyways, storm's going to go out to sea, it weakens quite a bit, and then when it gets out to sea, and when it gets back over those warm waters, it's going to try to regain some strength. And then maybe we might see this make landfall again as a high-end tropical storm somewhere over here in southern South Carolina. And the main impacts there are going to be the gusty winds and the heavy rain. All right. And then we might have in the front right quadrant, on the front side of the storm here, if we can get enough warm air to interact with that system, we might have a severe weather and tornado situation that unfolds over here. So that's the European model. That's the next several days. This goes out to October 1st. So we're going from Saturday, or from today, Wednesday, all the way out to October 1st. That's how long it's going to take for us to get rid of this thing. By the way, by the time this gets into South Carolina, it's really going to unravel and just become a big rainstorm. There's really going to be nothing, even though you're going to get rain and wind from this in Kentucky and Ohio and the Northeast all the way up into Canada. It's not going to be anything really unusual. So we're mainly just worried about the coastal areas that get affected here. Now that's the GFS, or that's the Euro. Let's check out the GFS. It takes the storm out to sea as well. Also deepens the storm back down to a 987 millibar low. Once again, a tropical storm makes landfall in South Carolina and then kind of unwinds there in the eastern U.S. And then it looks like the weather's going to be kind of quiet for a little while. Thank goodness. And our next thing that we might be talking about is a big cold front that looks like might be trying to come through later in the middle of October. But once you get past this mark right here, once you get past 120 hours, usually that is weather la land, and those things change a lot. We're mainly focused on the hurricane track there. So GFS and Euro, very similar. Let's look at the NAM 12 kilometer, just see what it's showing. And the NAM 12 kilometer does show this thing getting quite a bit stronger and going farther north. So I talked about this earlier. This is an outlier model. This is more than likely not going to happen. But if this were to be the path that the storm takes, and it stays out over the Atlantic Ocean longer, and it doesn't make landfall again until it gets all the way up there into North Carolina, we might have a Category 1 or Category 2 hurricane on our hands by the time it gets there. So the only way that that's going to happen is if it takes a long time to kind of get over the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know if that's a realistic possibility just yet. We'll talk about that more tomorrow or the next day in either a video or a live stream. But that right there would probably be like a worst case scenario, and that would obviously be a problem for southern areas of North Carolina. But as of now, we're going to assume that that's not going to be the case, and we're going to be dealing with a weak tropical storm, or I guess a pretty robust tropical storm making landfall somewhere in South Carolina as we get into Friday and Saturday. So that's kind of what the forecast looks like. Another thing to keep in mind here is the rain. That's the main thing. The main thing that we're concerned about with this is the rain. We're going to see several inches of rain from Georgia into the whole state of South Carolina is going to be susceptible to flooding from this. Of course, North Carolina, even up into portions of the Appalachians there in East Tennessee, East Kentucky, Western Virginia, and West Virginia, 2, 3, maybe 4 inches of rain in some places, depending on how long you stay under the precipitation bands that come off of this thing. So we're going to watch that closely. But overall, the biggest and worst part of this storm, the worst part of the hurricane, is going to be over after the devastating flooding takes place tonight associated with the heavy rain that's coming through. Okay. I saw a couple comments in chat. Somebody said, "You look funny and you talk funny." And I was like, there we go. And that's what I asked for. I asked you guys to make fun of me. and you guys, you listen. I love it. Here's a look at the NOAA satellites. Latest imagery of major, giant Hurricane Ian as the sun goes down, still boasting an incredible view and presentation as the storm drifts off to the north and east, back into the Atlantic. And just looking at it from this angle, man, it does look like it's going to hit the Atlantic Ocean at a more southern spot than either the GFS or Euro are suggesting. So maybe we will see this be over the Atlantic Ocean a little while longer, allowing for more time for it to reform into something before making landfall in the Carolinas. I don't know. We might be covering a second landfall next week or something of Hurricane Ian up there. I will guarantee you this. It'll never be a Cat 4 again. It'll never be a Category 4 again. Lynn B says, "I'm ready for Snowtown." Me too. Whenever we go live for blizzards and snowstorms, I personally, I think it's fun. These live streams for the hurricanes and the tornado outbreaks, I love it. I'm glad that we're able to do it. I think we do an incredibly good job with it. But the fun ones are the snow ones, because I love snow. I'm a big snow fanatic. So yeah, I'm also ready for Snowtown. Next video you'll see on the channel is a winter. Well, if it's not concerning the hurricane situation and the tropical situation here on the East Coast, the next video we're working on for the channel is going to be a winter outlook. I'm going to try to look and see, based off of what's happened in the past and what's happening right now, what this winter could look like. How much snow we're going to get? When's the snow going to start? All that good stuff. It's a fun video. There's not a whole lot you can do when you're trying to make those sort of predictions and outlooks, but it's fun. While Hurricane Ian is weakening in terms of sustained winds, its impacts in Florida are far from over. In addition to continued winds, it's wind and surge, a heavy rainfall to the northwest of the eye has already produced 10 to 15 inches of rain and flash flooding, and up to 20 inches is expected up there into areas north of Orlando. I'm really concerned about Central Florida and the flooding aspect, and I know that people are not going to take that seriously because of everything that we've seen from Hurricane Ian on the coast with the winds. When that starts to die down, the rainfall aspect is going to be overlooked, and that's unfortunately probably when we're going to start seeing some of our worst stories about people who are unfortunately missing, or maybe even worse. In those situations where we have historic river and stream flooding. Holly says, as slow as this thing is moving, it would have plenty of time to build up more steam over the water. That's true. If it continued to move this slow the whole time it was over the Atlantic, it would have more time to kind of gain steam and turn into another big hurricane. But thankfully, the farther north this thing goes, pretty much the quicker it's going to go, as there's going to be a whole lot more ability for this to kind of get sucked up into the natural progression of storms getting attached to troughs that eventually lead them poleward. But you're right. I mean, if it does decide to keep being a slowpoke, it might try to reform into a hurricane before it makes it up there to the Carolinas. We're going to hope for the best, though. And just, I mean, no matter if it becomes a hurricane or not, it's going to be a pretty, a serious situation just in terms of the rainfall. We do expect there to be some pretty bad flooding over there, but it'd be even worse if you add the category 1 or 2 winds on top of that. Don't worry, I'm going to take a nap. Don't worry. Huge props. Getting lots of love on the internet today from Twitter, which is kind of weird, honestly. Jordan X says, no ad breaks, no fear. Ryan Hall and his team have done a better job tracking Ian than anyone in mainstream media. Just huge words of encouragement from everybody coming in right now, and I'm happy that it's went well. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm glad you found it useful. $1.8 million people now without power in Florida. Notice how it's slowly creeping up. When we first started looking at this, it was all here. Now it's up there. I do expect that we're probably going to see all these counties eventually in the red as well. 2, possibly 3 million people total will be without power at some point during this, which is going to be a substantial portion of the Floridian population, which is kind of crazy. Still looking at some.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. We finally have the ocean coming over the wall in Punta Gorda.
All right, looks like some of the storm surge is officially starting to come through here in Punta Gorda, and it's crazy that we're still seeing such intense wind and rain here, even though the center of the storm is pretty good distance away. You can see here from Vince Welty's live stream that there's a lot of debris in the road, and there's still very strong wind gusts. There's still hurricane conditions going on. And now we're starting to see the storm surge come up, and oh, wow. Look at that big wave. Just, I think, that was actually a wave coming over the bank there, smashing into the windshield of storm chaser Brad Arnold there. So things are still bad in Punta Gorda, Florida. So what you're seeing here, the conditions that we are seeing through these live streams is what we're seeing also in Northport still. This has been going on for hours. I'm telling you guys, the wind damage from this compiled together, once we have daylight tomorrow, it's going to be widespread and it's going to be catastrophic. Hours and hours of this kind of wind is never a good thing. But anyways, the similar conditions as to what we're seeing here are also being felt right now in Northport. Okay, Arcadia has been getting hit hard by this thing. Limestone, Verna, and next in line, if you haven't seen it yet, you're going to see in this stuff in Avon Park and Sebring, Frostproof, all the way up there to Hillcrest Heights, Fort Meade, Bowling Green. It's coming, and it's not only coming with the extreme winds and the damaging winds and all that, but the extremely heavy rain as well. I want you to look at this. If you're not a meteorologist, if you're not somebody like me who sits here most of my time and looks at radars, I don't think you can really understand the gravity of what we're looking at right now. This is basically a stationary giant storm with 2 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates sitting over the same places for hours and hours at a time. I don't know if I've ever seen something like this. Don't get me wrong. We've seen lots of training rain events. We've seen even like with Hurricane Harvey, if you go back and look at that, what that was a multitude of separate cells that kind of went over the same areas over and over again. This is one giant, unrelenting rain hellhole, that is sitting over the same spots for hours and hours at a time. I am really worried about what we're going to see coming out of places like Limestone and Washula as we come into the morning, because this is just an unbelievable amount of rain, already close to 20 inches in some of these places. And if it sits here for too much longer, we're going to approach some historic and downright unprecedented totals. Please, if you live downstream, if you live in that high risk for excessive rainfall tonight, have a way of getting the heck out of Dodge. Have a way of getting to higher ground if that flood warning comes through tonight, and it probably will. Yeah, still looking through Twitter here to get some updates. Here's the latest graphic. The 8 p.m. advisory on Hurricane Ian. I'm going to retweet this one just in case anybody wants to help me spread the word there. Still hurricane force wind gusts. Pretty big hurricane hurricane force wind field evident here in central Florida. Still 115 mile an hour sustained winds. And the storm is moving to the northeast at 8 miles an hour. I don't even think it's moving that fast, to be honest. But it's crazy to see that. But yeah, still Category 3. Next update, it'll probably be a Category 2. Next one, it'll be a Cat 1. It's going to rapidly weaken from this point on, but it still is just packing just an incredible strength it still has with it, as we're now watching this thing go through the middle of Florida pretty much, the closer it gets to Sebring. Watson's computer science tips. Are you going live tomorrow? I don't know. Andy, what do you think about that? What do you think we should do? Do you think we should come back on the air tomorrow? Do you think that'll be necessary, or what do you think is going to happen as we go forward?
Well, Ryan, if we can provide really decent flash flooding coverage, then that's definitely going to be the top of the news story tomorrow for sure. I believe it would depend heavily on social media reports as we've done today, and video of any extremely heavy rainfall. But something to consider is that we've got huge population centers that will be on the periphery at some point of Ian's impacts down the line, such as Orlando and the Orlando Metro as it heads to the northeast.
Absolutely. So that's once again, whoever asked that, it's a good question. I don't know yet. We might as well. We might as well honestly just cover this until it's over rather than making videos on it, because the vast majority of people who have found the channel and are looking for information on this are looking for it in this format. So there's a good chance that I'll go live tomorrow. But if I don't, if I don't, for whatever reason, I will still have an update video where we condense all the information into this nicely packaged 10-minute piece of information for you. And yeah, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, subscribe to the channel, make sure that you see that or the next live stream. Either way, we're going to be here for you in some capacity. Storm Chasers Vince Welty and Brad Arnold are still out there, just absolutely getting pummeled by this thing. And I'm going to try to get an update from some of our Storm Chasers that we maybe haven't heard from in a little while. Starting with Chris Hall. See if I can get through to him. Oops. Hey, Chris, I know cell service is getting pretty hard to come by out there, but it's been a while since we've heard from you. Just looking for an update.
All the storm seekers are heading northbound. We're going to try to get towards Tampa. We're currently on 75 north at 2 overturned semis just outside of town.
2 overturned semis just outside of town. Wow. All right, well, you be careful. I'm probably only going to be able to go for another, I don't know, hour or so. But just keep us updated on what's going on out there. Brad, just going around asking for updates. I can see that things are still pretty intense out there. Just wanted to hear the latest from you.
Yeah, Ryan, the winds are still, they're still over hurricane force, definitely over 75 miles an hour. I haven't gone out with the anemometer to go see exactly what the speed is, but I know for a fact that they're over 75 miles an hour. It does appear like finally the surge has come up. The spray that you're seeing is not from the rain anymore. You'll be able to see the actual, you see right there the big time. Big wave that came through, so they're starting to crash over the wall now. So we should be dealing with some storm surge issues. I don't know if you've already talked to Vince and Brandon yet, but you need to let them know to be able to watch for that. Because up to now we haven't had any surge issues, but it looks like we're going to in the near future.
All right, so the storm surge is coming up back here towards Punta Gorda. And as the storm continues to move in the direction that it is, that will continue to be the case. Remember, we're looking at the orientation of the winds and how they line up with the shoreline. What needs to happen for this area to get impacted by a storm surge is winds to basically be coming out of any of these directions towards the shore, and that's going to happen the farther north that the storm goes. We're going to see that kind of change in orientation here. But remember, the farther away that the storm gets, the less intense the wind and the pull on the water is going to be. So if this takes, if it's all the way up here before we get that onshore flow completely, the storm surge will be less bad than what it potentially could be. But it is definitely coming up fast. You can see it there live from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's point of view. It is definitely a deteriorating situation out there in this thing. And I'm really, I just, every time I look at this radar image, I just get this overall just nasty, dreadful feeling as to what is going on underneath this big red blob. The amount of rain that is falling in this area is something that a lot of people just haven't seen before. So all you can do is hope for the best for those people. Once again, obviously the flooding, the coastal flooding is it's a bad deal out here to the south and to the west, and where the hurricane made landfall. But this is a whole other beast, and I can't help but thinking about some of the people that live out here that probably just don't understand what the risks actually are with the historic stream and river flooding that's getting ready to take place out here in Central Florida. If you know anybody out here, obviously, I believe that the vast majority of everyone is pretty much on the same page now. I think all of the world knows about Hurricane Ian at this point. The media has been covering it exceptionally well. But if you know anybody that thinks that the storm is over and it's time to go to sleep, and they live in Central Florida, please let them know otherwise. That's not the case. We're going to be dealing with this for a while here with the flash flooding. More insane video coming in from earlier today near the Fort Myers Beach area. Water was creeping up to the first floor of the hotel, and it looks like the inside of the Titanic. Cars are fully underwater. That's from Taylor earlier today, once again near Fort Myers Beach. More flooding. This is from Naples, Florida. Somebody is on the second floor of their home looking down to the first floor, which is completely submerged in water. Scary stuff. Absolutely scary stuff. And of course, there will be more photos and videos like that coming out as we go into the future. Here's that latest update from the Weather Prediction Center with that high risk of excessive rainfall tonight. Pretty much the entire peninsula of Florida has got to watch out for the very real potential for life-threatening flooding tonight. We do have a flash flood emergency in effect for a large area that includes Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands counties in Florida. If you're in there, seek higher ground immediately. Next up, though, some of the next places, there will probably be another flash flood emergency issued. And I don't know when they'll do that, but it'll be, if this continues to dump rain at the rate that it has been, within the next 2 or 3 hours, we'll see that come out for probably Bowling Green, Frostproof, Avon Park's already included in this one, but areas near Hillcrest Heights and places like this, I think that you guys are going to be next in line for seeing some of these really, really insane rainfall totals. So get ready for that. If you hear that warning come through, you got to go. You got to go get to higher ground. And if somebody could remind me the moment we get to 11 hours and 30 minutes of runtime, that way we don't accidentally go over. Here's a dramatic video from, what is this from? Port Charlotte. This is from V. She says, my aunt, who is currently working at the hospital in Port Charlotte, sent me this video showing the roof caving in. ICU patients are being carried down flights of stairs, and flooding is happening throughout the hospital. My goodness. So the Port Charlotte hospital is undergoing significant damage and flooding right now. Really unfortunate. Thank you for the support, Jackie Johnston. Very generous contribution. Wendy, thank you for the Canadian contribution there. And then everybody say thank you to Bash, Bash Mode, who is also another OG member of the Ryan Hall Y'all club here.
Back off a little bit. They're pretty far back.
So thank you, Bash. Appreciate you, man.
Wrong person. I'm sorry.
What did he say?
Wrong person. I'm sorry. They want to back off a little bit. They're pretty far back.
Oh, okay. That was a misclick. He meant to send that to somebody else. Lots of damage pictures also coming in from the tornadoes that we saw yesterday. We were live for a long time yesterday as well, covering pretty much a small regional tornado outbreak up there in eastern Florida, southeastern Florida. And yeah, a lot of damage pictures are coming in now from that. And we saw a lot of, just on radar, we saw a lot of probably big tornadoes, and you can see pretty clearly that that's exactly what it turned out being. Lots of cars and homes damaged here in the Delray Beach area from those tornadoes yesterday. A lot of people are asking what happens at the 11 hour and 30 minute mark. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of YouTube and the human body, we have to kind of call it a day at 11 hours and 30 minutes. We've been live streaming for that long straight. And we're going to call it a day at that mark. We're going to take a break. And then we'll come back at some point. I still, well, honestly, I haven't done anything other than this for the past 24 hours. This has been my life. I've been sleeping and I've been doing the live coverage. So we'll take a quick breather. Whenever this live stream ends, and we'll figure out what we're going to do next. We'll either do more live coverage to early in the morning tomorrow, into the day tomorrow, or we won't. And we've just got to look over some information, some data to figure out what we're going to do. Either way, we're going to have a video or a live stream or something coming out soon, so you guys can get the latest information. I should say, yeah, for the past 48 hours, this has been my life. Really, for the past week, we've been spending every day creating content on TikTok and YouTube, promoting the idea that this could happen, and then doing the live stream while it was happening. And now probably for the next week, we'll be dedicating a lot of time to the aftermath and covering that and making sure that we're doing whatever we can to help out. Yeah, this will rank in the top 5 hurricanes to have ever hit Florida. I think it ranks at number 4. Like if you're talking about strictly numbers, specifically relating to pressure and wind. Now, as far as costliness and injuries or fatalities or anything, obviously we won't know anything about that until several days from now. We won't know any final counts. Hopefully we're low on those ends. Storm chasers, Brad Arnold and Vince Welty are still out there just getting battered by this hurricane. Once again, hurricane chasing, for the most part, is just like being inside of a dishwasher or a washing machine for an entire day. And that's what they're going through right now. And to think, here I am, we've been doing a live stream for a very long time here, but these guys have as well, and they're in the middle of a hurricane. So huge shout out, huge props to the storm chasers here who are just tanks of human beings out there in the middle of this stuff, just so we can have eyes on the ground as to what's going on. Huge shout out to Vince Welty, Brandon Kopic, Chris Hall, Brad Arnold, Brett Adair, and Bryce Shelton. Everybody who was a part of this today. You are a big part of what we were able to do. I'm running out of words to say. My brain is scrambled right now after sitting here doing this for so long. Good news from Fort Myers. The wind is whipping, but the water seems to be receding. So that is good news. Little Bear, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. Thank you so much. Andy, I got to grab something real quick out of a different room. I'll be 2 seconds. I'm going to hand it over to you real quick.
All right, you got it, Ryan. Well,
All right,
okay, I'm already going.
Go ahead.
Much like Ryan, guys, after nearly 11 hours today and over 8 hours yesterday, so we're doing 20 hours across the last 2 days. It's possible that we'll extend it into tomorrow because a lot of people are wondering about the track of Ian as the hurricane weakens and moves to the northeast, more northeast at this point, and then reemerges into the Atlantic Ocean on the east coast of Florida. And again, I want to reiterate for anyone who may not be fully on board yet or is just now joining us, the hurricane is expected to weaken dramatically as it's going on shore, as it is currently doing now, and eventually exit as a tropical storm force, which is that's around 60 miles an hour or 70